Chapter 1683. Master, that guy is too interesting. How can there be such an idiot? In the depths of Senfu. Little Demon rolled his eyes and said in disdain. He clearly knows that they don't want to interfere, but he still pulled them in. Looking at how panicked they are, there's nothing more interesting than this. After he leaves, he will teach that guy a lesson. Lin Fei didn't want to entertain these people. They were just half-step celestial gods. They weren't that noble. Hee, they are all big customers. They really have a lot of money in their pockets. One top-quality saint stone vein after another, they don't care about anything at all. Lin Fei lay there with his eyes squinted. Every time he heard them bid, he would be happy. From the moment they came, Lin Fei knew that what happened next was under his control. If they knew that the low-quality god artifact isn't worth much to master, I wonder what expression they would have. Of course, they would definitely stare at each other. Lin Fei smiled. 30 low-quality god artifacts were enough for them to bid. Rainbow's performance made Lin Fei very satisfied. Along with Hairball's cooperation, he suppressed them in a few moves. Half-step celestial god? What the hell was that? For example, Mu Anshan tried to pull people over to his side. In the end, it was all for nothing. No one participated at all. Everyone's mind was on the low-quality god artifact. No one would care about such a risky thing. There was no need to fight with the mysterious Lin Fei. The Mu family was no longer important. The moment the auction started, the half-step celestial god old ancestors of the dozen families started bidding, none of them giving way. They were talking nicely before, but in the blink of an eye, they started arguing. I bid 10 top-quality saint stone veins. I bid another one, 11 top-quality saint stone veins. I bid 13, don't fight with me. The auction was extremely intense. No one was willing to give up such a good opportunity. The price of the low-quality god artifact kept rising. The first low-quality god artifact used 25 top-quality saint stone veins. Even for a big family, a top-quality saint stone vein was very important. At this moment, they didn't care so much and directly bid. Good stuff, really good stuff. The first low-grade god artifact was handed over on the spot. The half-step heavenly god who received it loved it so much that he could not bear to part with it. He kept clapping his hands and cheering. Mu Anshan's expression also kept sinking. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, 30 pieces of inferior-grade god weapons were quickly divided among the half-step heavenly gods present. Some of the ancestors managed to get 2 of them, but they had to pay a huge price. With the inferior-grade god artifact in hand, everyone was all smiles. Even if they were enemies, their faces were full of smiles. No one knew what they were thinking. Only the Chai clan and the Xie clan had managed to bid for 2 low-grade god tools. These 2 clans were very powerful and had a large number of people in their clans. They had more top-quality holy stone mines than everyone else. The strength of the Chai clan and the Xie clan instantly increased. A few of the half-step celestial god forefathers turned pale with fright. Congratulations to everyone for participating in today's Galaxy City auction. I believe that after working together once, everyone should know more about Galaxy City, especially the things we have. Rainbow smiled. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now that they had gotten their hands on a low-grade god artifact, they no longer dared to underestimate the fairy in front of them. She had a backer behind her. Rainbow did not say much. She directly said that such auctions would be held again in the future. The next time it was held, the treasure for the auction would be the inferior-grade god garment. This shocked them again and they could not wait to start it immediately. Whether it was the low-grade god artifact or the inferior-grade god garment, they were all the things they wanted the most. Everyone said that they would definitely participate in the auction next time. Chai Ning, Shui Wuhan, what do you mean by this? In the starry sky outside Galaxy City, Mu Anshan glared at the 2 people in front of him with a black face. Why didn't you act according to the plan? Don't you know that as long as we take down that Lin Fei of Galaxy City, we will be able to master the perfect refining method of the divine weapon? By then, the whole Dark Knight galaxy will be ours. Mu Anshan was very angry. Everything had been messed up. Chai Ning and Shui Wuhan looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Mu Anshan, you idiot, if you want to court death, don't drag us into it. We have no intention of playing with fire with you. Chai Ning snorted coldly, if we are with you, we will die sooner or later. Shui Wuhan narrowed his eyes, in order to not let you drag us into the sea of fire, we have decided to do a good deed. What? The two of them took out the low-grade god artifact that they had just obtained. Divine light soared into the sky. The two of them charged over from the left and right. Mu Anshan did not expect them to make a move. In a hurry, he was at a disadvantage. The power of the low-grade god artifact in his hand was far from being a match for the two of them. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Mu Anshan was beheaded on the spot. Good stuff, really good stuff. With such a perfect low-grade god artifact, who would still go against Lin Fei? Isn't that courting death? The two of them had long thought of killing Mu Anshan. If word got out that they were plotting against Galaxy City, it would cause a lot of trouble if that person heard about it. They might as well go all out and destroy Mu Anshan outside. The only thing they did not expect was that the low-grade god artifact was more powerful than they had imagined. Compared to this, their own low-grade god artifact was simply trash. They could not wait to throw it in a corner with no one around so that they would not embarrass themselves. After killing Mu Anshan, the two of them discussed for a while and went straight to the Mu clan. Since they had killed people, they had to uproot them. Your clan's young master wants to see us? Wang Xian and Ling Yun walked on the road towards the back garden. The owner of Galaxy City actually wanted to see them. In the previous auction, the two of them each had a low-grade god artifact. They had also used up all the peak-grade Saint Stone mine they had. They regretted not preparing enough before. The two of them also saw the massacre in the starry sky and could not help but be shocked. What a terrifying low-grade god artifact. Mu Anshan's strength is not bad. I did not expect him to be suppressed in the first exchange. It is indeed terrifying. The two of them said it was terrifying. In reality, what was truly terrifying was that the Chai and Xia clan's strength would increase by a lot. The range of their influence would also increase. The Mu clan would naturally be eliminated. Seeing the scene in the starry sky, the two of them were even more fearful of Lin Fei. He easily took out 30 low-grade god artifacts. It caused a huge change to the original situation of Dark Knight Galaxy. Who knew how many massacres were going to happen? They could not stop all of this. The only thing they could do was to immediately return and rearrange the defenses of the clan and adjust the corresponding countermeasures. In the back garden, the two of them saw the mysterious Lin Fei, a fellow who was even younger than them. They were really shocked. Chapter 1684. Wang Xian and Ling Yun came and left quickly. No one knew what they said, and no one knew that they didn't leave in fear, but with joy, as if something good had happened to them. More than a dozen half-step heavenly god ancestors came to Galaxy City. No one knew what happened that day. Whether there was a low-grade divine artifact or not seemed to have become a secret, causing the people of Dark Knight Galaxy to speculate. After Mu Anshan, one of the Mu family's ancestors, was killed, no one had any doubts about the low-grade divine artifact. Chai family and Xia family got low-grade divine artifacts. Not long after Mu Anshan died, the entire Mu family was wiped off the Dark Knight Galaxy under the joint attack of the two, shocking the entire Dark Knight Galaxy. Chai family and Xia family gained a lot from this battle. Their influence expanded again. Dark Knight Galaxy also became turbulent. Everyone thought that something big was about to happen. As expected. Next, half-step heavenly gods attacked some families, and some uninhabited stars were quickly occupied. Even some secret realms were quickly occupied by people from the big families. This gust of wind came very quickly. In the past, some of the big families were quickly defeated, either greatly weakened or subdued. After careful observation, some people found a shocking conclusion. Among them, the big families were all half-step heavenly god ancestors who went to Galaxy City that day. The news that he didn't dare to confirm was confirmed. Galaxy City had divine artifacts. It wasn't as simple as one or two. The entire Dark Knight Galaxy was in an uproar. Galaxy City suddenly became a giant. the type that could swallow them at any time. More and more people flocked to Galaxy City. All of them were aiming for the ruler weapon. When the situation in Dark Knight Galaxy changed, Lin Fei controlled the battle fortress and descended into the secret realms. Hairball, the standard fighter, had to be brought. Young master, there are only a few high-grade holy stone veins in this secret realm. Furball scooped out the ore vein from the secret realm and tossed it in front of Lin Fei as it spoke in a very dissatisfied tone. Many stars and secret realms have been swallowed in Dark Knight Galaxy, but there are too few high-grade holy stone veins. Lin Fei put away the ore vein and shook his head in disappointment. Ever since the auction ended, Lin Fei had been searching for the arcane realm with Hairball. 30 low-quality god artifacts were exchanged for over 1,000 peak-grade Saint Stone veins, but Lin Fei was still not satisfied. He used the remaining time to plunder a large sum. After leaving the secret land, Lin Fei took out a map of the Dark Knight Galaxy and looked at it. He got it from the Wang clan. The Wang family had been rooted in the Dark Knight Galaxy for a long time. They knew the Dark Knight Galaxy very well and had recorded all the strange places in the Dark Knight Galaxy. Young master, there are so few things outside, why do we still have to come out? Hairball was very unhappy. Lin Fei didn't raise his head. The mystic realms we dug out were actually incidental. Our goal isn't this, but these few places. Several places were marked on the map, and they were circled in red. Lin Fei pointed to a place. Let's go there first. Blackwind Cliff. When Lin Fei came out again, Blackwind Cliff was searched inside and out. With his divine body's defense, he could go to many places in the Dark Knight Galaxy. Blackwind Cliff had some harvest. He got 56 peak-grade Saint Stone veins and over 1,000 high and middle-grade ruler veins. Hairball also had a full meal. There were some ferocious beasts living in there, but Hairball was much weaker than them. They were eaten by her aura. The two kept going in and out, and with the battle fortress, Lin Fei didn't waste much time. Lin Fei could go in and out of the more dangerous places freely. This is the closest place. Lin Fei stared at the 3 words on the map, Corpse Mountain. This was also the place that Lin Fei heard the most, and it was also the place that people were afraid of. There was a mountain of corpses there, and it was all white. There were a few experts who entered in the past, but none of them ever came out. Later on, a divine light emitted from the Corpse Mountain attracted half-step celestial gods to investigate. In the end, more than 30 half-step celestial gods went in, but in the end, not a single one came out. Some of the major families in the Dark Knight Galaxy had suffered losses because of this incident. More than 30 half-step celestial gods died inside, which greatly affected the clan's strength, leading to the current situation. Lin Fei was very interested in this Corpse Mountain. He had asked the 2 old ancestors, Wang Xian and Ling Yun. They were rather fearful of it. They only knew that the Corpse Mountain had already existed when they arrived. No one knew when the Corpse Mountain had appeared, but it definitely had a relatively long history. Some people could even smell an ancient aura. Lin Fei asked and asked, but he didn't get an answer, so he memorized this place. Corpse Mountain was quite far. With the battle fortress, Lin Fei could easily find it. Whoosh! A deathly stillness rippled continuously. The moment Lin Fei came out, the deathly stillness rippled and turned into black wraiths, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They drilled into Lin Fei's body, wanting to occupy it. Such heavy wraiths, they actually have the strength of an immortal king. Lin Fei lightly shook, and the vengeful spirits that filled the sky scattered. As the wraiths dispersed, Lin Fei's gaze landed on the distant Corpse Mountain. Everywhere he passed, the wraiths all scattered. Huge. Really huge. At a glance, the Corpse Mountain was so huge that one couldn't see the end. It was full of bones, big bones, small bones, countless. This place is really mysterious. How strong was Lin Fei now? With just a casual glance, no one could block his gaze. However, it was blocked by the Corpse Mountain. Young master, this place seems boring. There are only bones and more bones. You talk too much. Lin Fei opened the system. Scan the Corpse Mountain for me. With divinity points, Lin Fei started a deeper scan. In the past, Lin Fei didn't dare to do this because he didn't have money in his pocket. Now, he didn't need to be so calculative. The corpse mountain in front of him was filled with mysteries. If a low-level ruler came here, just the immortal king wraiths alone would cause them to be flustered, not to mention the dangers they would encounter on the corpse mountain. Ding, scan completed. Discovered a large amount of resources to be exchanged. These few simple words made Lin Fei quite satisfied, especially the word large amount, which shocked him. There would be a large amount of resources to be exchanged here? This was something he couldn't imagine. This was the first time a large amount of notifications appeared. Lin Fei believed that the system wouldn't lie to him. There would definitely be good things waiting for him in the corpse mountain. A place that could make a half-step celestial god afraid was worth exploring. Chapter 1685. Boom Boom Boom. When Lin Fei and Hairball entered the Mountain of Bones, countless black vengeful spirits rushed over. The sky was filled with vengeful energy and all kinds of negative emotions. It shrouded the Mountain of Bones, causing one's soul to waver. Hairball returned to her original body. With a swipe of her claws, she crushed countless vengeful spirits. They couldn't block a casual attack from Hairball. The two continued to enter the depths of the Mountain of Bones. How many experts died in this place? Lin Fei slashed out with his sword. The sword light crushed countless vengeful spirits. He couldn't help but frown. From the outside, there were all kinds of skeletons. Young master, this place is boring. I hate these vengeful spirits. I feel uncomfortable. Can we leave this place? Furball slashed down with his claw again, his mouth pouting. If you talk any more, I'll lock you in a small black room. Hairball immediately became obedient. She focused on attacking the vengeful spirits. Who knew how many vengeful spirits died? With the system's guidance, the two quickly entered the depths of the Mountain of Bones. Crack, 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 crack. There were still skeletons in the depths. Endless skeletons. The vengeful spirits that rushed out were especially strong. From the Celestial King realm to the Celestial Venerable realm, and then the Ruler realm. Those who enter the forbidden area will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from the depths of the Mountain of Bones. Not far from the Mountain of Bones, skeletons walked out. Each skeleton emitted a cold aura. They were all in the Ruler realm. They wielded bone axes and charged at the two. I hate skeletons like you the most. Hairball was the most unhappy. She swung her huge body and hit the skeleton. The skeleton shook slightly and slashed at them with the bone axes again. Hua hua hua. Hairball's defense was strong. After taking a few hits, she cried out in pain. Young master, it hurts, she said while blinking her eyes. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Nonsense. It's just a few skeleton warriors. You think you can't kill them? Although the white bone warriors were at the sovereign realm, Lin Fei didn't mind them. Hairball could deal with them easily. Hairball attacked from the left and right. A normal ruler would definitely be injured if they were hit by one of these attacks. However, the white bone warrior, who had taken countless attacks from Hairball, was still as ferocious as ever. At first, Lin Fei suspected that Hairball was talking nonsense. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the skeleton warrior was not affected. On the other hand, Hairball couldn't hold on any longer. This is strange. Lin Fei came to Hairball's side and punched the nearest skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior was sent flying and then flew back. There was not a single wound on it. What? A few skeleton warriors also appeared behind Lin Fei. The bone axe landed on Lin Fei's body and a light flashed. I see. Lin Fei turned back and took out the heavenly deity warblade. He slashed at the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior was instantly split into two. A few more slashes, and the rest of the skeleton warriors were all cut into several pieces. He reached out, and the bone axe landed in his hand. Godly power, the bone axe has godly power. No wonder Hairball couldn't handle it. After checking, Lin Fei was shocked. The bone axe contained godly power. He thought to himself, this is really strange. There are bone axes nourished by godly power in a normal corpse mountain. Lin Fei grabbed a few more bone axes. Each one contained godly power. The bone axes were tough, And one didn't need to think to know that they were made from the bones of experts. Coupled with the indestructible godly power, it would be strange if those half-step celestial gods could block them. Take this. Use it to chop them later. Too light. Harry Ball thought it was too light. Just make do with it. The Corpse Mountain's bone axe contained godly power. Lin Fei finally understood why the system would give such a notification. Perhaps it was related to godly power. The number of skeleton warriors was more than expected. As they went deeper, the sky was filled with skeleton warriors. Usually they were hidden among the bones. But once Lin Fei and Hairball passed by, they would immediately rush out. The surroundings were filled with skeleton warriors. Hairball could only barely block a part of them. The rest of the skeleton warriors could only be dealt with by Lin Fei. Although the skeleton warriors were strong, in Lin Fei's eyes, they were not even half-step celestial gods. They only knew the simplest attacks. It wasn't difficult to deal with them. Lin Fei collected the bone axes while killing. After these experts' bones were nourished by godly power, they underwent a huge change. Although they couldn't advance to low-grade divine tools, they could be said to be pseudo-divine tools. The bone axes were still worth a lot of money outside. Lin Fei and Hairball were killing enthusiastically. This slaughter took a full half a month's time. God knows how many skeleton warriors he had killed. In the end, the skeleton warriors that appeared had the combat power of half-step celestial gods. This made Lin Fei more and more afraid. Why would a corpse mountain appear in a place like this in the Dark Night Galaxy? Moreover, the power of the corpse mountain was more terrifying than expected. No matter how many half-step celestial gods entered, they would die in the corpse mountain. A monster like Lin Fei didn't count. Bang! A white figure flew out and smashed into a mountain of bones. The huge mountain of bones instantly turned into dust. The last one is finally done. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. This was the last half-step celestial god skeleton warrior. The huge corpse mountain quieted down again. I've used up a lot of godly power. Don't let me work for nothing. I'll cry if I do. Lin Fei picked up the bone axe. Its quality was quite good. Hairball had suffered a lot recently. Her huge body couldn't withstand the siege. Fortunately, Lin Fei channeled godly power. After a round of killing, Hairball's defense had improved again. Young master, look ahead. It seems to be a small plain space. Furball pointed ahead. Amidst the white skeletons, there was actually a planar world embedded within. Lin Fei looked up. It really is a plain space. Don't tell me it's suppressing something again. Lin Fei muttered. Seeing that there was a plain space in the corpse mountain, Lin Fei immediately thought of the plain space under the sacred mountain. In the end, Lin Fei still stepped into the plain space. He had killed his way in, and he couldn't be frightened by this. At the very least, he had to go in and experience the secrets of the plain space. The plain was as silent as ever. No life existed. As soon as Lin Fei entered the plain space, he immediately released his divine sense to check the situation of the entire plain space. There's nothing? He used his divine sense to check but found nothing. Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. This was different from what he had imagined. Look again. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check the plain world again but found nothing. He suspected that he had made a mistake. Could it be that there was no one in the plain space after setting up such a big scene? Young master, there's something here. Unknowingly, Hairball had arrived at the center of the plain space and was searching for something. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and appeared beside Hairball. He found Hairball standing on a flat ground, holding a dark golden stone in her hand. Ding, found a large amount of recyclable resources. Chapter 1686. Large amounts of resources? Did I hear wrongly? Lin Fei blinked his eyes, feeling a little suspicious. There didn't seem to be anything here that could be recycled in large amounts. Young master, take a look. This thing is quite strange. You know my strength, but I can't crush it. I've tried a few times. Hairball grabbed the dark red stone and shook it. Can't crush it? There's such a thing. Lin Fei snatched it from Hairball's hands. The color of the stone was dark red, and it had a strange aura. When he squeezed it and used a little strength, the dark red stone didn't move at all. This was out of Lin Fei's expectations. So hard? Lin Fei didn't believe it. 10% strength. Number 20% strength. Still not enough. Lin Fei was really going against the stone. 30% strength, 40% strength, all the way to 100% strength. Every time he thought he had succeeded, it didn't work. The dark red stone was still intact, and there wasn't even a crack. This time, Lin Fei's eyes widened. Why is there such a stone in this place? Lin Fei sized it up and couldn't recognize what it was. There was nothing in his memory that was as hard as this. It was a big surprise. Young master, there are so many of these stones here. Hairball was still digging. There were 7 to 8 dark red stones at her feet, which were particularly dazzling in Lin Fei's eyes. Could it be this thing? Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration, and an idea popped into his head. I'm such an idiot. I'll take it and test it and I'll know. Why am I still thinking about it? Lin Fei patted his head and activated the system's test function. Wasn't it just consuming some divinity points? What was there to feel bad about? In less than a few breaths, the result was out. Ding! This item contains a large amount of god power. It's incomparably thick and has great value for recycling. After the system's verification, this item is a god stone. Lin Fei forgot the system's previous words. There were only 2 words in his mind. Holy crap, this thing is actually a god stone. Lin Fei immediately picked up a dark red stone and examined it with his divine sense. Sure enough, he saw an incomparably dense divine power and a frighteningly dangerous aura. My goodness, there are god stones in this place. It's really inconceivable. Lin Fei had never thought that there would be a god stone here. There seemed to be quite a number of them. Lin Fei felt that he could die of happiness. Although supreme-grade saint stones were good, they were completely different from god stones. This was a direct conversion into divine power, so there was no consumption at all. On the other hand, the conversion of top-grade saint stones would consume a lot of losses during this period. 100% of the top-grade saint stones would at most be about 50% of the original, which was a loss of nearly half. Furball, hurry up and dig some more. Hairball didn't understand. Wasn't it just a few stones? Was there a need to be so anxious? She continued to dig nearby. More god stones were dug up one after another. Hairball, go down and take a look. See if there are more of these stones. Lin Fei instructed Hairball while he picked up the god stones on the ground. He didn't exchange them for divinity points. These things were too meaningful. Master, I think I smell the aura of god stones. Battle number 1, who was in the battle fortress, contacted Lin Fei. Lin Fei was in control of the battle fortress, and battle number 1 was like the battle fortress butler. Naturally, he could contact Lin Fei. You know about god stones too? Lin Fei was a little surprised. Battle number 1's reaction was a little too fast. He had just found out about god stones, and now he knew about it too. He was too well informed. I forgot to tell you, Master. When our battle race first created us, we transferred some necessary knowledge. God stones are one of them. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as he seemed to understand something. Could it be that the battle race is a powerful race from the upper world? Lin Fei thought to himself. If that's the case, the battle race's background isn't small. But how did they get besieged down there? I do have god stones here. Could it be that the battle fortress can use god stones? Lin Fei asked. You're right, Master. God stones are the second energy source of our battle fortress. Using divine power to activate the battle fortress will increase its power by more than 100 times. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. All this while, Lin Fei had thought that the battle fortress was awesome. Now, it seemed that the battle fortress was even more awesome than he had imagined. It actually had a second energy source. Then why didn't I know about it before? Master didn't ask again. Battle number 1 said. Lin Fei thought about it. He really hadn't asked about this before. Young Master, come down quickly. There's someone down there. Hairball's voice was heard, and there was a hint of fear in her voice. Not good, Lin Fei thought to himself. He rushed down from above and went underground. After going underground, Lin Fei found that there was another world down there. Hundreds of thousands of feet underground, a huge square appeared. It floated in midair, and the ground around it was filled with God's stones that were densely arranged. Lin Fei didn't have time to look and arrived at the square. In the center of the square, Hairball was standing in the distance, her body trembling. "Young master." Hairball immediately hid behind Lin Fei and pointed at a person not far away. "That person is very scary, really." Lin Fei knew Hairball's courage very well. She had never been afraid of anyone, but now she was afraid of someone. This was something that had never happened before. "I'm fine." Lin Fei comforted Hairball and looked up. With one look, Lin Fei was also given a huge fright. "Young man, we meet again." A gloomy voice came from the other person's mouth. Even though there was no wind in the square, Lin Fei felt like he was blown by a gust of cold wind. "It's him, it's actually him." Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. In the center of the square, there was a black stone tablet erected by an unknown person. In front of the black stone tablet, there was a round platform. On the round platform, a red-clothed youth was sitting cross-legged, looking over with a gloomy expression. "What the hell?" Lin Fei thought to himself. "Senior, you must be mistaken. I don't seem to know you." Lin Fei was still in shock. He didn't expect to see that person again. He seemed to be called Hun Dun. "Young man, you're so young, but you're so scheming. No wonder my original body is interested in you." The red-clothed youth still said gloomily. "Original body? Then this is?" Lin Fei secretly observed for a while and found that the red-clothed youth in front of him was different from the one he saw before. This person gave off a very gloomy feeling. As for the red-clothed youth from before, he had an endless ancient aura on him. The two of them had completely different auras. "I still don't know you." Lin Fei shook his head. Seeing the strange red-clothed youth here, Lin Fei was worried that the yellow-clothed man would appear. He might have to make another trip. Chapter 1687. Lin Fei's original intention was to look for recyclable items. He did not expect to run into such a big shot again. When big shots fought, the unlucky ones would be the bystanders. For example, he had only killed a few people last time. In the end, he had to pay a hefty price and ended up in the desolate dark night galaxy. Lin Fei was frustrated. Immortal God? What's so great about that? Even if a real heaven god was here, Lin Fei would not be bothered. You think you can become a god just because you say so? Do you really think that you are an invincible god? Otherwise, why would you be suppressed here by the stone steel? Do you really think that I am a 3-year-old? Lin Fei curled his lips. The red-robed primal chaos laughed sinisterly. "Brat, it's your fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Don't think that I don't know that you've cultivated the 18 primal chaos clones and have the strength of a half-step heavenly god. However, if you want to become a heavenly god, it'll be as difficult as ascending the heavens if you don't have a guide." Lin Fei was not afraid of the red-robed man. Just now, Lin Fei thought of something. The red-robed man in front of him might be a part of his body that was being suppressed. He just did not know which part of his body was being suppressed. What shocked Lin Fei even more was that the part of his body that was being suppressed was set up in a public square. He even used divine stones to set it up. There were mountains of corpses and vengeful spirits outside. "How did you know that I've cultivated the 18 Hong Meng clones?" Lin Fei exclaimed in shock. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, "Looks like there's quite a bit of profit to be made out of this guy. If I can find out what's after my 18 primordial clones, my 18 primordial clones might all become heavenly gods." Lin Fei wished he could dig the information out of the red-robed man's mouth as soon as he thought about it. Hee, it's just a cultivation method. How can I not know about it? The red-clothed chaos looked at Hairball and said, "Your battle pet is interesting. It's the last ancient evil dragon in this world. It's a pity that it hasn't become a mythological beast yet. If you follow me, I can guide you to promote your battle pet to the level of a mythological beast. Hee, the last ancient evil dragon mythological beast will definitely shine in this world. F***CK, do you have to tempt me like this?" Whether it was the advancement of the 18 primordial chaos clones or the advancement of Hairball into a divine beast, Lin Fei was very concerned about them. The former would increase his combat strength, and the latter would be a great helper by his side. Lin Fei had always thought that as long as Hairball continued to devour, it would be promoted to a mythological beast sooner or later. At that time, it would be very cool to bring along a mythological beast. Now it seemed that there was a problem in the middle, causing Hairball to be unable to promote. Young master, I don't know either. Hairball's head was full of confusion. Forget it. I'd better not ask Hairball. Lin Fei shook his head secretly. I admit that Senior has good eyesight, but who knows if it's just a matter of moving your lips. Lin Fei shook his head and said to Hairball, Hairball, go and dig around and see if you can dig them out. Lin Fei was here for the god stones. Hairball left happily. In her eyes, the red-clothed guy was much more terrifying than her. She had better stay away from him. The red-clothed chaos did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had wasted his words. That guy didn't believe him at all. It seems that you've discovered that the stones on the ground are God's stones. You're here for them, right? The red-clothed chaos said with a gloomy face, Your battle pet can't break this place. If you listen to me, I can guarantee that you'll be able to dig out these God's stones easily. Lin Fei was very wary of the red-clothed chaos. Last time, the yellow-clothed man that Su Ping had created with a single thought was terrifyingly powerful. The red-clothed chaos was also unfathomable. Lin Fei felt that it would be better to stay a certain distance away. Young master, I can't dig it out. Hairball scratched the ground a few times but the god stones wouldn't budge. She shook her head at Lin Fei. Young master should think of a way. 3 steps back, 100,000 feet, the third god stone. 93,000 feet to the east, the 1,300 god stone. The red-clothed chaos gave a series of numbers. As long as you break the inhibition formation, you can dig out the god stones at will. The red-clothed chaos said coldly, Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Lin Fei frowned. You're so kind. Don't tell me that you want me to help you break the inhibition formation so that you can come out. You're just a kid, but you're still quite vigilant. The red-clothed chaos was not angry. If it was a few million years ago, I would have blown you into ashes with a single breath. Sigh, after a few million years, anyone's temper would have been worn down. Lin Fei still didn't believe it. However, there was nothing more unpleasant than having a large number of god stones in front of him and not being able to get his hands on them. This old thing is definitely up to no good. Maybe he wants me to help him break the inhibition formation so that he can come out from under the steel. Once he comes out, I will be the unlucky one. Lin Fei's brain was working at full speed. Master, how could you forget about me? The little devil reminded Lin Fei. Let's open the system. As long as we consume some necessary divinity points, we can construct a 3D model. We can analyze the old thing's words and see which ones are true and which ones are false. Why didn't you say that you wouldn't die? You want to take advantage of me again. Lin Fei said to the little devil with dissatisfaction. The little devil laughed mischievously. You didn't ask, right? Lin Fei really couldn't do anything to the little devil. Then open the system and construct a 3D model. This construction cost 10 million divinity points. Lin Fei felt distressed. This guy was really taking advantage of me. A 3D model quickly appeared in Lin Fei's mind. The system calculated very quickly. In less than a blink of an eye, all the points mentioned by the red-clothed chaos were analyzed. There were a few places marked with big question marks. The old thing is the old thing. Lin Fei knew there was a risk when he saw the question marks. There were a total of 4 such points, corresponding to the 4 directions. Master, as long as you don't touch these 4 points, the old thing won't be able to do anything to you for a while. Moreover, according to my judgment, even if you solve these 4 points, the old thing won't be able to come out immediately. The steel suppressing him is an extraordinary thing. The square is just used to maintain the stability of the steel. Lin Fei was still thinking about whether he could dig out the god stones if he couldn't touch these 4 points. However, the words of the little devil undoubtedly dispelled this idea. Young man, we are cultivators. Which one of us doesn't take risks? You are lucky to be able to enter this place. A large number of high-grade god stones are not something that ordinary gods can enjoy. The red-clothed chaos saw that the other party was not speaking and thought that he was thinking, so he added fuel to the fire. You mean, these are all high-grade god stones? Chapter 1688. It was a huge pie. In the beginning, Lin Fei only knew that he was going to be rich. God stones. Something that did not belong to this world. Fortunately, Lin Fei's strength was monstrous, allowing him to barge in from the outside. Otherwise, even if hundreds or thousands of half-step heavenly gods came in, they would all be buried in the mountain of corpses, becoming one of the resentful spirits. Lin Fei being able to come in could be said to be unique. But now, the old man said that the god stones on the ground were high-grade god stones. It was like winning the lottery. After a closer look, he realized that he had won 5 million. The old man is really good at seducing people. Forcing me to break a few points, he really put in a lot of effort. If the red-robed chaos had said this at the beginning, Lin Fei would have been pleasantly surprised, but he would not have thought too much about it. Now, he was even more afraid of the other party. Anyone who heard this would also drop their guard and dig out the high-grade god stones, putting all the risks to the back of their minds. Young man, these god stones are useless to me, but to you, they are the key to becoming a god. You have to think about it carefully. Master, be careful, this guy used a hypnotizing method. The little devil reminded. Lin Fei knew that the old man would not be so kind. Hairball, go and break the formation. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. The courageous will starve to death. With so many high-grade god stones, it will be worth it even if I die. That's right. With the red-robed chaos's advice, it was easy for Hairball to break the formation. In the blink of an eye, she broke a few points. Hairball, try to see if you can dig them out. The points that Lin Fei mentioned didn't include the 4 points at all. But Hairball started at the place where the formation was broken. Boom, boom, boom. Hairball was a brute. She dug at the broken point, and the square shook. Piece by piece, god stones were dug out. Young master, I can dig them out, but it will take a lot of effort. Hairball stuck her head out and threw out a few god stones. Great. Lin Fei planned to start from a few points nearby and slowly dig. This way, the other party wouldn't be suspicious. He didn't want the old thing to know that he had already seen through his plan. I can really dig it out. In front of a huge pit, pieces of god stones were dug out. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and ran down to dig. The god stones were all lined up neatly. There was some resistance when he dug, but it could not stop Lin Fei's strength. It did not take him long to dig them out. A hint of delight flashed across the eyes of the red-clothed Hun Dun. Young man, how is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? The red-clothed Hun Dun said, as long as you break through that point, you won't have to go through so much trouble. You can take everything in one go. Lin Fei buried his head in digging, ignoring the other party. Hairball was the same. Like starving people, the two of them kept digging out god stones. When Hairball heard that these things could help her become a divine beast, she worked even harder. The red-clothed Hun Dun reminded her a few times, but she did not say a word. She just buried her head in digging out god stones. The pit on the ground was getting bigger and bigger. I don't believe that you won't go and break through the remaining points. Lin Fei and Hairball started working just like that. Lin Fei ignored the red-clothed Hun Dun's words. He took advantage of the limited time and took away all the god stones. The corpse mountain was suppressing a part of the red-clothed Hun Dun. Who knew if the other red-clothed Hun Dun who went out earlier would take the trouble to come here? To be safe, Lin Fei had to collect the god stones in the shortest time possible. At first, there were only 2 people. Then, Lin Fei released 18 doppelgangers with dominator weapons and joined the team. The speed of digging increased exponentially. Every time they dug out a god stone, Lin Fei would be happy. Good stuff. With the addition of 18 doppelgangers, the speed increased immediately. Apart from wasting some dominator weapons, Lin Fei did not care about it at all. The number of god stones in the plaza was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. This digging session lasted for a whole month. Until now, Lin Fei had obtained 20 million high-grade god stones. He was overjoyed. I'm really going to be a big landlord this time. 20 million high-grade godstones were dug out about 3/4 of the plaza. For example, the area near the stone tablet. Lin Fei did not dig for safety reasons. 20 million high-grade godstones. Lin Fei's harvest was huge. A month passed. The red-clothed Hun Dun was really pissed off. Every time he was about to dig to a point, that kid would stop and change direction to dig again. He missed that point. The reason was simple. He liked to dig in the middle first. Then he would dig at the 4 corners. This angered the red-clothed Hun Dun to the point of vomiting blood. Why did people like to do this? Wasn't this torture? The red-robed chaos did not have any good intentions. He wanted to destroy 4 of the points so that he could break free from the suppression of the stone tablet and regain his freedom. Kid, why don't you dig the remaining places? A month later, when the last corner was emptied, the red-clothed chaos asked casually. Now, the huge square had been reduced to nothingness. Apart from the 4 corners, there was still a stone stele in the center. No matter how one looked at it, it was very awkward. I don't want to dig anymore. Lin Fei sighed and said, I just received news that my wife in the mansion is going to give birth to a son. I decided to go back first and come back next time. I want to thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to dig so many god stones. You want to go back? The red-robed primal chaos couldn't believe it. This guy actually wanted to go back. Was he trying to provoke him? That's right. Senior, you might not know this, but my wife and I have been together for more than a dozen chaos years. Unfortunately, we never had a son. Now that we're going to have a son, I have to make a trip back no matter what. Lin Fei said seriously. This was the reason that he came up with in the past month. If you want me to dig the next 4 spots, there's a problem with every door. Lin Fei didn't want to let this guy out. The red-robed chaos was really angered by this reason. This guy actually dared to say such a thing. What a jerk. However, he couldn't say anything. Seeing that he was one step closer to breaking free, the red-robed chaos felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Aren't you afraid that outsiders will come in and steal these god stones? Outsiders can't enter this place. Even if they did, I've already obtained most of the god stones. Maybe after I go back, I'll go into seclusion to see if I can break through to the celestial god realm and become a real celestial god. Seclusion? The red-robed chaos realized that this guy was quite cunning. He should have noticed the problem. However, how did he know that there would be problems with the remaining 4 spots? This puzzled the red-robed chaos. This was set up by the sect leader in the past. It was also solved by the red-robed chaos in the past millions of years. He didn't believe that a young man could see the key to it. Chapter 1689. Cooperate? What do you mean by cooperate? I don't understand. Lin Fei said with a straight face. How could the red-robed chaos not know what Lin Fan was thinking? Lin Fan knew something was up and did it on purpose. He wanted to slap the red-robed chaos to death. You're not bad. You deserve my words. The red-robed chaos said. Help me break the remaining few places and I'll give you what you want. Otherwise, you'll be hunted down by me. There's nowhere for you to hide. The red-robed chaos was not just a facade. The guy in front of him was very annoying. Lin Fei did not think that he could hide it from the red-robed chaos. After all, the red-robed chaos was a big shot. He could easily see through Lin Fan. Are you threatening me? I'm so scared. Lin Fei made a frightened gesture. Hairball, are you done? I'm leaving. Lin Fei wanted to leave without saying a word when faced with chaos in Red's words. Threatening me? I'll leave immediately. The red-robed chaos was a big shot in the past. Even after he was suppressed, everyone in the world was like an ant to him. No one could stand on the same level as him. He would kill anyone who refused to obey him. That was what the red-robed chaos did most often. The red-robed chaos treated the little guy in front of him like an ant. He did not take him seriously. However, this little guy was not afraid of his threat. He even said that he wanted to leave. This was the last thing the red-robed chaos wanted to see. How dare you leave? The red-robed chaos said coldly. Lin Fei pouted. Big shot, are you going to come out and teach me a lesson? Hurry up and come out. Don't waste everyone's time. I'm just an ant. Come out and kill me. He patted his chest. It'd be best if it's here. Slap me here and I'll definitely turn into ashes. That's exactly what you want. Furball added, and me. You might as well kill me as well. Lin Fei was indeed afraid of the red-robed chaos. Fortunately, the red-robed chaos was suppressed. As long as he did not come out, he would be safe for the time being. At the very least, under the situation where he had broken through 4 directions, the red-shirt chaos could only show off with his mouth. With that, Lin Fei turned to leave. The red-clothed Hun Dun suddenly laughed and said, "Good lad, you're really good at scheming. You predicted that I wouldn't do anything to you, but you're gravely mistaken." Boom boom. In the small plain space, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. Deep underground, a dark gold skeleton warrior wielding a violet bone axe slashed towards where Lin Fei was, and a violet light shot towards Lin Fei. Damn, he still has such a trick up his sleeve. This dark golden skeleton warrior that suddenly appeared was filled with a terrifying aura. It was far stronger than the half-step heavenly gods he had met before. It almost had the battle prowess of a true heavenly god. You hid this move pretty well. Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. Lin Fei did not waste any time. He took out the heavenly deity battle saber and slashed with a saber light. Boom. The two forces collided, and the momentum was astonishing. Waves of ripples spread out. The skeleton warrior's teeth chattered non-stop, and it said, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it seriously. So I'll occupy your body later. With your powerful body and 18 doppelgangers, I can break free and rule the world again." Lin Fei did not stop talking. "Haha, you think you can do that? I'm afraid your skeleton warrior is useless. Otherwise, you wouldn't be trapped inside." This was Lin Fei's second time fighting a heavenly god expert. After harvesting a large number of high-grade god stones, Lin Fei had enough ammunition. He was not afraid of his opponent. He held the heavenly deity battle saber and fought head-on with the skeleton warrior. It was the most direct attack. The skeleton warrior controlled by the red-clothed chaos was also a pure close-range attack. The two quickly exchanged hundreds of blows, and circles of ripples spread out behind them. "Young master, you can do it. Break his bones. Chop off his head." Hairball shouted. She was very excited. "Your skeleton warrior is not good enough." Lin Fei chopped heavily on the skeleton warrior, and the skeleton warrior was sent flying. He laughed loudly. Lin Fei did not care about the divine power. He attacked fiercely, and at the same time, he activated the invincible defense. He was very excited. This was also the first time he met an opponent who was on par with him. How can an ant know the power of a god? Even if the skeleton warrior is an ordinary heavenly god. The red-clothed chaos said calmly. Although he said that, the red-clothed chaos was very uncomfortable. He could not even take down a small character. This was unimaginable. This kid definitely has some big secret on him. To be able to fight against the heavenly gods I control, he's already extremely powerful in this world. Ordinary attacks probably won't be able to defeat him. I'll have to use some other secret technique. I have to abandon the skeleton warriors and possess his body. The skeleton warrior was a clone that the red-clothed chaos had secretly controlled for millions of years. He had paid a huge price for this clone. The body in front of him was unimaginably powerful. Abandoning the skeleton warrior and taking over his body would be more beneficial than detrimental. Divine soul captivation. The skeleton warrior stopped. 2 rays of light shot out from its pitch-black eyes. In an instant, the space was completely frozen. Lin Fei found that he could not move. He was suppressed by a terrifying power. The 2 rays of light transformed into a dwarf. It was the red-robed Hun Dun. He walked over step by step and said in a condescending manner, "Brat, you're still too naive. Even though I'm being suppressed here, I'm still a powerful god. The power of a god isn't something you can imagine. It's not something an ant like you can fight against. Now, you'd better hand over your body obediently." Whoosh! The red-clothed chaos went straight for the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. Bang! The red-clothed chaos crashed into a layer of power, and he was sent flying. "Ha, how do you feel?" Lin Fei suddenly laughed out loud. Explode! The red-clothed chaos was sent flying. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The invincible defense was really awesome. Otherwise, he would have been in danger this time. The divine power in Lin Fei's body surged. Air waves soared into the sky and exploded in the surrounding area. The power that was suppressing his body began to loosen a little. I have underestimated you. But how many times can you block this kind of attack? The red-clothed chaos dashed over again. His eyes were cold and disdainful. This attack had the power of a divine realm expert. No matter what trump card this kid had, he would not be able to block his possession. Bang! The red-clothed chaos was sent flying again. He failed again. The red-clothed chaos dashed over again. He planned to attack repeatedly and break through this power. Bang bang bang, no matter how many times the red-clothed chaos tried. The result was the same. Damn power. The red-clothed chaos's power gradually weakened. He became anxious. This was a strand of divine sense that he had painstakingly left outside. If it really dissipated outside, he would suffer a great loss. I am coming. The red-clothed chaos failed again and again. Lin Fei used a large amount of divine power to break through the suppression of the red-clothed chaos. The deity saber slashed. The divine power saber light rolled back and slashed the red-clothed chaos. Chapter 1690. The suppression of the red-clothed chaos did not last long. Lin Fei used his divine power to break through the shackles in one fell swoop. He did not know how many divinity points he had consumed during this period. After rushing out, Lin Fei slashed at the red-clothed chaos divine consciousness. The light rolled back and engulfed the red-clothed chaos. Lin Fei would not have been able to do it if the other party was in its original form. Now, it was just a wisp of divine consciousness and it was independent from the skeleton warrior. It was normal for it to be unlucky. After this slash, the red-clothed chaos aura rapidly weakened. This slash is not bad, right? Lin Fei did not give the red-clothed chaos a chance to attack. He did not care whether the other party was a big shot or not. Hua hua, hua, another 100 slashes were launched. Divine power intertwined. Almost every slash hit the red-clothed chaos, and the divine consciousness dissipated little by little. Bastard, stop now. The red-clothed chaos under the stone tablet was completely anxious. In the blink of an eye, the divine consciousness that was left outside had consumed 2/3 of its power. The remaining 1/3 was on the verge of death. You are a big shot. Didn't you want to threaten me just now? Now, I'll cut off your divine consciousness first. Lin Fei did not stop. He consumed his divine power like crazy. If he had not collected a large number of high-grade god stones, Lin Fei would not have been able to be so domineering. The last thing he was afraid of now was consuming his divine power. Another 100 attacks were launched. The red-clothed chaos was shattered by the divine power and completely dissipated on the square. Young master, this is good stuff. Hairball was more clever. She came back with a skeleton in her arms. If it was not the dark golden skeleton warrior, what else could it be? She smiled as if she had picked up something good. Well done. Lin Fei had fought with the skeleton warrior before. Its defense was very impressive. It was also a good treasure. He could not let it go to waste. Hairball smiled slyly and kept the skeleton warrior. Lin Fei did not ask Hairball what she was going to do with it. After all, she could not give it to the red shirt chaos. Big shot, your divine sense has been destroyed by me. I don't know if you still have any means to threaten me. Lin Fei said with a smile, if you don't, I'm leaving. Endure, I must endure. Red shirt Hun Dun's gloomy face darkened. His divine sense, which he had painstakingly sent out, was destroyed just like that. He did not even have a chance to run back. This person deserves to die. The red-clothed primal chaos gritted his teeth. The loss of his divine sense had a great impact on him. Not only did he fail to possess the other party, he even lost a strand of his divine sense and a white bone warrior that he had nurtured with great difficulty. He had truly lost both his soldier and his wife. The red-clothed Hun Dun could only look on helplessly. There was nothing he could do. The power of the stone tablet was too strong. All of his powers were being suppressed. Let's talk about cooperation. The red-clothed Hun Dun's face darkened. He did not mention anything about what had happened before. I'll give you the 18 Hongmeng doppelgangers and the God technique. Lin Fei was really tempted by this. How could you be so kind? Lin Fei looked doubtful. Why don't you tell me about it? Who knows if you're trying to fool me? Lin Fei knew it clearly. The red-clothed Hun Dun had compromised. A threat? His divine sense had been destroyed. How could he be a threat? Lin Fei did not believe that the red-clothed Hun Dun would still have his divine sense doppelgangers outside. If the red-clothed Hun Dun had not come out to possess him, it would have been very difficult to defeat the skeleton warrior. Unfortunately, he had misjudged his strength. Sure. Unexpectedly, the red-clothed Hun Dun agreed to Lin Fei's request. The red-clothed Hun Dun spat out a series of techniques. Every word was enigmatic and profound. Lin Fei activated the leveling system and recorded the opponent's technique. I don't care if you're trying to fool me. Don't forget that I have the system to analyze it. Let's see how you're going to fool me. It's that simple? Lin Fei frowned when he thought the techniques would be very long. It turned out to be much simpler than he had imagined. That's right. It's that simple. This is the nurturing technique. The key is to find the Godhead. As long as you have the Godhead, your 18 Hongmeng doppelgangers can be upgraded to the heavenly deity level. Lin Fei did not expect to upgrade the 18 Hongmeng doppelgangers in this way. Implanting the Godhead into the doppelgangers? Who came up with such a method? I'll remember it. I'll give it a try when I'm free. Lin Fei accepted it humbly. Oh yes, how do I improve the primordial evil dragon to a divine beast? The red-clothed Hun Dun was impressed by his shamelessness. After listening to his method and not mentioning anything else, the red-clothed primal chaos felt very sullen in his heart. His martial power was useless, and he had suffered a great loss. As long as you help me break through that position, I'll tell you how to become a divine beast. The red-shirt chaos thought that he had grasped the other party's pulse. As long as the other party wanted to know the information, he would definitely help him find the location. Lin Fei seriously asked Hairball, Hairball, do you want to become a mythological beast? Not at the moment. Hairball said seriously, to become a divine beast, it seems like I have to go up there. I don't want to go up there. Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders and said to Chaos in Red, you see, I'm really sorry, but my Hairball doesn't want to become a mythological beast. So I, as its master, am not in a hurry. It seems that I can only talk to you about this issue next time. The red-clothed Hun Dun almost choked on his breath. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Even though he had been suppressed for millions of chaos years, the red-clothed Hun Dun had always been very calm. He had never seen such a shameless person until today. Even if you don't need it now, you will need it in the future. It's not a bad thing to know in advance. The red-clothed Hun Dun suppressed his anger and said. Lin Fei thought for a while and said, that makes sense. Why don't you tell me? Since we fought before, I'll help you break through half of the position. The entire position? I need to think about this. Alright, why are you suppressed here? Also, which part of you are? Why do I feel so cold, like an ice cube in winter? Can't you smile more? Break through one position, and I'll tell you the key to becoming a mythological beast. One position, huh? That's a little troublesome. Why don't you tell me some useful methods? Of course, you can also give me a few top-grade divine artifacts. I'll be very satisfied. The red-clothed Hun Dun was about to die from anger. How could there be such a person? Even though they were not far apart, the red-clothed Hun Dun had never disliked a person so much, and it was this cheeky guy in front of him. The words that came out from time to time made one want to slap him. I don't have top-grade divine artifacts, but I can teach you 3 methods that you want to know. The red-clothed Hun Dun gritted his teeth and said, 3 is too little. No matter what, you need at least 10. Lin Fei continued to provoke him. No way, do you really think that methods are cabbages? I can only get 4 at most. 10. I want 10. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and refused to let go. 7. 10. Alright, 10 it is. I promise you. Chapter 1692. What Lin Fei lacked now was some powerful techniques. Who would miss out on a free technique? Moreover, The person who was being suppressed had a powerful background. If he was not the biggest fool in the world, he would be the one who demanded it. Chaos Red Shirt gritted his teeth at Lin Fei. Right now, he really had no way to deal with the other party, who asked his only capable skeleton warrior to be killed, and Hangu City had also been moved away. This deal was a huge loss. If it was a loss, then so be it. Chaos Red Shirt calculated that once he got out of this place, he would definitely refine this kid into a clone and keep him by his side to vent his anger. What do you want the space and time techniques for? Initially, Chaos Red Shirt wanted to bluff him with a few techniques. After all, techniques from the upper realm were priceless. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei did not buy it. He raised his own request, which was for the precious space and time techniques. I'm willing. You didn't hear me wrong. I want the time and space techniques. It's best if they're powerful. Lin Fei did not hold back at all. He turned to Hairball and said, Hairball, don't you know how to be careful? The God's Stone has been destroyed. Understood. Hairball chuckled. Indeed, she became careful. Lin Fei did not give Chaos Red Shirt a chance to speak. Look at me, I'm a good person. Was there anyone as good as you? Chaos Red Shirt almost wanted to curse. He had never seen such a bad person who was so careful. Why didn't he just say it out loud? Chaos Red Shirt dared to say that today was the most infuriating thing in his life. He was really like a tiger that was bullied by a dog. He had to vent his anger sooner or later. Chaos Red Shirt chose to ignore his words. He was a big shot, so he would not make things difficult for him. As long as you keep your promise, the space and time techniques are not a problem. Lin Fei was impressed. Senior, you're so domineering. I like people like you. Choosing the space and time techniques was something that Lin Fei had thought about. Currently, it was the most suitable for him. After all, he had the space and time bloodline power. This was good stuff. I have quite a few spatial techniques. Do you want speed or attack techniques? It's up to you. The red-clothed Hun Dun remained expressionless as he thought to himself, Humph, with your ordinary bloodline, you want to control high-grade space and time techniques? Dream on. The red-robed Chaos could tell that Lin Fei only had an ordinary heavenly god bloodline. His bloodline was not powerful, and his future achievements would be limited. This was a well-known fact. It was a pity that he did not know that Lin Fei had the space and time bloodlines. If he had known, he would not have given them to Lin Fei. I want both attack and speed. I want the strongest. The red-robed Hun Dun was a big shot. It was possible for him to play some tricks in the dark. However, the red-robed Hun Dun disdained to do so. He was just an ant. It would be a piece of cake to deal with him. There are quite a few attacks on me. One of the more powerful ones is the Void Slash, which uses the power of space. Lin Fei pretended to be listening attentively while secretly analyzing the system. Master, you can rest assured. Before this kind of big shot was suppressed, he was a rare top-notch expert in the world. He would not do this kind of thing out of boredom. I'm afraid that in his heart, you will not be able to cultivate this kind of top-notch technique. Lin Fei did not think much of it. If you say it's not definite, then it's not definite. Who knows? What if he is narrow-minded? If he is not careful, he might leave a hidden danger. In the end, the unlucky one will still be me. Who asked me to be a coward? The little devil rolled his eyes and muttered, You are a coward? You should be extremely daring. Even big shots need to be blackmailed. Lin Fei's thoughts were not on the little devil's words. Normally, he would have to reason with the little devil. Now, he was attracted by the red-clothed Chaos's technique. What a good technique! The red-clothed Chaos glanced at Lin Fei and sneered. This technique is also a top-notch technique. There are only a few who can cultivate it successfully. How precious is it? It's not something that you can understand. He continued to speak. The red-clothed Chaos gave him a total of 3 space techniques. One was speed, reverse space-time. The other 2 were attacks, space slash and space explosion. Lin Fei liked these 3 techniques very much. For example, space slash. He used his bloodline to communicate with space and control the power of space. He used the power of heaven and earth to attack his opponent. As for the other one, space explosion, it was even more terrifying. It was a large-scale space explosion. Lin Fei treated it as a terrifying attack like a nuclear weapon. What made Lin Fei the happiest was that after the system's analysis, he came up with a safe conclusion. The red-clothed chaos was not stingy with the time technique. Since his opponent could not cultivate it successfully, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, these techniques had extremely high requirements. His space and time bloodlines had to reach a certain level. The red-clothed chaos would not say anything about it. If he dared to blackmail him, he believed that his expression would be very interesting when he was at a loss. The red-clothed chaos wanted to see his opponent's defeated expression so that he could vent his anger. The time technique was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. In terms of power, time techniques are more powerful than space techniques. I can proudly say that the time technique that I have mastered is top-notch. Those who can master it can be counted with one's fingers. There are only a few who can master my technique. You are one of them. The red-clothed chaos emphasized the last few words. Lin Fei was thick-skinned. He did not care at all. I am quite lucky. My favorite time technique is 10,000 years in one glance. This is time acceleration. No expert would be able to withstand this move. I obtained this technique from an enemy who controlled time. Time controller? That sounds very powerful. The red-clothed Hun Dun sneered. It's a given that he's powerful. Since we've already said this much, I don't mind telling you this. In the upper realm, those who control their bloodline must have reached the limit. For example, those who control space and time. Lin Fei was refreshed. Space controller, time controller. It seems like I can become a controller in the future. I just don't know what level a controller is at. To be able to be this guy's opponent, he must be quite strong. Lin Fei thought to himself. The red-clothed chaos did not care about what Lin Fei was thinking. He continued. Lin Fei listened with great interest. Every single one of these spatial techniques and time techniques was an eye-opener for him. Their power was unimaginable. Lin Fei had no doubt that as long as he mastered the techniques, his combat power would increase tremendously. Even if the red-clothed chaos appeared, he would not be able to do anything to him. This is a good deal. Are you trying to trick me into cultivating? What is there to be afraid of? I have a treasure trove. I just need to upgrade my space and time bloodlines. The system was constantly analyzing every dermic formulation, every sentence, over and over again to prevent any problems from arising. I have given you all 7 techniques. You can dismantle them now. Lin Fei found a place to sit down. What's the rush? Didn't you say that I want to inspect the goods too? I don't want to be cheated. Would I cheat you? Chapter 1693. On an almost empty square. Lin Fei sat in the air with his legs crossed. Apart from the steel and a few other places, everything else had been cleared. Chaos Red sat under the steel with a cold and mocking expression. His gaze fell on Hairball from time to time. He frowned for a while before returning to normal. What's this kid doing? Ever since he gave the technique to Chaos Red, he did not expect Chaos Red to want to verify it. He did not care back then, but the verification took a month. The red-clothed chaos was really tortured to death. He was just one step away from freedom, but the other party was like a piece of wood, not moving at all. Also, the hateful primordial evil dragon was not tempted at all. It kept working carefully, without any actual movement. It was so unbearable to watch. Could this kid really be studying the technique? How long will it take? Suddenly, Lin Fei, who had been sitting with his legs crossed, jumped up. I'm so tired. Lin Fei stretched lazily the moment he woke up. There was still a trace of exhaustion on his face. It was clear that the past month had not been easy. Kid, you got the technique? It's time to verify it. Are you going to fulfill your promise? Chaos Red was too lazy to know how Lin Fei was going to verify it. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, No hurry, no hurry. I have a few small questions that I hope Senior can answer. Say it. Chaos Red gritted his teeth and said, Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He told him some of his questions. Chaos Red's mocking expression changed. He was shocked by the questions. You really verified it? Of course. Otherwise, why would I work so hard? Chaos Red had a strong aura. Even though he did not know how Lin Fei knew about the questions, he still told him everything. He even explained a few details. From the beginning, Chaos Red did not think that Chaos Red could master the technique. Even he himself had used a very long time to cultivate successfully, but compared to those controllers, he was still a notch weaker. However, there were not many people in the upper realm who could achieve this. Thank you. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged again, not forgetting to remind Hairball, dismantle one first. Brat, what do you mean by this? Unfortunately, Lin Fei had shut off all his senses, so he couldn't hear what the Red Cloak Chaos was saying. This made the Red Cloak Chaos furious. Bastard, you're a bastard. In the following days, even the red-robed Chaos would fly into a rage for a while. Who asked the brat to ask some questions every time he woke up? After asking the questions, he immediately went to study them. Until now, Red Shirt Chaos still had not figured out what was going on. The only good thing was that this kid was tactful enough to demolish 3 places in a row. This made the red-clothed Hun Dun suppress the anger in his heart. He was only waiting for the last place to be broken. Then, he would use his own strength to break through the suppression of the stone tablet and regain his freedom. A full 3 months passed. Lin Fei woke up again. He did not know how Red Shirt Chaos managed to survive these 3 months. Brat, I've told you everything that needs to be said and asked. You're the one who procrastinated. I don't even know when you're going to do it for me. Lin Fei waved at Hairball and scolded her. I've already told you. What did you do? Look, he's angry. Hairball said pitifully, Young master, it's not that I don't work hard. I'm just hungry. I don't have the energy to work. You know that I'll be hungry if I don't eat. I don't have the energy to work. You can't blame me for this. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Fei was shocked. He turned to Red Shirt Chaos and said, I'm really sorry. I didn't know this would happen. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I'll definitely help you to destroy the last place. Stupid Hairball, you should tell me if you're hungry. Why did you ask me to wait? Come, I'll bring you to find something to eat. Lin Fei ran away with Hairball. Red Shirt Chaos was left dumbfounded. Bastard! You damn bastard! I'll kill you sooner or later. Red Shirt Chaos thought that Su Kei would destroy the last place. He didn't expect Su Kei to be so cunning. Su Kei tricked him with words and ran away with his people before he could react. After a long time, Red Shirt Chaos calmed down. Luckily, I've destroyed 3 of the 4 places. I just need some time to get out. Red Shirt Chaos's eyes flashed with coldness. Brat, I'll come for you. His voice not only echoed in the small plane but also in the dark night galaxy. Many people were frightened by his voice. Young master, you're so mean. Hairball giggled. Lin Fei had already brought Hairball out of the corpse mountain. You're wrong. I'm a good person. Lin Fei jokingly scolded Furball. I've already opened up 3 places for him. It won't take long for him to come out of the remaining one. Hairball blinked. Young master, aren't you worried that he'll chase after you? I can't beat him. Lin Fei didn't care. Don't worry. He won't chase after us. If I'm not wrong, the first thing he'll do is run away. Run away? When he has time to deal with me, I won't be able to deal with him. All right, let's go. Lin Fei was a lot faster than he had been in. The 2 of them were in no hurry to leave. Instead, they brought over a mountain of corpses, and after inspecting it for a bit, they were very satisfied. Only then did they take out their battle bastion and leave. 5 years after Lin Fei left the corpse mountain, Red Shirt Chaos shattered the small plane. The corpse mountain started to shake. I'm out. His voice echoed in the dark night galaxy. Red Shirt Chaos stood above the corpse mountain. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes. The next second, he appeared at the entrance of the corpse mountain. He was furious when he saw the corpse mountain. On the corpse mountain, there were a few words. Congratulations on getting out of trouble, senior. Bastard. Red Shirt Chaos slapped at the corpse mountain. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about. The corpse mountain broke into pieces. Boom. Suddenly, time and space were reversed. A surge of power shrouded Red Shirt Chaos. Bastard, how dare you plot against me? Of course, This was something that would happen 3 years later. Lin Fei rushed back to the Galaxy City. Lin Fei soon forgot about the arrangement in front of the corpse mountain. He had spent a lot of time outside. It was time for him to go back. If it was before, Lin Fei might be a little afraid. But the things he got from the corpse mountain had improved Lin Fei's combat power. Chapter 1694. Galaxy City had become the most special existence in the Dark Knight Galaxy. Immortals in the Dark Knight Galaxy had all heard of Galaxy City. The news spread at an unimaginable speed. The Yun family was once one of the 3 aristocratic families. With the destruction of the Li family and the Feng family, they became the largest family in Galaxy City. What made people even more envious was the mysterious backer behind the Yun family. If they had this backer, it would be easy for them to make a name for themselves in the Dark Knight Galaxy. But who would have thought that the Yun family would be so lucky? The 10 Absolute City and the other great clans all held a fearful attitude towards Galaxy City. This made people attach even more importance to Galaxy City. Young master, you're leaving? Lin Fei returned from the Mountain of Bones and briefly understood the situation. He summoned the Dragon King and Yun Xiaotian and told them that he was leaving the Dark Knight Galaxy. Whether it was the Dragon King or Yun Xiaotian, they admired Lin Fei 100 times. The Dragon King was the first to submit to Lin Fei. Now, everyone in the Dragon Clan worshipped Lin Fei. The Dragon Clan had changed their previous restraint and regained their former arrogance. All of this was because of Lin Fei. Yun Xiaotian was even more so. The Yun family had become the master of Galaxy City from one of the 3 aristocratic families. The Yun family had never imagined that it would be the goal they had been striving for. Now, it was easily accomplished. Although they had a backer behind them, it did not matter. Lin Fei did not place too many restrictions on the Yun family. It was no different from before. Following such a master was much better than being caught in the middle of danger. Moreover, the Yun family was also respected by the great families in the Dark Knight Galaxy. Now, the disciples of the Yun family could go out with their heads held high. Hearing that young master Lin Fei was going to leave, the 2 were shocked. They did not know what the young master would do for them. Yes, it was an accident that I came to the Dark Knight Galaxy. It was destined that I would leave. Lin Fei said casually, now I will explain what will happen next. Shan, listen carefully. Young master, the Yun family is willing to follow you. Please take us out. Yun Xiaotian pleaded. According to his original plan, Lin Fei wanted to keep the Yun family to help him do business in the Dark Knight Galaxy and bring the Dragon Clan out. Are you sure you want to go out? Lin Fei smiled. Yun Xiaotian's reaction was also within Lin Fei's expectations. The Dark Knight Galaxy wasn't a suitable place to develop. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know what to do. Our Yun family is willing to follow young master. As for Galaxy City, our Yun family can give up. Yun Xiaotian's breathing quickened. Following the young master was the most helpful thing for the Yun family. All right, then come with me. Lin Fei had no nostalgia for the Dark Knight Galaxy. That chaos in the Corpse Mountain was not someone who was easy to talk to. Once he got out of here, he would definitely find trouble with Lin Fei. Lin Fei would not stay here even if he was beaten to death. Lin Fei left as soon as he said he would. Hairball summoned all the Dark Knight beasts into the battle fortress. They were quite good as guards. The Dragon Clan and the Yun family didn't have a lot of people, so it was more than enough to be placed in the battle fortress. The ancient teleportation formation had long been repaired. Lin Fei put away the battle fortress, installed the divine stones, and activated the teleportation technique. With a flash of white light, he disappeared. The Galaxy City didn't have the Yun family and the Dragon Clan, which caused a great uproar. Not long after, the battle for the Galaxy City officially began. The Dark Knight Galaxy was huge. There were many ancient teleportation formations. When Lin Fei came out again, he was already in another big city. It was even bigger than the Galaxy City, and there were many experts in the city. Now, all the higher-ups in the Dark Knight Galaxy knew about Lin Fei's prestige. Knowing that Lin Fei had come to their territory, they immediately came out to greet him, for fear of neglecting him. Since the news of the transaction of the low-grade divine weapon, The Mu family was uprooted and removed from the Dark Knight Galaxy, which shocked the entire Dark Knight Galaxy. Since then, no one dared to look down on the mysterious Lin Fei in the Galaxy City. Lin Fei didn't plan to stay. After some small talk, he used the ancient teleportation formation as an excuse and hurried on his way. After the news of the Galaxy City spread, these big shots regretted missing a good opportunity. They regretted for a long time. Lin Fei hurried on his way in the Dark Knight Galaxy. Just like that, a year's time had passed. Fortunately, it was the ancient teleportation formation. Lin Fei had a divine body, so it didn't affect his journey. As for stopping him, it didn't happen at all. No one would stop Lin Fei. During this time, Lin Fei also learned that he was getting closer and closer to the outside territory. Lin Fei was relieved because the ancient teleportation formation was quite useful. 1 year later, outside the endless territory, under a starry sky, suddenly a white light flashed and a figure appeared under the starry sky. "Ha, I'm finally out." As soon as Lin Fei came out, he couldn't help but let out a long laugh. Looking at the starry sky, Lin Fei found a familiar feeling. Finally, he didn't have to stay in the Dark Knight Galaxy. "I've been in the Divine Mountain for so long. I wonder what's going on outside. I'd better find someone to understand." Lin Fei first sensed the great metropolis celestial world. He couldn't help but frown. He had lost contact with the great metropolis celestial world. Damn, something must have happened. This was the first time something like this had happened. Lin Fei's face also darkened. After getting his bearings, he flew straight to one of the places. Tianluo Citadel. It was located on an uninhabited planet under the starry sky. The Tianluo ruler was the leader of Tianluo Citadel. "Leader, what do you think we should do? Life has been hard recently. It's a mess outside. Should we continue to stay here, or should we send someone out to understand and see when the storm will pass?" The pale-faced ruler sitting in the first seat. His face was gloomy, as if he was thinking about something. Just as the pale-faced ruler was about to speak, a terrifying aura suddenly descended in the hall, pressing down on everyone and forcing them to the ground. "Senior, spare us." As soon as the terrifying aura appeared, the Tianluo ruler knew that he had run into a terrifying expert who could kill him with ease. The person who appeared here was naturally Lin Fei. After finally finding a place with people, Lin Fei rushed in. Right now, he was in urgent need of understanding the situation. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion, and the Tianluo ruler flew over. He didn't care if the other party agreed or not, and forcefully searched his soul. Fortunately, the Tianluo ruler didn't resist and opened his memories. They really know how to stir up trouble. 8 great sects, 7 overlords. Theocracy era? Interesting. Lin Fei searched the other party's memories and quickly gained an understanding of what was going on in the outside world. He was extremely shocked. The 8 great sects really are amazing. And the 10 dukes. I didn't think they'd all become Empyrean gods so quickly. I refuse to believe that there's nothing fishy going on. From the Tianluo ruler's memories, Lin Fei not only knew that the 10 dukes had become Empyrean gods, but also that the war had begun. The 8 great sects, 7 overlords, and even some hidden forces had all launched a crusade. During this time, who knew how many forces had been wiped out? The 8 great sects are going to start the theocracy era and control a part of the lower worlds. Lin Fei thought to himself. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Right now, Lin Fei had to return to the great metropolis world first. Everything else could be put aside. Because the great metropolis world was too far away. Lin Fei took out the battle fortress and activated its mobile mode. He didn't care at all that his power points were being used up. This speed was incredible. Time had shrunk infinitely. After 10 years, Lin Fei finally returned to the familiar great metropolis world. "Young master, is this your great metropolis? It looks so poor." Yun Xiaotian had left his home to enter the Dark Knight Galaxy, so he had seen a lot. Poor? Lin Fei didn't deny it at all. To put it bluntly, his territory was considered a very remote place, a place where no one cared about him. Once he reached his great metropolis world, the speed was even faster. Before long, Lin Fei saw the great metropolis world. However, he still couldn't contact the great metropolis world. Not only was the battle fortress fast, but it could also hide. Lin Fei controlled the battle fortress all the way to the outskirts of the great metropolis world. Young master, it seems like this place is being guarded. They've completely sealed off the great metropolis world, and there are many formations around. Dragon King saw through it at a glance. Should we go and break them? Lin Fei squinted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Everyone around felt a terrifying aura. Young master was angry. They didn't know who was so bold as to send troops to surround the great metropolis world. Outside the great metropolis world, there were at least 200,000 troops. They had only sealed it off, not entered. Lin Fei was surprised at first, but he understood after checking with his divine sense. So inside the great metropolis world, there were 2 rulers of the 9 stars. They emitted a fierce aura that gave people a familiar feeling. People of the Chaos Beast race. Lin Fei immediately knew who they were. I didn't expect them to actually fulfill their promise. No wonder the army outside didn't dare to enter. They could only seal off the great metropolis world and not allow anyone to leave. Young master, someone is coming. A group of people came towards the great metropolis world from afar. It's him. Damn, he didn't die. Lin Fei took a casual look and knew who it was. Wasn't it the ruler of destruction of the Immortal court? That scowl wouldn't change even in 10,000 years. The ruler of destruction brought his people to the outskirts of the great metropolis world. What's the situation recently? A ruler who seemed to be the leader came up to report. Nothing for now. Those people are obediently staying in the invincible palace. As for the outside, no one went in. The ruler of destruction couldn't help but frown. Is that guy really dead? Otherwise, he shouldn't be back after such a long time. Sir, how long are we going to seal off the great metropolis world? The leader asked, puzzled. The ruler of destruction glared. I told you to seal off the great metropolis world. What's the point of talking so much? If you have the ability, go kill those 2 chaos beasts yourself. I'll count it as a great merit for you. The leader shrunk his neck and didn't speak anymore. Chapter 1695. The Sovereign of Annihilation had thought that this matter would not be difficult. With the backing of the demon mystic sect, taking down Lin Fei's family would be as easy as eating a meal. When the extermination dominator brought people here, the Immortal court was extremely polite to him, and the sacred dynasty also became polite. Who would dare to offend one of the 8 major sects like the demon mystic sect? The extermination dominator had personally brought people to the great metropolis world. For the Sage Emperor dynasty, it was not worth offending the demon mystic sect for Di Tian. Moreover, they had learned of what Di Tian had done in the Divine Mountain. They were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. He had completely offended the 8 great sects and the 7 overlords. There was no need to protect Di Tian at all. The extermination dominus brought his men to the great metropolis celestial. Just as they were about to attack the invincible palace, 2 chaos beasts appeared and defeated them. They were chased out and left behind a warning that if they dared to enter the invincible palace again, they would be killed without mercy. This infuriated the chief sovereign of extermination quite a bit. The 2 primordial chaos beasts were extremely powerful. The sovereign of extermination organized several attacks, but all of them ended in failure. In fact, quite a few sovereigns had been killed in the process. Afterwards, the Sovereign of Annihilation had no choice but to report the situation. The demon mystic sect was extremely wary of this matter. They only sent word that the great metropolis world was sealed off and that outsiders were forbidden from entering or leaving. The extermination master was left in the Saint Emperor dynasty. The chief sovereign of extermination could only stare helplessly at this assignment. He knew that even his backer was afraid of the primordial chaos beasts. Every once in a while, the extermination sovereign would personally come to ask about the situation. At the same time, he would also arrange for people to keep an eye on Di Tian's movements. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Even now, the extermination hegemon was still puzzled as to why the chaos beasts would help Di Tian. After inquiring about the situation, The extermination dominus prepared to return. In the face of two ferocious and powerful primordial beasts, the extermination dominus really had no way of dealing with them. He might as well go back and cultivate. Now, everyone in the Sage Emperor dynasty treated him with respect. Boom! A behemoth suddenly descended outside the great metropolis heaven. When the extermination master saw this, he cried out involuntarily, "Battle fortress!" Diton is back. Apart from Diton, who else could have a battle fortress appearing in this place? Not bad, I'm back. Lin Fei stood on top of the battle fortress. Fellow Taoist, why did you bring so many people to seal off my territory? What is the meaning of this? The extermination dominator was full of fear towards Lin Fei. Now that he had the demon mystic sect behind him, he was full of confidence. Lin Fei, you still have the guts to come back and kill the people of the demon mystic sect instead of hiding outside. I really admire you. Now, are you going to surrender, or are you going to wait for the people of the demon mystic sect to kill you personally? Lin Fei had never seen such a cocky person. You idiot! The Dragon King and Yun Xiaotian received the order and immediately charged out. The aura of a half-step heavenly god pressed down on the immortal army. The extermination sovereign wasn't weak either. The moment he released his half-step heavenly god aura, he was rendered speechless. The sovereign energy in his body was directly suppressed, rendering him unable to move. Don't kill me. I'm from the Demon Profound sect. The Dragon King didn't care whether the Demon Mystic sect was from the Demon Mystic sect or not. He slapped the extermination dominator and tore him into pieces. The difference in strength between the two was too great, and there was no way for him to resist at all. The 200,000-strong army that was sealed outside was no match for the two half-step heavenly gods. The layers of array formations and restrictions were all destroyed by the two of them before they could be used. The two of them quickly ended the battle. Using two half-step heavenly gods was simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Let's go in. Diton is back. The demon mystic sect's disciple, the extermination sovereign, was killed. Diton brought back a half-step heavenly god. News of what happened in Great Metropolis world spread immediately. Ever since the extermination sovereign brought people to seal off the area, there were people paying attention to it every day. After all, Diton displayed his divine might on Divine Mountain this time and even offended countless sections. Many forces in the Sacred Emperor dynasty had suffered at Diton's hands in the past, and they all arranged people to keep an eye on him. They didn't recognize the appearance of the battle fortress, but Diton did. He casually dealt with the 200,000-strong army, and these people were all scared out of their wits. Great Metropolis world was calm. Except for the chaos at the beginning, everything later returned to normal. Although they couldn't leave Great Metropolis world, nothing else changed. The women of the Invincible Palace were also very calm. They didn't believe that their husband would die outside, and that he would definitely return. Over the years, they had used the resources left behind to constantly cultivate. Their cultivation speed was also exceptionally fast. With the two chaos beasts keeping watch outside, they didn't have to worry about the demon mystic sect killing their way in. Master is back. I can feel Master's aura. The 12 war generals all returned to Great Metropolis world. They immediately felt their Master's aura, and then saw the one-sided battle outside. A few of them went to inform Madame, and the rest went to greet Diton. The Realm Lord is back. The Realm Lord is showing his divine might. The Lord is mighty. For the people of Great Metropolis world, they immediately saw the situation outside. They had a kind of blind faith in Diton. After several fierce battles, everyone was filled with admiration for Diton. For example, the extermination sovereign had brought people here, but they were directly stopped by two experts, and they were rulers of 9 stars. Before this, Great Metropolis world wouldn't have appeared at all. This was the ability. Even though all these years the army outside had been sealed, not allowing anyone to go out, no one was worried that Lord Diton would return one day. One figure after another flew out. Witnessing an army of 200,000 immortals easily annihilated, it was not a small shock, especially when it happened at their doorstep. Cheers came one after another. The Dragon King and Xianxia were also shocked. A middle-level world was sealed, and the people here still admired their master so much. This was not something ordinary people could do. In ordinary worlds, the people inside would have long been in chaos, and some might even have betrayed them. Master. The first to come up were a few of the 12 war generals. When they left back then, they were all close to the ruler realm. Now that they met again, they had all advanced to the ruler realm. Among them, the strongest were the 3 who had advanced to the 6-star ruler realm. The rest were only 4-star rulers. After all, their bodies were different. The higher the realm, the faster their cultivation. The stronger they were, the stronger the evil aura on them. At least, the Dragon King and Xianxia felt a chill. Their young master actually had such a person with such potential under his command. In the future, his achievements might not be worse than theirs. This also sounded an alarm bell for them. Chapter 1696. Didon was back. These few simple words definitely put a lot of pressure on the Sage Emperor dynasty. Back then, Didon was already very domineering. Now that he was so strong and had enemies all over the world, how were they supposed to live? That was what everyone in the Sage Emperor dynasty was thinking. They had finally established the first imperial dynasty in all the worlds, reuniting the scattered worlds. Now that the great Demon King was back, it was undoubtedly a blow to the Sage Emperor dynasty. Holy Sovereign, he's back. What should we do? In the imperial dynasty, someone asked the Holy Sovereigns. Over the years, their strength had risen quickly. But against Didon, they were clearly much weaker. In the Sage Emperor dynasty's main hall, all of the officials were fidgeting uneasily. Back when Didon was still young, they had tormented him many times. Even when they reorganized all the worlds and established the Sage Emperor dynasty, they sent Didon to a remote place, out of sight, out of mind. But now, this matter was giving them a headache. The Holy Sovereigns were all old acquaintances of Didon. Among them were Overlord Windrain, Boundless Overlord, Glory Overlord, and others. So what if he's back? As long as you don't provoke that guy, he won't find trouble with you. Alright, you can all leave now. Overlord Windrain hadn't died on the Divine Mountain, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. When Didon's name was mentioned, he felt uneasy. Since the Holy Sovereigns had spoken, no one dared to refute. They could only leave helplessly. Sigh, this matter is troublesome. After everyone left, Overlord Windrain laughed bitterly. Does anyone have any good ideas to solve this? Ever since Didon returned, the remote small worlds had all left their own worlds. No one could calmly face Didon's threat, so these few worlds were in chaos. Solve? How? The Holy Sovereigns all laughed bitterly. At the same time they sighed. Didon, who they didn't care about in the past, had finally grown to a level that surpassed them. Just his name alone was enough to frighten everyone in the Sage Emperor dynasty. Actually, we don't need to care too much about Didon. Boundless Overlord said softly. What do you mean? Right now, Didon's influence is great. Everyone, don't forget what Didon has done. The moment he returned, he annihilated the demon mystic sects troops. This is a resounding slap to the face. I believe that the people from the 8 great sects will all send troops to deal with Didon. Boundless Dominator laughed evilly. Didon won't have time to fend for himself. How would he have time to find trouble with us? Yes, you're right. We just need to watch from the sidelines. Let Didon do whatever he wants for now. Didon returned to the great metropolis world. This immediately caused the world lords of the nearby worlds to feel uneasy. Before Didon could react, they all ran away, leaving their worlds behind. Hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did he become so scary? On the day of his return, Lin Fei first met the 12 generals, then his wife and daughter, who had just come out of seclusion. The people of Invincible Palace made space for the family to reunite. That night, Lin Fei naturally slept together with his wives. It just so happened that absence made the heart grow fonder. It was indescribably satisfying. In the next few days, Lin Fei summoned some people. They were all old people who had followed him. He couldn't help but reward them with some medicinal pills, in addition to the ruler's weapon and battle armor. Lin Fei didn't lack these things now. This undoubtedly made everyone happy. The entire Invincible Palace was filled with cheers. After dealing with these matters, a few days passed. Lin Fei finally had time to meet the Chaos Beasts. Sorry, I haven't been back for too long. There are a lot of things to do. Lin Fei came with an apologetic expression. The two Chaos Beasts transformed into two fierce-looking middle-aged men. Just the evil aura on their bodies was extraordinarily terrifying. From his wives, Lin Fei already knew that they had helped him a lot. Without them, things would be much worse. Although there wouldn't be any danger, it wouldn't be a good thing either. Hee, it's just a small matter. Lin Fei knew the name of the person who spoke. He seemed to be called Xiong Lai. As for the other one, he was called Xiong Fu. They were brothers. However, no matter how they looked, they didn't look like brothers at all. The one who spoke was the eldest brother, Xiong Lai. He had a simple and honest smile on his face. Tion, since you're back, we can go back and report on our mission. Xiong Lai went straight to the point. Oh right, since you're back, you can find some time. Our commander wants to see you. No problem, I'll go when I'm free. Who knows, I might need you to lead the way. Lin Fei agreed readily. After all, they had helped him a lot. It wasn't impossible for him to meet the commander. I like straightforward people. Xiong Lai had a good impression of Lin Fei. After a few words, the two brothers wanted to go back. Wait a moment. Lin Fei called out. He took out two supreme-grade ruler's weapons from his storage ring. You two have worked hard to protect the Invincible Palace. This is a small token of my appreciation. Damn, supreme-grade ruler's weapons. Xiong Lai's eyes lit up. For us, the younger brother, Xiong Fu, also lit up. This was good stuff. Lin Fei didn't have much, but he had a lot of these. If he gave them away, it would give him a lot of face. The two of them were sent out to carry out a mission. Among the Chaos Beasts, they weren't big shots. Their wealth was limited, but their eyes were sharp. They could see that these were perfect supreme-grade ruler's weapons. When they saw the two supreme-grade ruler's weapons, their impression of Lin Fei improved rapidly. Of course it's for the two of you. Don't you like it? The two of them nodded. We like it very much. Take it if you like it. Lin Fei generously gave away two supreme-grade ruler's weapons. Their impression of him rose to an extremely good level. They were glad that they had come to a small place to complete a mission. If their clansmen knew about it when they returned, they would be envious and jealous. Thus, the two of them left happily. Master, you're really generous. The little demon laughed evilly. When the two of them return, they will definitely publicize it. Do you want to sell the ruler's weapons outside? Lin Fei glanced at the little demon. Why not? Didn't the people of the upper realm want to create an era of divine authority? They're just relying on their strength. As long as everyone's strength increases, I want to see if they will have a headache. I want to make the large heavens world into a different kind of place. After sending away the two Chaos Beasts, Lin Fei was busy with his new matter. He wanted to increase everyone's strength. First, it was his wife and daughter. First, he improved their bloodline. He directly gave them the heavenly god's bloodline and left a pile of cultivation pills for them to cultivate. At the same time, he activated time acceleration. This speed was not ordinary fast. Lin Fei didn't learn the time technique from the red-clothed chaos hand for nothing. Next were the 12 war generals. Their bodies were not ordinary, and their killing intent was not inferior to the dragon race. It was much easier to improve, and there were almost no restrictions. Lin Fei also spent a lot of money, directly using high-grade god stones to improve them. To put it bluntly, he used divine power to transform them. Fortunately, their physiques were terrifyingly powerful, able to endure the divine power's transformation. Their cultivation level and strength soared, even faster than sitting on a rocket. It's still a little short, Lin Fei muttered after transforming the last war general. Using a total of 100,000 high-grade god stones, Lin Fei raised the 12 war generals to the half-step heavenly god realm. This was also because their cultivation was different from others. Lin Fei was able to raise them to the half-step heavenly god realm. At this point, Lin Fei couldn't raise them anymore, which was very regrettable. This news was definitely a terrifying thing for Dragon King Yun Xiaotian and the others. Almost all of them had disbelief in their eyes. Was it really so easy to improve? This was a half-step heavenly god. Only when they saw the 12 war generals erupting with half-step heavenly god strength did they believe it was true. The two of you don't have to be jealous. Their physiques are different. In this world, except for them, there's almost no one who can quickly improve their strength and reach the peak in one step. Lin Fei also had to appease Dragon King and Yun Xiaotian to prevent them from having any thoughts. In the entire Invincible Palace, except for the 12 war generals, there was no one who could reach the half-step heavenly god realm. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei was in a hurry to upgrade the 12 war generals. They are half-step heavenly gods, and you are half-step heavenly gods too. Everyone's status is the same. Follow me, and I will make you become heavenly gods in the future. And to me, heavenly gods are just the beginning. Lin Fei said casually. The two of them did not doubt Lin Fei's words at all. It was easy to create half-step heavenly gods, and becoming a heavenly god in the future was no small matter. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. Lin Fei was confident in increasing his strength. With the leveling up system, what was a heavenly god? It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the beginning. As long as you work hard, what is a heavenly god? What is a divine artifact? Lin Fei laughed. Dragon King, you don't have to worry about your dragon clan. After dealing with the matter at hand, I will accompany you there. Thank you, young master, for your help. The Dragon King had always been concerned about killing his way back. Lin Fei had only returned for a short period of time. Invincible Palace's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. As long as one reached the Immortal Sovereign Realm, one would be able to obtain a Dominator's weapon. Although it was a low-grade one, its power was not to be underestimated. There was also the Dominator's armor. Lin Fei did not care about how many divinity points he had used. To him, it was just a drop in the bucket. With 14 half-step heavenly gods overseeing the great sky world, Lin Fei really had nothing to worry about now. Father, what are we going to do now? Ever since she had returned, Lin Lu, as a daughter, had been pestering Lin Fei. The current Lin Lu had already become a great beauty. Especially when she smiled, 2 dimples would appear, just like her mother. Hearing that her father was going out, Lin Lu chased after him. I'm going to settle old scores and settle some things at the same time. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1697. You're saying that Di Tian, that damned Lin Fei, didn't die outside and even killed our people? In the depths of a territory, in a grand hall of a sect, a few people were reporting the situation. Impossible, with Lin Fei's strength, how could he escape from Senior's hands? This news can't be trusted. Send someone to investigate again. Someone must have impersonated Lin Fei and killed our people. Many of the elders present did not agree with this news. They knew a little about what happened that day. In the hands of that big shot, no matter how powerful Lin Fei was, it would still be difficult for him to escape. They did not see the big shot casually resurrect the people he killed. Even the old ancestor of the demon mystic sect could not do this. Now that they heard that Lin Fei appeared and killed their people, no one believed it was true and thought it was just a rumor outside. They all believed that Lin Fei died in the hands of the big shot. This kind of despicable guy should die in the hands of the big shot. Suddenly, a person ran in from outside. Sect Master, it's not good. Young Master Heisheng brought people to kill that Lin Fei. This news caused a small commotion. Currently, in the demon mystic sect, Heisheng's position was already above the sect master. After all, the sect master's strength was only a half-step heavenly god, far inferior to Heisheng's heavenly god realm. Everyone in the sect knew that young Master Heisheng had suffered quite a bit in the hands of Lin Fei. In the sect, anyone who mentioned Lin Fei's name would not have a good ending. Since Heisheng has gone, we don't have to worry anymore. Whether Lin Fei is real or fake, this time, we can uproot the great metropolis world. With the sect master's words, no one dared to say anything. The demon mystic sect was not the only one who knew this news. The 8 major sects, 7 overlords and some top forces who had suffered losses in the hands of Lin Fei all knew this news. They could not do anything to Lin Fei. After all, people also died in the hands of big shots. This was something they firmly believed in. What a joke! If he did not die in the hands of a great figure, then how could Lin Fei not defy the heavens? He was a true great figure in the upper realm. Now that Lin Fei was dead, they still had to vent their anger. Destroying the great metropolis realm was the best choice. Only when they arrived did they discover that, at some unknown point in time, the great metropolis celestial had appeared with primal chaos beasts. Furthermore, there were 2 sovereigns with 9 stars. They stood guard outside the invincible palace, preventing them from entering. They were afraid of the primal chaos beasts getting involved. As for why they were afraid, they didn't know. All they knew was that the higher-ups had given the order not to go against the primal chaos beasts for the time being. This matter was put aside for the time being. Putting the matter aside didn't mean that they didn't arrange for people to keep an eye on the great metropolis heaven. As long as the great metropolis heaven existed, they wouldn't be able to take this lying down. Hearing that Lin Fei had returned and annihilated an army of 200,000 people, regardless of whether this news was true or not, had undoubtedly stimulated these sections. Especially the 10 great young masters. They actually left their territories together and headed for the great metropolis heaven. Especially when they found out that the primal chaos beasts had left, they didn't stop them. They even wanted to meet this fake Lin Fei. In the end, Lin Fei couldn't stand his daughter's pitiful look and brought her with him. All these years, he had indeed been stifled. Especially towards the lively and active Lin Yu, he was filled with yearning for the outside world. "Father, are we going to the Sage Emperor dynasty?" The group moved very quickly. Lin Yu asked his father. "How smart. We are going to the Sage Emperor dynasty." Lin Fei smiled. "Wow, father, are you going to take down the Saint Emperor dynasty? I've always disliked them. Back then, when those people came, the people of the Saint Emperor dynasty helped them do many bad things. They even tried to incite people from within to harm the invincible palace." Lin Yu's personality was like his father, Lin Fei. He was also very impulsive when he did things. When he heard that they were going to the Sage Emperor dynasty, he got angry. Lin Fei chuckled. "I don't really like the Sage Emperor dynasty either. Since they offended my precious daughter, Father will help you vent your anger." This time, Lin Fei brought 5 battle generals with him. This was enough. The group moved very quickly. The Sage Emperor dynasty wasn't big. It didn't take long for them to reach the imperial capital of the Sage Emperor dynasty. After so many years, the imperial capital of the Sage Emperor dynasty had developed into a huge world with terrifying influence. Orders from above and below could be carried out perfectly. "Let's go in." Lin Fei directly flew into the imperial capital with his daughter. Flying is strictly prohibited in the imperial capital. Violators will be killed without mercy. As they neared the sky above the imperial capital, a few immortal venerables immediately appeared and said expressionlessly, "Scram!" One of the battle generals made a move. With a few blows, the few immortal venerables were all killed. Those who didn't have good eyesight deserved to die. Killing people in the sky above the imperial capital was something that rarely happened anymore. Why does that person look so familiar? Now that you mention it, he does look familiar. I remember now. He's Di Tian. That's right, it's him. Heavens, didn't they say that he died outside? Why isn't he dead? Many people in the imperial capital had seen Di Tian's appearance before. With one look, they recognized him and revealed shocked expressions. They had heard that Di Tian died outside, killed by an important figure. At that time, many people had lamented that a rising genius had died just like that. They didn't expect that one day, Di Tian would bring people to the imperial capital. When they heard that the guards guarding the immortal venerables were killed, they were prepared to come out and suppress them. However, when they found out that it was Di Tian, they immediately turned back in fear. Suppress? To hell with it. Thinking back to the news a few days ago, how would they dare to make a move? They might as well stay at the side to avoid getting into trouble. If that happened, they would really have died for nothing. Now, who didn't know how powerful Di Tian was? Di Tian came to the imperial capital. What followed was a series of chaos. For example, the officials of the Sage Emperor dynasty. A few days ago, they were still restless. Some even wanted to change places to stay, feeling that this place wasn't safe. Who would have thought that they would come to the imperial capital in the blink of an eye? Di Tian's infamy was already out there. How could they not be anxious? Father, is this the Sage Emperor dynasty's palace? This was Lin Yu's first time here. Because of the past, Lin Yu rarely left the great metropolis world. Yes. So the palace is just like that. There's really nothing to see here. Lin Fei smiled and said, "What's there to see in the palace?" At this time, Lin Fei had already arrived at the palace with his daughter. The entire palace was in a mess. Among the people on duty here, who hadn't heard of Di Tian's infamy, some people even fled directly. Di Tian, as a subject, who allowed you to come in. A subject flew out. It was a realm lord of a great world. He jumped out and berated Lin Fei. "You say that I'm a subject. Have you asked for my permission?" Lin Fei laughed loudly. He waved his hand and slapped the other party into a meat patty. In any case, these people had bad intentions back then. "Holy Venerables, do you think I should go in and invite you out?" Chapter 1698. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account, Kdred, and add me to support the unrivaled king of upgrade. Lin Fei had swaggered in just like that. It didn't matter if this was the palace or not. He had long since become a canon. There was no need for him to give the Sage Emperor dynasty any face. After smashing a realm lord's official into a meat patty, Lin Fei's voice reverberated throughout the palace. The officials who were about to step out and scold him shut their mouths. Di Tian was not someone they could deal with. In any case, the sacred venerables would come out and deal with him. "Didan, what is the meaning of this?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several voices rang out from the depths of the palace. All the sacred venerables, including Hegemen Windrain, had come out. They had never imagined that Di Tian would come to the imperial capital and even barge in. They started to feel uneasy. After all, Di Tian was infamous. Most importantly, they were not as strong as Di Tian. This was undeniable. It was impossible to make them lower their heads in a short period of time. Even if they had to put on a brave front, they had to let everyone know how strong the Sage Emperor dynasty was. Bang! Before Lin Fei could act, one of the generals beside him attacked. It was the snake demon. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my young master like that?" The snake demon was also a ruler. Its strength completely surpassed that of the Sage Emperor dynasty's sacred venerables. Hegemen Windrain and the others all had ugly expressions. They were all shocked. They recognized the person who had attacked. It was the snake demon general of the 12 generals. How had his strength increased so quickly in such a short period of time? This was too terrifying. They knew how strong the 12 generals were. But now, Di Tian was stronger than them in the blink of an eye. The sacred venerate of the Immortal court had no way to fight back. His face was swollen like a pig's head. It was almost unrecognizable. For some reason, they were filled with fear of Di Tian. "Taoist Di Tian, it's great that you're not dead. We heard the rumors a few days ago. We thought it was a joke." Hegemen Windrain squeezed out a smile. Lin Fei had a good impression of Hegemen Windrain. "Snake demon, who asked you to make a move? He is a holy master after all. Hurry up and come back." Lin Fei called the snake demon general back. The snake devil said to the sovereign of the Immortal court, "I'm sorry, I didn't want to attack you. It's just that you're really asking for a beating. Who dares to speak ill of the young master? If I don't beat you up, who should I beat up?" Lin Fei glared at him and said, "You still have the nerve to say that? Look at how badly you've slapped his face. I've told you don't hit his face. How can he go out like this?" The snake demon grinned mischievously. "I understand, young master. I will definitely not slap your face in the future." The faces of Hegemen Windrain, Hegemen Boundless, and the others all twitched. "What the hell are you talking about?" The pig-faced Hegemen of the Immortal court had an enraged look on his face. He was just about to speak, but he was held back by Hegemon Windrain and the others. They had only managed to calm him down after much difficulty. They really couldn't afford to make Tion angry. Otherwise, nothing good would happen to them. Fellow Taoist Tion, we've already ordered people to prepare some wine. Why don't you come inside and have a seat? Hegemon Windrain invited. Alright. Inside the palace hall, a few Saint Venerables and Hegemons personally attended to Lin Fei. The officials were all chased out, afraid that they would offend Lin Fei by speaking out of turn. Good wine. Lin Fei squinted his eyes as he drank a cup of Immortal brew. If fellow Taoist Tion likes it, I can ask people to prepare some before I leave and bring some back. Hegemon Windrain couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was here for, and he felt even more uneasy. The Emperor Dynasty sure is generous. Lin Fei put down his cup. At least I didn't waste my time coming here. If he had used some Immortal brew to brush them off, the Saint Venerables would definitely applaud. Right now, no one dared to offend a ruthless person like Lin Fei. May I know why fellow Taoist Tion has come to the imperial capital? If there's anything we can help with, please feel free to ask. Hegemon Boundless said with a smile. Right now, they just wanted to figure out Lin Fei's goal. Ask for your help? Lin Fei cursed in his heart. If not for your people, how would the Ink Mystic sect of the 8 major sects have found the great metropolis realm? Lin Fei chuckled. Actually, it's nothing much. I'm just here to look for someone and ask for something. May I know who you're looking for? As long as he's in the imperial capital, I'll ask someone to bring him over immediately. Hegemon Windrain secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was just one person, and it wasn't a matter of life and death. When they heard that Tion had come, they were most afraid that Tion would come to the imperial capital and change dynasties, so they came immediately. Right now, they didn't doubt Tion's strength at all. The extermination ruler wasn't weak, but he'd still been instantly killed. Who could stop Tion? I want the Celestial Court's rulers, and also the Celestial Court. I'm interested in it. Lin Fei said calmly. Tion, what right do you have to ask us to hand over the rulers? What right do you have to ask the Celestial Court? The pig-faced ruler immediately stomped his feet. The snake demon stood up and shouted angrily, F***, old thing, say that again if you dare. The Celestial Court's ruler shrunk his neck, truly frightened. Don't come over, this is the Imperial Palace. The snake demon rolled his eyes. So what if it was the Imperial Palace? Who asked you to speak to young master like that? Hegemon Windrain frowned, also shocked. Who would have thought that Tion would be so arrogant, asking for people and the Celestial Court's treasure right off the bat? Fellow Taoist, the Celestial Court is part of the Imperial Dynasty. Can you tell me why? Because they offended me. The extermination ruler is from the Celestial Court. You should understand. Lin Fei poured another cup of celestial brew. My reason is that simple. The Holy Venerables sucked in a cold breath. That simple? Tion, you're too overbearing. If the Imperial Dynasty lost the Celestial Court's ruler and the Celestial Court's treasure, its strength would be greatly affected. This was not something they wanted to see, even if the internal strife was very intense. Tion's words made them very uncomfortable. Lin Fei had been eyeing the Celestial Court's treasure since a long time ago. When he had just arrived at the imperial capital, the system had informed him that it was a recycled resource. Battle One had even informed him that the battle fortress could devour the Celestial Court to increase its strength. Lin Fei had originally come to cause trouble for the Celestial Court. Apart from this, he also wanted the Imperial Dynasty to behave themselves and not have any ideas. Changing dynasties? Lin Fei didn't have such thoughts for now. Being an emperor wasn't a comfortable thing. It was much more comfortable now. Tion, don't you think this is a misunderstanding? The extermination ruler joined the demon mystic sect of his own accord. Anyway, he died in your hands. Can you just let this go? Hegemon Windrain said in a low voice. Lin Fei shook his head. Pig-headed ruler, I'll give you 5 minutes to think. Do you want to hand over the Celestial Court, or do you want my people to do it personally? The pig-headed ruler was furious, but he couldn't lose his temper. He felt very sullen. The extermination ruler brought people over, and it had nothing to do with the celestial court. Why did they have to take responsibility? If an ordinary person said this, he would have killed them long ago. They wouldn't be sitting in front of him. This ruler didn't dare to say it. Who knew if the snake demon would do something to him? We really didn't know anything about the extermination ruler. The pig-headed ruler explained. I can't make the decision even if you want us to hand over the celestial court. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Since you can't make the decision, I'll make the decision for you. Today, the celestial court has to hand it over even if they don't want to. I don't have the mood to waste time with you. Go and take over the celestial court. Kill anyone who resists. Lin Fei ordered the generals to attack. Chapter 1699. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for Thread on WeChat and follow it. Give more support to the invincible leveling king. As soon as Lin Fei gave the order, the expressions of the holy venerables like Overlord Windrain changed drastically. Snake Demon and the other generals immediately charged out. Now that they were half-step heavenly gods, it wasn't difficult for them to find the location of the Immortal Court. Moreover, they had already chosen the location. Tian, is there no room for negotiation? You are a part of the Imperial Dynasty. Lin Fei stood up and snorted. Hee, I am a part of the Imperial Dynasty. Then why didn't you stop the extermination overlord when he brought people over? I would have been very happy if you had done something. Unfortunately, you didn't. You chose to avoid it and even did some things. I won't go into detail. Give face? What face do you have? Just as he said, if the Imperial Dynasty could have done something back then, it would have been enough. Unfortunately, they didn't. What do we do now? Are we really going to watch the Immortal Court be taken away? Overlord Glory War said softly. Are we going to fight with Tian? Look at the people he brought. Which one of them can be defeated by us? Any one of them has the strength to kill us. Overlord Windrain laughed bitterly. What a sin. If we had known, we would have done something back then. If the Immortal Court is wiped out, our Imperial Dynasty's strength will definitely be weakened by a lot. Boundless Overlord laughed bitterly. They were the holy venerables of the Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, in front of Lin Fei, they didn't have any courage to attack. Boom, boom. The moment the generals attacked, an earth-shaking aura reverberated in the huge Imperial Dynasty. Somewhere in the void, the Immortal Court appeared. Everyone in the Immortal Court was shocked. They didn't expect anyone to attack the Immortal Court. Counterattack. Kill them. They were all half-step heavenly god generals. In addition to the treasures they had prepared, they were all unbelievably ferocious. Open for me. You want to stop us with just this restriction? The generals ignored the formation. With low-grade divine artifacts in hand, they kept attacking the formation. In a short moment, the Immortal Court's formation was broken and they charged in. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Once the warlords charged in, their terrifying strength led to a one-sided massacre. No matter what realm a person was at, once they made a move, they would be obliterated. No one was lucky enough to escape. The moment a sovereign appeared in the depths of the Immortal Court, he would be killed by a divine artifact. After so many years, the Immortal Court had nurtured 7 or 8 sovereigns. Unfortunately, as soon as these sovereigns appeared, they were immediately killed by the champions. Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the Immortal Court with a smile on his face. The system kept sending him experience points. The more people there are, the faster we level up. The 12 war generals were Lin Fei's men. The people they killed, Lin Fei would receive 100% experience. It was a good thing that Lin Fei had already shut the system off. Otherwise, he would have been annoyed to death by the noise. Master, the Immortal Court is good stuff. If the battle fort devours the Immortal Court, the battle fort will become even more powerful and become a middle-grade divine artifact. So awesome? Lin Fei didn't doubt the little fiend's words, but he had underestimated the Immortal Court. Of course, within the Immortal Court, the buildings were flattened. The people who lived here were all ruled by the Immortal Court. They could be said to be the Immortal Court's people. The sovereigns were constantly killed, and the Immortal Court's people panicked. They had never seen such an attack. After seeing that they weren't killed, they all chose to surrender. There were fewer and fewer people who resisted, because they were all killed. In less than an incense stick's time, the war generals flew back. Young master, we killed the sovereigns. We also control the Immortal Court's core. Behind Lin Fei, Sovereign Windrain and the other holy venerables were sweating profusely. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed in their combat strength. They were too strong. They didn't dare to imagine that the Immortal Court would be taken down so easily. Back then, they had spent a lot of effort to kill their way in. Their fear of Di Tian grew deeper and deeper. What if there was a change of dynasty? Then well done. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Chase these people out. I don't want anyone to stay in the Immortal Court. Yes. With the war general's ferocious aura, they didn't need to say anything. The immortals in the Immortal Court knew what to do. They all left the Immortal Court. Sovereign Windrain, Boundless, and the others exchanged glances. Their eyes flashed with joy. The Immortal Court was their biggest enemy in the past. Now that the Immortal Court was destroyed and the sovereigns were all dead, Imperial Dynasty had one less competitor. Although the sovereigns were all dead, these immortal sovereigns were still worth recruiting. Lin Fei didn't like them, but they did. They were all good people. As long as they could recruit subordinates, they would be a decent force. Lin Fei didn't care what Sovereign Windrain and the others were thinking. As long as they didn't bother him, it was fine. I've dealt with the matter. You all can leave. Leave? Sure. They had long wanted to leave. Being beside Di Tian gave them a lot of pressure. They would break out in cold sweat from time to time. With Lin Fei's words, it was as if they had been granted amnesty. They all slipped away. Father, why didn't you kill them too? One look and you can tell that they aren't good people. Lin Lu pouted. They did a lot of bad things in the past. What's the point of killing them? Lin Fei smiled. It's better to leave them to manage Imperial Dynasty. In less than 2 hours, the Immortal Court was cleared out. Apart from Lin Fei and the others, there was no one else. Battle number 1, how long will it take to completely refine the Immortal Court? Lin Fei asked battle number 1. 1 month. So long. Master, that's already very short. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. He took out the battle fortress and stored the Immortal Court inside. He kept all the resources inside. Mosquito meat was still meat, although he had no use for it. The Immortal Court was taken away by Di Tian and the sovereigns were killed. This matter naturally couldn't be hidden. It caused a huge commotion in Imperial Dynasty. Everyone was shocked by Di Tian's methods. He had destroyed the Immortal Court just for a sovereign. His methods were too cruel. Everyone only discussed it in private. Who would dare to offend Di Tian now? Lin Fei returned to the Great Celestial Realm. When the nearby realms heard about what happened in the imperial capital, they were so scared that they didn't dare to stay. In just a few days, these realms became empty. No one lived in them? When Lin Fei heard this, he simply merged these realms. It wasn't good to waste them. Lin Fei swallowed more than 10 of the nearby mid-tier realms. The Great Celestial Realm expanded by quite a bit. The Sage Emperor dynasty didn't say a word. The Immortal Court had been destroyed. It was just a few mid-tier realms. They wouldn't say anything. If they made Di Tian unhappy, they would be the unlucky ones. After the Great Celestial Realm expanded, Lin Fei took out Saint Stone veins and dug them into the ground. He even dug a few top-grade Saint Stone veins. These things were just a drop in the ocean to him. They were nothing. The world that was originally filled with immortal qi became rich with immortal qi. All sorts of flowers and plants grew wildly. Immortal beasts and ferocious beasts also broke through their realms and even transformed. Countless people benefited from this. Immortal kings and immortal sovereigns popped up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The Great Celestial Realm also became full of vitality. Lin Fei didn't stay in the Great Celestial Realm for long before leaving. The place he went was none other than the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. This was because Lin Fei was going to meet the Grand Commander of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. This was the Grand Commander that the two primal chaos beasts had mentioned. This time, Lin Fei didn't bring many people with him. Only 6 of the 12 generals were brought. The rest were left in the great celestial realm to guard against people who might appear later. Lin Fei took advantage of the free time to make a trip to the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation to deal with this matter. The Primal Chaos Ancient Nation was located quite far away. Lin Fei didn't mind. With the battle fortress, his movement speed wasn't just for show. Usually it would take a long time. This time, Lin Fei was close to the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation in less than half a month. He caught a few ferocious beasts along the way and didn't have to worry about going the wrong way. Lin Fei drove the battle fortress and appeared in the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. The appearance of the battle fortress shocked everyone. Everyone was guessing which overlord had come to the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. There are so many experts in the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. There are more than 30 half-step heavenly gods and countless 9-star sovereigns. The moment Lin Fei entered the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation, he sensed the aura of the half-step heavenly gods. They were like bright pearls in the dark night, extremely eye-catching. Everywhere the battle fortress passed, everyone retreated. Even though there were many chaos beasts here, as well as some ordinary ferocious beasts, they chose to retreat when they saw the battle fortress. No one was willing to go against such an overlord. The generals in the battle fortress were all holding back. They wanted to deal with them, but in the end, they could only watch as they left. This is the Primal Chaos City. When a huge city appeared, Lin Fei knew that he had come to the center of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. "Young master, someone is coming. They are coming for us." 2 black figures appeared in the sky above the city. They turned into streams of light and headed for the battle fortress. "Greetings, Lord Tian." 2 figures appeared in front of the battle fortress. They were none other than Xianxia and his brother who had left earlier. They cupped their hands towards Lin Fei. "Kiki, you are too polite." After the 2 brothers returned, they received some rewards. When everyone heard that they had obtained a top-grade Dominator weapon, they were all envious. They wished that they were the ones who went. The 2 brothers were awe-inspiring in front of their friends and family. "Lord Zidane, our great commander knows that you are here and specially asked us to bring you in." Xianxia made a please gesture. Lin Fei kept the battle fortress and the generals followed behind. The Primal Chaos City was huge. There were beasts and chaos beasts everywhere. None of them were weak. Many of them were comparable to the beasts brought back from the Dark Night Star River. "Our great commander is in the City Lord Manor." Xianxia had a good impression of Lin Fei. He did not stop talking along the way. What is happening in front?" Suddenly, there was a commotion in front. "Oh, this I know." Xianxia said, "I heard that the Lu family is getting married. It is a fairy from one of the branches. I think she is called Lu Ziyue or something." Lin Fei was shocked. Lu Ziyue was getting married? In Lin Fei's impression, Lu Ziyue was a very capable person. Boom, boom, boom. Before Lin Fei could retract his thoughts, there was an energy fluctuation in front of him. A purple figure soared into the sky. "Father, I will not marry that fellow. Don't force me." Chapter 1700. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the WeChat account, Kdred, and follow me to support the Invincible King of Upgrade even more. Lu Ziyue is getting married? Lin Fei thought he heard it wrong. A purple shadow appeared in the distance. Then, a few powerful auras appeared and surrounded the purple shadow. "Lu Ziyue, how dare you disobey the family's order? Get down here." "What are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Get out of here if you don't want to die." The powerful auras not only surrounded the purple shadow, but they also chased away the people around them. "I'm not going back. I'm not going back. I've contributed enough to the family over the years. Why do you want me to marry that guy?" Lu Ziyue's face was as cold as ice. Her voice echoed in the sky. Lu Ziyue was very disappointed and sad about her family. Ever since she found out that she was going to marry that guy, Lu Ziyue's movements had been restricted. Now that she finally found a chance to get out, she would rather die than go back. "It's really Lu Ziyue?" Lin Fei recognized her immediately from afar. He was very surprised. TSK, Lu Ziyue of the Lu family has quite a temper. This is going to be a good show. Xianxia laughed. Can you tell me what's going on? Lin Fei asked casually. Xianxia didn't hide anything. He smiled and told the story. Even if Lin Fei didn't ask, he would find a chance to tell him. After all, if he treated Lin Fei well, he would get all kinds of benefits in the future. It's not that complicated. The Lu family climbed up a big tree. The goddess of beauty from the Bliss Palace, one of the 8 major sects, fell in love with Lu Ziyue of the Lu family and wanted to marry her. It was supposed to be a good thing, but Lu Ziyue didn't agree. She threw a tantrum. I didn't expect her to come out today. Lin Fei squinted. The goddess of beauty you're talking about, is she young Master Beauty from the 10 Young Masters? Yes, young Master Beauty. Xianxia nodded. You said that a goddess fell in love with Lu Ziyue because the Lu family climbed up the tree. But she didn't agree. I don't know what she was thinking. After listening, Lin Fei understood what was going on. While they were talking, the other side began to fight. Several sovereigns surrounded Lu Ziyue, and energy ripples spread out. How shameless! So many people besieging a girl. If it were me, I would have beaten them until their mothers couldn't recognize them. The generals whispered to each other behind Lin Fei. They were good at killing, but they couldn't stand to see people bully others, especially a girl. We're going to lose, Fiercely said. The situation on the other side changed again. Lu Ziyue had also advanced to the sovereign realm in a short period of time. Although her cultivation was not high, she was only at the 3-star sovereign realm. How could she defend against the joint attacks of several elders from her clan? Their battle range was constantly being suppressed, and the space they had to move around was getting smaller and smaller. Ziyu, come back with us. In a few days, the heavenly beauty goddess will come and marry you. This is great news, so don't resist. Several clan elders tried to persuade him, but their hands didn't stop moving. I'm not going back. Kill me here if you dare. Lu Ziyue dodged the attack and attacked one of the clan elders. However, the elder easily blocked her attack. Come back with us. Taking advantage of Lu Ziyue's attack, a jingguang suddenly coiled around Lu Ziyue's body, wrapping her tightly. A long rope also appeared on her body. Several clan elders heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had discovered it in time. If Lu Ziyue really left and they couldn't find her, they wouldn't know how to explain it to the heavenly beauty goddess. They couldn't withstand the heavenly beauty goddess's anger. Take young lady Ziyue back and watch her carefully. Guards immediately came up, wanting to take Lu Ziyue back. This girl is quite pretty. Our young master has taken a liking to her. Rumble. A figure rushed out and knocked away a few guards. He stretched out his hand and pulled Lu Ziyue out. How dare you? The Lu family's elder was furious. Someone actually dared to snatch a girl from under his nose, and he even dared to say such words. Weren't they afraid of being hunted down by the Lu family? If she really was snatched away, wouldn't that be a slap to the Lu family's face? Several people attacked one after another, attacking each other at the same time. At the same time, they moved quickly, wanting to rush in front of Lu Ziyue. You think you can stop me? Dream on. Boom. A terrifying aura spread out, and the Lu family's elders were sent flying like willow leaves. All of them coughed up blood, and they all looked shocked. Young lady Ziyue, long time no see. You are still so beautiful. A hint of joy appeared on Lu Ziyue's originally helpless face. It's you, I knew you wouldn't be killed so easily. Looking at Lin Fei in front of her, Lu Ziyue couldn't help but feel relieved. Ever since the news came back, Lu Ziyue didn't believe that Lin Fei could be killed. In her eyes, Lin Fei had always been a mysterious existence. From an inconspicuous existence until he became the realm lord, he repeatedly did unbelievable things. How could such a person be killed so easily? Thank you for your concern, young lady Ziyue. I have a tough life. I won't die. Lin Fei laughed. That's right, I haven't congratulated young lady Ziyue yet. You're going to get married so soon. Lu Ziyue glared at him, and her killing intent soared. Who said I'm going to get married? I'm not going to get married. Xiao. The Lu family elders who were sent flying rushed up again and were sent flying again. They all fell on the stone road. The opponent is too powerful. Call for help. They realized that they were no match for the person in front of them. Lord Di Tian, you know Ziyue? Xianxia was confused and asked. Lin Fei had a very good impression of Lu Ziyue. The two of them had always cooperated with each other. Lu Ziyue had even helped him a few times. Since he encountered this kind of situation, Lin Fei definitely had to help. Heavenly Goddess Hong Yan would be angry? Lin Fei didn't care about it at all. He had robbed her before. So what if he destroyed her again? We are old acquaintances. Lin Fei said with a smile. Lu Ziyue didn't notice the person next to her at first. After a casual glance, her eyes flashed. She knew this person. Wasn't he someone from the City Lord's mansion? Since when did Lin Fei know someone from the City Lord's mansion? And from the looks of it, the City Lord's mansion was very polite to Lin Fei. Xianxia came to a realization. He looked at Lin Fei, then at Lu Ziyue, and laughed. Lord Di Tian, the Lu family is a big family in Primal Chaos City. Do you want me to say a few words for you? They won't dare to not give face to the City Lord's mansion. Lin Fei declined politely. Thank you for your kind intentions, Xianxia. I don't care about a mere Lu family. Xianxia thought about it. The generals behind him were much stronger than before. Although the Lu family was strong, they probably couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. You want to take Lu Ziyue away? Xiao. Several terrifying auras appeared in the Lu family. They were all rulers of the 9 stars. They appeared not far away from Lin Fei. One of the older middle-aged men shouted at Lin Fei. Chapter 1701. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account, Kdred, and add me to support the unrivaled king of upgrade. Lin Fei was no longer the same as he had been in the past. Calling him a brat was a complete insult. Even a half-step Empyrean god wouldn't have the right to call him Lin Fei. Lin Fei's simple words brought with them an enormous amount of pressure. The first to bear the brunt of the pressure was the Lu clan's elder hegemons. What? You're Di Tian? The great metropolis realm's Di Tian? Weren't you killed? Impossible. You're still alive? The Lu clan's elder hegemons were all stunned. Di Tian had been hunted down by a major figure on the Divine Mountain. No one doubted that he had been killed. In their eyes, Di Tian had already been killed. If you say I'm Di Tian, then I'm an Empyrean god. One of the hegemons laughed coldly. Clearly, he didn't believe Lu Ziyue's words. Ziyue, who is this? Lin Fei laughed. Lu Ziyue immediately understood what Lin Fei wanted. He's the 3rd elder's successor, Hegemon Lu Shi. Can you promise me not to kill him? Don't worry, I won't kill anyone from the Lu clan. I just hate arrogant people like him. Snake Demon, go teach him a lesson. Alright. Snake Demon transformed into a blur and charged forward. Hegemon Lu Shi thought he had misheard. Lu Ziyue wanted to teach him a lesson? He was a hegemon elder of the Lu clan, and a hegemon of 9 stars at that. What arrogance! I want to see who's going to teach who a lesson. Lu Shi slammed his palm into the blur, sending out a wild wave. This palm strike was even more terrifying than the Lu clan hegemon's attack. That's all you've got? The Serpent Devil casually flicked a finger against Hegemon Lu Shi's palm. With a boom, Hegemon Lu Shi was sent flying backwards. The Serpent Devil then charged towards Hegemon Lu Shi, slapping him across the face. Crack! Half of his face was shattered. Damn it, you're the first one who dares to disregard young master's words. Hegemon Willowstone's remaining eye was filled with terror. The Serpent Devil sent yet another slap slapping down, causing Hegemon Willowstone to lose all sense of direction. To the Serpent Devil, a hegemon of 9 stars was nothing at all. The 2 palm strikes caused Hegemon Lu Shi to break out in a cold sweat. There was no way for him to dodge these casual palm strikes. Elder Lu, let me help you. Swoosh. When the remaining hegemons saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, they took out their hegemon weapons and unleashed their most powerful attacks at the snake. The Snake Devil turned around and laughed, then slapped Hegemon Lu Shi across the face once more, sending him tumbling to the ground. You're courting death. Boom boom boom. The might of the sovereign weapon slammed into the demonic snake. Let's go together, I like it. The snake demon turned around and rushed out. Under their dumbfounded gazes, all of them were swept away. They fell at the gate of the Lu residence, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. They couldn't believe that they had been defeated so thoroughly. At the side, Lu Ziyue's beautiful eyes flickered. Her mouth was so wide open that an egg could be stuffed inside. Lu Ziyue knew how strong these hegemon elders were. They were all 9 stars hegemons, and they wore high-grade hegemon battle ropes. Their defenses were incredible. She hadn't expected that they would be beaten to the point of coughing up blood in a single exchange. Where did Lin Fei find these experts? Could they all be half-step celestial gods? The snake devil sent them flying, then charged at them and began to beat them up. Their faces were swollen and bruised, and the snake devil even plucked out their storage rings. The hegemon elders wanted to cry, but they didn't have the energy to do so. Notify the patriarch. Hurry and notify the patriarch. The Lu family hurriedly went to notify the patriarch. They looked at Di Tian and the others with fear. Even 9 stars hegemons weren't a match for a single one of them, let alone the rest of them. They might as well wait for the patriarch to attack and take them all down. Lin Fei chuckled. You should recognize them. They're my 12 generals. Lu Ziyue's eyes widened. 12 generals? That's impossible. How could their strength increase so quickly? Nothing is impossible. Don't forget, I'm a person who can create miracles. Lin Fei smiled merrily. You want to thank me for helping you escape from this abyss of suffering? How about I repay you with my body? Lu Ziyue leaned over, not caring at all about the people around her. I'm a great beauty. Lin Fei had to admit that Lu Ziyue was a great beauty. Lu Ziyue was a beautiful woman who knew how to do things. Her level of openness surprised Lin Fei. There weren't many beauties who dared to joke around like this, let alone in the weave. At the very least, Lin Fei hadn't met many of them. Boom! Yet another terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the Lu family. Who dares to behave atrociously in the Lu family? This aura was 100 times more terrifying than the previous one. The Lu family elders grew visibly excited, especially hegemon Lu Shi. He laughed coldly. My patriarch has come out. You're dead for sure. Xianxia frowned. Were the Lu family elders all blind? Couldn't they see that he was here? Who didn't know that he represented the city lord's mansion? If they were really taken care of by the Lu family patriarch, Xianxia wouldn't know how to report back. He had a very bad impression of the Lu family. It's your father. The snake demon didn't care at all. With a loud shout, it charged forward, also erupting with a terrifying aura. Dragon Snake Strike. A black spear appeared in the snake demon's hand. The might of a low-grade divine artifact soared into the sky, and a cold light pierced towards the opponent. You're shameless. A muffled sound came from the other side. A figure flew backwards. After stabilizing himself with great difficulty, he was greeted by another terrifying spear. He hurriedly raised the long saber in his hand to block. Bang bang bang. The strength of each spear strike caused everyone to feel terror and fear. The Lu family hegemon no longer had the excitement from before. He was dumbfounded, unable to recover. A low-grade divine artifact. That guy had a low-grade divine artifact. This was killing him. The Lu family patriarch, Lu Bufan, was currently in a turmoil of blood. He couldn't block it all and spat out a mouthful of blood. The long saber in his hand was a low-grade divine artifact. At this moment, there were many small cracks, which made Lu Bufan's heart bleed. Damn it, where did this expert come from? He's actually so strong, and he has a low-grade divine artifact that's even better than mine. If this goes on, I'll definitely suffer. The snake demon's attacks were getting faster and faster. Lu Bufan was having a hard time blocking. He didn't have a chance to attack at all. He could only block passively. Sir, who are you? Our Lu family doesn't seem to have offended you. You offended our young master. The snake demon focused on attacking again. He waved his spear, and the terrifying aura alarmed the Lu family's half-step divine god. Whoosh, 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 another 3 terrifying auras appeared one after another. Without exception, they were all half-step divine gods. As soon as they came out, their faces turned solemn. Lu Bufan's strength was similar to theirs, and now he was forced to block. How strong was this person? Bang! The snake demon stabbed the long saber with his spear again, and Lu Bufan was sent flying. Hee, a half-step divine god is only SOSO. The snake demon was having a good time. Lu Ziyue didn't know what to say. That was one of the Lu family's 4 patriarchs, and he had the strength of a half-step divine god. In the end, he was sent flying and even spat out blood. Were these the 12 warriors from back then? Have you vented your anger now? Lin Fei said. Can you ask your people to stop? If this goes on, the other patriarchs will also take action. Lu Ziyue didn't want anything to happen to the patriarch. A warrior could fight against an patriarch of the Lu family. Then, wouldn't the warriors behind Lin Fei be able to crush the Lu family? Lu Ziyue's gaze swept across the 4 warriors behind Lin Fei. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She hurriedly asked Lin Fei to call them back. Snake demon, come back. Lin Fei smiled and called the snake demon back. Young master, that person is too weak. The snake demon didn't have enough fun. The 4 patriarchs of the Lu family were completely embarrassed, but they really didn't know how to refute this. If it was an ordinary person, they would have killed him with 1 palm. How could they let him be so presumptuous here? Who are you? Why did you attack our Lu family? Lu Zong used to be the punishment elder. After advancing to a half-step divine god, he gave up his position, but his temper was still as bad as ever. Xianxia, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He snorted and said, How dare you? This is the great commander's guest. Why would he attack your Lu family? At this time, the Lu family's patriarchs noticed Xianxia. The 4 patriarchs' expressions changed again. Especially when they heard the words Great Commander, fear flashed across their faces. Damn it! Why is he a guest of the City Lord's mansion? They also sensed the aura of the battle between half-step divine gods, so they hurried out. Naturally, they didn't care about the situation around them. Their attention was focused on the battle. How could they not be shocked when they noticed the people from the City Lord's mansion? If he was really a guest of the City Lord's mansion, the Lu family would suffer this loss for nothing. It wouldn't be easy to take revenge later. Lu Shi, what exactly has happened? Hurry up and tell me everything. After being scolded by the patriarch, Lu Shi came to his senses and hurriedly recounted what had happened. His expression became even worse, especially when he heard the words Di Tian. As half-step divine gods and patriarchs of the Lu family, they had some understanding of the affairs of the divine mountain. They also knew who Di Tian was. This was a guy who had done something big. He had even made the 10 young masters suffer a great loss. He was an enemy of the 8 major sects, but this guy was not dead. He even swaggered here and became a guest of the City Lord's mansion. What kind of joke was this? So he's a guest of the City Lord's mansion. We really didn't know. Please forgive us, Di Tian. As the person in charge of the Lu family, Lu Yijing quickly turned his head away. They couldn't offend Di Tian no matter what. They couldn't afford to offend the City Lord's mansion. Lin Fei? They couldn't afford to offend him either. One of his subordinates was a half-step divine god, and he had several others with him, all of whom were half-step divine gods. If he attacked the Lu family wouldn't be able to fight back. Lu Yijing hurriedly lowered his status. Even if Lin Fei was an enemy of the 8 major sects, the Lu family couldn't afford to offend him now. Lu Ziyue looked at the man beside her. Back then, she still needed to rely on the Tianyun Tower. She didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, this man had become so powerful. Chapter 1702. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and want to receive more of your suggestions. Search for Thread on WeChat and follow it. Give more support to Invincible Leveling King. P.S. Only one update today. The spectators in Primal Chaos City were all in a state of shock. Lu family, one of the top families in Primal Chaos City. They had high-level fighting strength and 4 half-step gods. To normal families, that was a mountain that they couldn't cross. However, such a tall mountain was actually being suppressed by Di Tian. Half-step gods weren't a match for his subordinates. How could they not be shocked? This was simply unimaginable. Lu Yijing was refining treasures and came out when he heard the commotion. He didn't expect such a situation. Lu family's half-step god met his match and was easily defeated. Big brother, that person is very strong. I am not his match. Lu Bufan transmitted his voice. He was also in shock. Lu Yijing had been paying attention to the situation outside and knew about Di Tian's name. It was rumored that he was killed, but he didn't care at all. Now that Di Tian came, one of his subordinates defeated the Lu family's top fighting strength. He saw the battle just now. It could be said that as long as they fought, the loser would definitely be Lu Bufan. The most inconceivable thing was that Di Tian was a guest invited by the Grand Commander of the City Lord Manor. This was the most unbelievable thing. Even though the Grand Commander was a newcomer, no one was willing to offend him. Lu family was strong and no one dared to offend them. The moment he heard Xianxia's words, Lu Yijing knew that he was in trouble. But how to solve the problem in front of him was still a problem. Were they really going to let Lu Ziyue leave? Lu Ziyue marrying Beauty Goddess was the idea of the four of them. As for the Godly Fist era, they more or less understood that the territories were going to change. Lu family wanted to have an alliance partner, so they decided to have this marriage. Without Lu Ziyue, Lu family would definitely offend Beauty Goddess. It was rumored that Beauty Goddess had reached Heaven God realm. This was the gap between them. They definitely couldn't offend her. Lin Fei didn't say anything and just transmitted his voice to Lu Ziyue. Your Lu clan is not weak. You have 4 half-step heavenly gods. Lu Ziyue glanced at Lin Fei. No matter how powerful our Lu clan is, we're not as powerful as you. You're a half-step divine realm warrior, and the rest are all half-step divine realm warriors. The Lu family was indeed strong, but compared to Lin Fei, the difference was huge. 12 generals, 12 half-step heavenly deities. That was truly terrifying. Crushing the Lu clan would be as easy as flipping their hands. Lin Fei chuckled. Fellow cultivator Xianxia, our Lu clan didn't do it on purpose. It's just that Di Tian stole our Lu clan's Lady Ziyue. If Di Tian can return Lady Ziyue to us, we'll pretend that nothing happened. Lu Yijing said. This was the Lu family lowering their attitude. If it was an ordinary faction, Lu Yijing would never say such words even if beaten to death. Because the other party was not qualified to do so. Lu family patriarch, Lu Ziyue is my friend. Let's forget about her marriage. Lin Fei wouldn't hand her over. I'm still in a good mood today. If you really want me to hand Lady Ziyue over, I'll be furious. Lu Bufan couldn't stand Di Tian's words. He snorted, Lady Ziyue is one of us. What right do you have to take her away? I advise you to let go of Ziyue. If our Lu clan really wants to take action, you might not be able to stop us. Even if they were afraid, the Lu clan wouldn't back down. They couldn't back down in this matter. Otherwise, if today's matter were to spread, where would the Lu clan put their face? They were already giving face to the City Lord Mansion by saying such words. Heck? Lin Fei chuckled. Who's afraid of who? Snake Demon, you guys go and teach them a lesson. I'm really not letting her go today. Swoosh, swoosh. The battle generals led by Snake Mo charged at them. How dare you? Boom, boom, boom. Snake Demon and the others didn't care about anything else. They took out their low-grade divine artifacts and attacked. The aura of divine artifacts soared into the sky, suppressing everyone in the surrounding area until they couldn't breathe. Their faces were filled with shock. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. Low-grade divine artifacts that were rarely seen on normal days actually appeared like cabbages. Moreover, each of them had one. It really made people wonder if they were seeing things. The moment the generals appeared, the 4 patriarchs of the Lu clan changed their expressions. Who do you think you are to threaten our young master? Lu Bufan was sent flying. A fist came from behind, smashing him to the ground. Another general slashed his saber at Lu Bufan's battle clothes, leaving behind many cracks. Lu Bufan's heart was bleeding. The other patriarchs were also in a very bad situation. In less than a moment, they couldn't withstand the attacks of the generals. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, quickly stop. We can talk things over. Lu Yijing took a few punches and his face was bruised and swollen. Lin Fei put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "You guys were still so confident just now. Continue to be tough. I don't care." This kind of person was the most annoying. Lu Ziyue watched the four patriarchs being beaten up and couldn't help but worry. Lin Fei, they won't do anything, right? Lin Fei chuckled and said, "I know what I'm doing. Your Lu clan's patriarchs think too highly of themselves. I have to teach them a good lesson. Only then will they know how to speak in the future." The attacks of the generals also made people crazy. Who could block such a terrifying attack? Poor Lu clan's patriarchs. Xiong Lai and Xiong Lai of the City Lord's Manor stared at the low-grade divine artifacts. This was the real good stuff. If they could get one, that would be great. At this time, they were very envious of the 12 generals. When one had a low-grade divine artifact, where could one find such a good thing? If anyone gave them such treatment, they would go over without a word. "Didun, let's talk things over. We can discuss it." Lin Fei ignored them and continued to call for the generals to attack. "I don't think there's anything to discuss. Ziyue is my friend and also my business partner. I don't like her marrying that guy. If you guys are unhappy, just call that person over. We haven't seen each other in a long time." Lin Fei said indifferently. Lu Yijing and the others were having a hard time resisting. The gap was too big. If this continued, it would be even worse. They might even die here. "Di Tian, as long as you stop, we can give up on this matter and return Ziyue's freedom." These words came out of Lu Yijing's mouth. But there was no other way. If he didn't speak, who knew how long he would be tortured? They couldn't block the other party's attacks. The battle armor on their bodies and low-grade divine artifacts all had cracks. Looking at the other party, they were full of energy. They couldn't compare at all. The half-step celestial gods who were awakened all had heavy expressions. Rumor had it that Di Tian was so powerful? His subordinates were all equipped with such good equipment? What kind of joke was this? That's right. If you said so earlier, everyone would be relaxed. Who told you to pretend? Lin Fei curled his lips and asked Ziyue, "Don't you think so?" Chapter 1703. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the WeChat public account, Kdred, and follow it. Give more support to Invincible Leveling King. P.S. I've been looking for a house outside and have been running around all day. I'm sorry. Primal Chaos City. More than 30 half-step heavenly gods had gathered, and any one of them was extremely powerful. At this moment, all the half-step heavenly god ancestors were secretly paying attention to the Lu family's situation. Most of them were cursing loudly. When did Di Tian's subordinates become so powerful? At this level, they had more or less heard of Di Tian's name, but no one cared about it. There were countless small world masters in their territories. Now, they couldn't help but care. The Lu family had 4 half-step heavenly gods, but in the end, they still had to lower their heads. This Ditung can't be offended. This was what everyone thought. They all saw the situation of the Lu family. Lu Ziyue heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since she knew that she was going to marry that beauty god, Lu Ziyue's freedom had been restricted. Her understanding of that person was mostly bad, and she didn't want to marry him. Lu Ziyue had made a fuss, looked for her father and looked for the patriarch, but the result was the same. It was the ancestors' intention. Although half-step heavenly gods were strong, their strength was far from a true heavenly god. More importantly, they all had huge backers and backgrounds. To be able to stand out from the 10 great young masters and become heavenly gods, this was the meaning behind it. The Lu family understood it the best. Lu Ziyue was even more desperate. If the Lu family could obtain the support of a heavenly god, their influence in Primal Chaos City would be even stronger. Lu Ziyue didn't expect it at all. The matter was resolved so simply. The Lu family's ancestor lowered his head just like that. And this was the person she knew back then. It seems that marrying Lin Fei is not bad. For no reason, a thought appeared in Lu Ziyue's mind. At this moment, all the handsome men in her eyes had become ordinary goods. They couldn't be compared to Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei was the real man. The Lu family's ancestor lowered his head. Lin Fei called him back. Helping Lu Ziyue was also a cooperative relationship. At the same time, Lin Fei also wanted to pull Lu Ziyue over and establish a trading company that belonged to Invincible Palace. This was a woman who could help him. You want to go back? Or do you want to follow me first? Lin Fei said. It's better to stay by your side. I'm afraid that the old ancestor's face won't be good. They've been famous for so long, but this is the first time they've lowered their voice to a junior. Alright, that's all for now. After a short delay, Xianxia continued to lead Lin Fei to the Castellan Manor. As for the Lu family ancestor, he could only watch helplessly. It was not until Lin Fei left that they returned to the Lu family's main hall. I'm so angry. Lu Bufan smashed his fist onto the pillar. This Tian is truly despicable. Lu Yijing could understand Bufan's displeasure. Bufan, do you think this brat has taken a fancy to our purple moon? This turn of events was too fast. Lu Bufan opened his eyes wide. C, it can't be. The other two patriarchs were also in a daze. Then they subconsciously nodded. That seems to be the case. I heard that on the sacred mountain, the 10 great young masters suffered at Tian's hands. It seems like it's true. It wasn't easy for us to cultivate to half-step Empyrean God. We were only one step away from becoming an Empyrean God, but we didn't expect to meet such a powerful fellow today. Bringing a few half-step celestial deities with him when he goes out, they've really never seen such a thing in their entire lives. At the half-step Empyrean God realm, their resentment wouldn't be too great. They would only associate it with something beneficial. Could this brat be an Empyrean God? Lu Bufan said in a low voice. If he's an Empyrean God, he can be very suitable for Purple Moon. The Lu family was a big family. Others might not need to consider much, but the 4 patriarchs were different. They had more considerations. For example, the current situation of the territory had changed. The 8 great sects and 7 overlords had begun to wantonly attack the surrounding territories. Without a doubt, a new reshuffle had begun, and it was faintly related to the upper echelons. Because of this, the Lu family wanted to ally with the Empyrean God. The 4 half-step Empyrean gods were still capable. Immediately arrange for someone to investigate Tian. I want to know everything, preferably everything on the sacred mountain. Lu Yijing said solemnly. There was a scene of the Lu family fighting. Xianxia and his brother's eyes were filled with worship and joy. Back then, the 2 top-grade Dominator weapons had made them so happy that they forgot about their home. Now that they saw their subordinates carrying low-grade divine artifacts, all of them had astonishing combat strength. The 2 of them secretly rejoiced that they didn't give them any face. We're here. In the center of Primal Chaos City, there was a huge mansion. It was the City Lord's mansion. At the main entrance of the City Lord's mansion, there was a huge monster. It looked fierce and fiendish as its eyes looked into the distance. What a huge evil aura! Lin Fei's gaze fell on the sculpture. This is the first-generation City Lord of our City Lord's mansion, a descendant of a divine beast. Xianxia revealed a proud expression. Descendant of a divine beast? His background was not small. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it. As long as his own family's hairball was nurtured well, it wouldn't be long before it became a divine beast. Moreover, it would be a unique divine beast, much stronger than the descendant of a divine beast. The City Lord's mansion was very big. The inside was not as grand and magnificent as he had imagined. It was very ordinary. Lin Fei secretly used the system to scan and found that there were several powerful half-step heavenly gods hidden in the City Lord's mansion. There were at least 10 of them, and there were at least 109 star sovereigns. Their strength was very strong. Lin Fei was even more curious about this Grand Commander. Primal Chaos Ancient Country, Primal Chaos City. Lin Fei didn't know much about it. This was a relatively hidden world. Vaguely, Lin Fei knew that the Primal Chaos Beast clan was related to the suppressed Primal Chaos Beast. However, he didn't know the deeper level of relationship. There was definitely a relationship. Ziyue, do you know this Grand Commander? Lin Fei asked in a low voice. I don't know. The Grand Commander's appearance is very mysterious. You don't know, but the city lord's mansion has always been empty. Only a few years ago did the Grand Commander appear. Everyone doesn't know much about this Grand Commander. Lu Ziyue explained. So mysterious. Your Lu family doesn't know much about it? Lin Fei frowned slightly. This was different from what he had imagined. Do you think he appeared behind the Divine Mountain? You know? Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I guessed. Under the lead of Xiong Lai, Lin Fei finally met the Grand Commander of the Primal Chaos Ancient Country. This fellow was dressed in black armor. His entire body flowed with a cold aura. His face was also blocked by a helmet, making it difficult to see clearly. Dao Friend Di Tian, you are really young and promising. The Lu family, this top family of Primal Chaos City, also suffered a great loss in your hands. The black-armored Grand Commander said. Lin Fei sat down. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, I didn't want to make a move. Who asked me to be a person who values friendship? Lu Ziyue's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She thought to herself, am I just a friend? Lin Fei and the black-armored Grand Commander chatted for a while. What they talked about was not important. Chapter 1704. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account, Kdred, and add me to give more support to Invincible King of Upgrade. 5 low-grade divine artifacts, 20 supreme-grade ruler weapons. The first to be shocked was Lu Ziyue. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She was in charge of the Tianyun Tower for her family. Not to mention the importance of low-grade divine artifacts, just supreme-grade ruler weapons were already extremely valuable. Even their Lu family's low-grade divine artifacts were passed down from generation to generation. The quality was far inferior to the low-grade divine artifacts in Lin Fei's hands. It was normal for Lu family's old ancestor to suffer a loss. 5 low-grade divine artifacts, 20 supreme-grade ruler weapons flew out. The quality was perfect. The masked commander was also surprised. He thought to himself, good, he's really generous. He's willing to take out low-grade divine artifacts, and the quality is so perfect. Could it be that Di Tian has a connection with the higher-ups? The commander's impression of Di Tian was average. If it wasn't for the higher-ups' request to arrange people to protect Di Tian's family, the commander wouldn't have known about such a person. Now, it seemed that the higher-ups' order was right. Di Tian was not ordinary. Daoist Di Tian, you're too polite. The commander didn't care about supreme-grade ruler weapons, but he still cared about low-grade divine artifacts. With 5 low-grade divine artifacts, he could create 5 experts that could compete with half-step celestial gods. Perhaps it was because of the 5 low-grade divine artifacts, the commander was much more enthusiastic towards Di Tian. His tone was no longer as cold. He accepted the low-grade divine artifacts and supreme-grade ruler weapons without hesitation. It was as if he was afraid that Lin Fei would show off. Lin Fei didn't care at all. It was within his expectations. No one wouldn't care about low-grade divine artifacts. After all, it was a good thing. The two quickly chatted happily as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. The commander didn't dare to look down on Di Tian anymore. He started to take him seriously. Such a person must have a shocking background to give away a low-grade divine artifact so casually. After all, no one was willing to give away a low-grade divine artifact so easily. Everyone knew what it meant to have such perfect quality. Lin Fei and the commander chatted happily. All of this was because he had a low-grade divine artifact. The senior commander wasn't an idiot. How could he not see the situation clearly? From the exchange between Di Tian and the Lu family's old ancestor, he knew what was going on. No wonder the higher-ups thought so highly of Di Tian. He was indeed a capable person. Now, because of the lower-grade divine artifact, he placed even more importance on it. No one would refuse such a thing. Di Tian, what do you think about the current situation in the territory? The commander suddenly changed the topic, and his eyes landed on Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even consider this. Is this guy trying to say something? I heard that the 8 great sects, 7 hegemons, and a few hidden powers have all come out of seclusion. It seems like they want to launch an attack on the territory. I'm not interested in this. As long as they don't provoke me, the entire territory's chaos has nothing to do with me. Could it be that there's some secret behind this? Lin Fei asked casually. The commander laughed. Daoist Ditan, your thoughts aren't bad. The situation this time is different from the past. It's even more complicated. It's not something normal people can handle. Even if it's a ruler facing this power, he'll die with regret. My master said that as long as you're willing to join our primal chaos beast race, your family will be safe. Lu Ziyue was shocked once again. The mysterious commander actually wanted to recruit Lin Fei. The commander was very mysterious in Primal Chaos City. In such a huge Primal Chaos ancient country, no one dared to offend this commander. As long as he gave an order, no one dared to hesitate. They would immediately complete the task. Lin Fei was indeed surprised. I wonder who your master is. My master is called Hun Dun. He's a peak god emperor from the upper world. I'm sure you've met him on the God Mountain. The commander's face was full of worship. Damn, that guy was a god emperor? Lin Fei knew that person was a big shot. Now that he heard it, it seemed like this person's background was even greater than he imagined. Then wouldn't the yellow-robed man who attacked Primal Chaos be an expert on the same level as Primal Chaos? My god, this person's background seemed to be quite big. Seeing Lin Fei's shock, the commander was also envious. An outsider received the master's attention and was even willing to recruit him. This was a great blessing. It was really like ascending to the heavens in one step. In the future, at the very least, he would be a 9-star deity. This was also a very high position. Many geniuses couldn't reach this realm in their entire lives. This kid could easily do it. Before, the commander might have been a little jealous, but now it seemed like he really had the ability. I'm indebted to Senior Primal Chaos for thinking so highly of me. However, I'm a person who loves freedom. I can only disappoint Senior Primal Chaos. I hope the commander can help me pass this message. Lin Fei said. The commander's eyes widened. You want to reject? Lin Fei nodded, and yes. The commander had never seen such a person before. A chance dropped from the heavens and he didn't grasp it. He rejected it just like that. Didn't he know how honorable it was to follow master? The commander more or less had an understanding of the future situation. Although Di Tian's strength wasn't bad, in the near future, it was obvious that he wasn't strong enough. Sooner or later he would be taken care of. As long as he followed master, the risk of him dying would be much lower. Now that such a good chance was rejected just like that, the commander really wanted to replace him. You don't know the benefits. When the time comes, you will regret it. The commander tried to persuade him but didn't continue. After all, he was just passing on the master's words. There was no need to be so serious. If Di Tian didn't want to be recruited, he wouldn't be the one losing out. Lin Fei didn't care if you were a god emperor or not. This had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to get involved in the battle of the big shots. If he died, he wouldn't even know how he died. Lin Fei had seen how powerful the yellow-robed man was. If it wasn't for his good luck, he would have been hanging in a corner of the starry sky. Lin Fei chose to reject it rationally. Although it was good to have a strong backer, this backer didn't seem to be in a good situation. It was better for him to stay far away, in case he fell into a trap and couldn't climb out. I appreciate Senior's good intentions, but we can still cooperate. Lin Fei smiled. Lu Ziyue listened from the side. She really admired Lin Fei's courage. He could even reject such a good thing. Not many people could do that. Now, he mentioned cooperation. To think that he dared to say it. His skin was really as thick as the city walls. Cooperation. The commander's face sank. I think many people in the Primal Chaos Beast race lack essential weapons and battle suits. I am willing to have a deeper level of cooperation with the Primal Chaos Beasts. I believe that the commander wouldn't be willing to lose out in the future because of their weapons and battle suits. Lin Fei had a card up his sleeve. He wasn't afraid that the commander wouldn't agree. The commander was truly moved. Chapter 1705. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the official WeChat account, Kdred, and add me to support the Invincible King of Upgrade. Lin Fei was the only one who dared to propose a collaboration after rejecting the commander. Afraid? Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei had heard many things from the Xianxia brothers about why he was so sure that the commander would cooperate. One of them was about weapons and armors. The chaos beasts were powerful and rich in resources, but that did not mean that they could mass-produce treasures like weapons and armors. This was Lin Fei's chance. Lin Fei was still not satisfied even after obtaining tens of millions of high-grade god stones from the Mountain of Corpses in the Dark Knight Galaxy. After learning about the 8 major sects and 7 overlords, Lin Fei knew that chaos was coming, and it even involved ancient matters. Since that was the case, Lin Fei had to think about what to do next. Working with the chaos beasts was also one of Lin Fei's goals this time. Helping a few major forces to increase their strength would undoubtedly make many people feel disgusted, as if they had eaten a fly. This was also what Lin Fei wanted to see. Rather than being comfortable, he might as well let them torment him. Weapons and armors became very important. That's easy. I'll give you as much as you want, provided that you need a certain amount of time. It would be best if you have god stones as payment. Lin Fei said generously. The commander was the first to not believe it. I want 100 low-grade god artifacts. Can you give them to us? The commander asked doubtfully. 100 low-grade god artifacts. The commander would never believe that Di Tian could take them out. If he really had 100 low-grade god artifacts, the Chaos Beast's strength would increase to a terrifying level. The 8 major sects and 7 overlords also had to be wary of the Chaos Beasts. As long as you have divine-level stone, even if it's 100 low-rank divine tools, I can still get them for you. Lin Fei looked down on the holy stone vein. Compared to the divine-level stone, the quality was far inferior. The Grand Governor tried to see a hint of hesitation on Di Tian's face, but sadly, he didn't see any hesitation at all. Di Tian was filled with confidence, and he couldn't help but to feel suspicious in his heart. Could it be that he really had the ability to do so? That's it. After coming out of the City Lord Mansion, Lu Ziyue still hadn't recovered from the shock. Just now, he heard the most unbelievable thing. Just like that, a big deal was negotiated. Hee, are you surprised? Lin Fei said with a smile. At our level, it's meaningless to test each other. As long as I'm able to offer something and he's willing to offer God stones, our cooperation will go on. Nothing else matters. Seeing is believing. Just now, Lin Fei and the Great Commander had discussed a rough deal. The first batch consisted of 30 low-grade divine artifacts. The other party was willing to use God stones to make a deal. Lin Fei felt that 30 inferior-grade God artifacts was a lot. As this was their first time working together, this was normal. After all, inferior-grade God artifacts were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. Lin Fei promised to take out 30 inferior-grade God artifacts a month later. As long as the first deal was completed, he believed that there would be more deals in the future. This was also a cooperation that the Great Commander was testing. 30 inferior-grade God artifacts was no more and no less. Lin Fei believed that the Chaos Beast race would never be able to live without his inferior-grade God artifacts and battle robes. Your Excellency Di Tian, my patriarch specially set up a banquet to invite you back as a guest. Outside the City Lord Mansion, a middle-aged immortal had been staring at the City Lord Mansion. When Lin Fei and Lu Ziyue came out, he immediately went up to them. Butler Lu, why are you here? Lu Ziyue recognized this person. He was one of the Lu family's butlers. Butler Lu said respectfully, Miss Ziyue, this is the Patriarch's order. Also, the Patriarch said that he wants Miss to return as well. Lu Ziyue understood what this meant. The Lu family's Patriarch lowered his head. In the Lu family, Lu Ziyue rarely saw the Patriarch set up a banquet to entertain people. Even if there were, it was very rare. There was almost no one like the young Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you can be proud. My Patriarch has never invited anyone before. Lu Ziyue said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled. Are you envious of me? To be invited by your Patriarch, I can be considered young and talented. Lu Ziyue rolled her eyes. Your skin is really thick. If my skin isn't thick, how can I roam the world? Lin Fei grinned and said, "Do you think I should go to the banquet hosted by the Lu family's patriarch? This bastard." Lu Ziyue scolded Lin Fei for being so shameless to ask her such a question. "Miss Ziyue, the patriarch said that you must invite Di Tian back." Elder Lu said expectantly. Where did this young man come from? The entire Primal Chaos City knew about him. Even the old ancestor of the Lu family had to be polite to him. Nobody would look down on him just because he was young. After seeing how Lin Fei and the commander worked together, Lu Ziyue was definitely lying if she said that she wasn't willing. She still had feelings for her family. She more or less knew the reason why the Lu family patriarch set up a banquet. If you want to go, then go. If you don't, then don't go. Why are you asking me? Lu Ziyue stared. When Luda heard this, he couldn't help but pray that he wouldn't go back alone. Otherwise, how would he face the rage of the patriarch? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Lin Fei's impression of the Lu family patriarch changed. I was going to go, but because of what you said, I don't want to go. Moreover, I wanted to talk to the old ancestor of the Lu family to see if we could cooperate. Now it seems that I can only wait for next time. Lin Fei said casually. Lu Ziyue's expression quickly changed. She couldn't help but stomp her feet. You can't go. Lin Fei teased. Why can't I? You didn't even invite me to your Lu family. Lu Ziyue's face flushed red. Then can't I invite you to my house? Asking Lu Ziyue to invite Lin Fei to her house was the first time she did such a thing. Lin Fei immediately became serious. Since you said it as a friend, how can I not go? After all, we've known each other for so long. Luda was shocked. His eyes started to move. He was like a gossipy person who wanted to know more. Lu family's house. After what happened in the morning, everyone knew how strong Di Tian was. Even the Lu family couldn't do anything to him. Lin Fei arrived at the Lu family. The person who welcomed him was none other than one of the patriarchs, Lu Bufan. Welcome, Di Tian. Brother Bufan is too courteous. Just arrange someone to welcome me. I'm a very casual person. After all, I'm friends with Ziyue. Lin Fei said. Lu Bufan finally saw another side of Di Tian. This guy was really thick-skinned. It was a shame that he said such words. If he didn't come, who knew if he would come in or not? My subordinates are too careless. I'm afraid they will neglect you. Lu Bufan made a gesture of invitation. The mansion has already set up a banquet. On this way. Chapter 1707. The Lu family did lower themselves. Even Lu Bufan, one of the Lu family's patriarchs, came out to greet him personally. Ordinary people didn't have the right to do so. Lin Fei walked into the Lu family without any hesitation. Everyone in the Lu family had experienced what happened during the day. When they saw Di Tian, their faces were filled with anger. There was a hint of fear in their anger. They probably didn't even realize it. The Lu family's patriarch also warned the members of the Lu family not to offend Di Tian. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. The Lu family's patriarch set up a banquet in the main hall. When Lin Fei arrived at the main hall, it was filled with people. They all looked at him. Why are you all so polite? You were waiting for me. Lin Fei walked in with a smile. He didn't care what everyone was looking at. Everyone in the main hall was someone with status in the Lu family. The elders of the various branches, the Lu family's patriarch, and others. Lin Fei saw a familiar person. It was Lu Ziyue's father, Third Sage Lu. He was already a ruler. He smiled and nodded at Lin Fei. Third Sage Lu was the person in the Lu family who could feel how extraordinary Lin Fei was. He was already extraordinary back then, and he was even more extraordinary now. This was expected. There was nothing to be shocked about. It happened faster than Third Sage Lu had expected. Welcome to the Lu family, Di Tian Pavilion. Lu Yijing stood up and looked at this young man who was younger than him. He was filled with emotion. In terms of age, he was many years older than Di Tian. However, Di Tian's strength had already surpassed theirs. Someone who could make a half-step heavenly god listen to him definitely wasn't weak. He might even be a heavenly god. Although they didn't find out, the information they received told them that a heavenly god's strength shouldn't be too far off. After the discussion, The Lu family's patriarch felt that it wasn't wise to offend Di Tian. At least not now. One heavenly beauty goddess was enough of a headache. If Di Tian, who was on par with her, was added to the mix, the Lu family might be removed from the chaotic city. Hence, this banquet. The core members of the Lu family were only here to serve as foils. Your Lu family is too polite. Lin Fei knew better than to slap a smiling face. Moreover, the Lu family was still useful. Lu Yijing cursed silently. How could they not be polite to him? If they vented their anger on the Lu family would definitely not be able to bear it. Even the 4 patriarchs wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Fortunately, the other party's strength was the same as his, perhaps even slightly stronger. Lu Yijing felt slightly better. After all, the other party could stand in the same position as him. Lu Yijing was extremely courteous. He personally walked down and invited Lin Fei to take a seat. Then he introduced the other 2 ancestors, as well as the core members of the love group. Serve the feast. In order to entertain Lin Fei, the ancestor of the Lu clan went all out. All kinds of delicacies were served. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all. He ate and drank. These things taste really good. Your Lu family is really rich. Lin Fei started to eat in big mouthfuls. Oh, I almost forgot. Your Tianyun Tower is quite influential. It's naturally not a problem for you to get these things. For some reason, Lu Ziyue sat next to Lin Fei and secretly rolled her eyes at Lin Fei. She seemed to be saying, "You only know now? How dare you say it? If fellow Taoist Di Tian likes it, I will arrange for someone to prepare one for you when we leave." Lu Yijing said, feeling relieved in his heart. Di Tian didn't seem to be that difficult to get along with. Lu Yijing was really worried about Di Tian's temper. The young man was so young. Having reached such a high position, it was normal for him to be arrogant and domineering. It would be troublesome to deal with him at that time. 1 portion is too little. No matter what, I want 10 portions. Don't you think so, patriarch of the Lu family? Lin Fei picked up another mouthful of food and said with a smile. Lu Yijing felt his heart ache again. Did he really think that this thing was cabbage? However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Because the Lu family lowered themselves. The banquet went smoothly. The 4 patriarchs of the Lu family all expressed that it was a misunderstanding during the day. They took the initiative to toast. This shocked the clansmen in the hall. There weren't many people in the family who could enjoy this kind of treatment. That night, Lin Fei stayed at the Lu family. The Lu family specially arranged a quiet residence for him. Moreover, they arranged for 2 beautiful maids to serve him in bed. The Lu family is really willing to spend their capital. Lin Fei looked at the 2 beauties with a smile. Their strength wasn't bad either. They were both 1-star sovereigns. When the 2 beauties were stared at by Lin Fei, their expressions became unnatural. They knew how terrifying the man in front of them was. Before they came, they had repeatedly warned them not to offend this person. Otherwise, they would be the sinners of the family. They were worried that they had done something wrong and made the other party unhappy. Master, with the strength you have displayed now, how can the Lu family not pay attention to it? Maybe tomorrow, they will be even more respectful to you. Little Fiend smiled naughtily. What are you going to do with these 2 beautiful fairies? I still have to enjoy what I should enjoy. Lin Fei wasn't a traditional person. If he really didn't do anything, the Lu family's patriarchs wouldn't feel uneasy. Come in and help me bathe. On the other side, the 4 Lu family's patriarchs were sitting together. All 4 of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. Ziyue, did you really hear them say that? Lu Bufan asked while breathing heavily. In the end, Lu Ziyue still reported what happened in the city lord mansion to the patriarchs. What I said is what I saw with my own eyes. Lu Ziyue didn't know whether it was good or not. Subconsciously, she still wanted to tell the family. In fact, I feel that this is what Lin Fei wanted me to tell you. Lu Ziyue's mind was still very sensitive. But where did he get top-quality sovereign weapons and low-grade divine artifacts? Lu Yiren was Lu Yijing's younger brother. At this moment, he frowned and went into deep thought. Top-quality sovereign weapons and low-grade divine artifacts weren't ordinary things. The Tianyun building covered many territories, and its influence wasn't bad. Among the sovereign weapons it had, low-grade ones were the most. There were only a few mid-grade and high-grade ones. As for top-quality sovereign weapons, they almost didn't have any. Not to mention low-grade divine artifacts, these top-notch treasures were all monopolized by others. No matter how smart Lu Ziyue was, she wouldn't know the answer. She also wouldn't expect that these things were like cabbages in Lin Fei's hands. I'm not sure. Lu Ziyue shook her head. Yijing, does this Lin Fei also want to cooperate with us? Lu Hun seemed to have thought of something. Lu Yijing had experienced all kinds of storms and waves, but now he realized that he couldn't see through Lin Fei. From the information he had gathered, Lin Fei felt that Lin Fei was too fast. He had cultivated for dozens of chaos years, but he used less than one chaos year to stand at a new height. Their cultivation seemed to have gone to waste. Chapter 1708. In the boundless starry sky. A giant red bed flew past at an extremely fast speed. The immortals under the starry sky immediately retreated as if they had seen a terrifying existence. Everyone only heaved a sigh of relief when the red bed disappeared into the distance. Was that the Bliss Palace's goddess of beauty? Her aura is terrifying. It's like a terrifying mountain. Brother Yen, you're so strong. I'm going to die. The entire red bed was covered by a thin veil. Through the veil, one could vaguely see a figure squirming on the bed. Lustful moans could be heard from time to time, making people blush and unable to take it. In the middle of the bed, a fair-skinned man was leaning against a fairy's chest. The fairy behind him was covered by a thin veil, but her graceful figure was clearly visible. There were also two beauties next to her, also covered by a thin veil. They were holding immortal fruits with their slender fingers and handing them to the man. There were dozens of such peerless beauties on the bed, and it was a completely womanly scene. If one looked closely, one would realize that all of these peerless beauties were above the 8-star sovereign realm. They didn't care about their bodies at all, and all of their attention was on the man in the middle of the bed. How far are we from the chaotic ancient nation? The fair-skinned man reached out his hand. A pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes could steal souls. He leaned against the woman's chest lazily and said, "If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize him." This was Prince Beauty of the 10 Dukes, and he was now the goddess of beauty. Lin Fei would even say that this guy was very lucky to bring so many beauties with him. It was the ultimate enjoyment for a man. A peerless beauty with a childish face and a huge chest said in a sweet voice, "Brother Yen, we'll be there in a day at most." Brother Yen, what's so good about that Lu Ziyue? She's not as pretty as us, and she's good at serving people, another peerless beauty said with a giggle. The goddess of beauty was even more imposing than before, but this time, she was as gentle as water and had an enchanting smile. Lu Ziyue is also a great beauty. Don't you want to have another sister? Besides, he's useful to me. That's all you need to do. Lin Fei had a pleasant night at the Lu clan. Bam bam bam. Early the next morning, Lin Fei was still sleeping with the two beauties in his arms when someone knocked on the door. Lin Fei was very unhappy. "Snake Demon, what are you doing? Don't you know that your young master needs to sleep?" Snake Demon's aggrieved voice came from outside. "Young master, Miss Lu Ziyue is here. She wants to see you." "Ziyu?" Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The Lu family can't sit still anymore. Two beauties, wake up. Last night, Lin Fei first went to take a bath. Halfway through, he pulled a beauty to take a bath together with him. After that, it was embarrassing. The two beauties had good physical strength, but they still couldn't withstand Lin Fei's whipping, and in the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. This pervert! When Lu Ziyue came in and saw the two beauties, she couldn't help but feel unhappy. Even she didn't know why she was angry. "Miss Ziyu." The two beauties whispered. "Lin Fei is very thick-skinned and doesn't care about anything." He stopped the two beauties and took out two high-quality dominator weapons. "This is for you, one for each of you. Thank you, young master, for your reward." The two beauties left in high spirits. A high-quality dominator weapon is something that they might not have the chance to obtain in their lifetime. With the high-quality Dominator weapon in their hands, they will definitely be valued by the clan. Young Master Lin, what a great reward. Lu Ziyue sneered. Lin Fei looked at Lu Ziyue and said, "Why do you sound like you're jealous? Are you jealous?" Lu Ziyue glared at Lin Fei and said, "You are the one who is jealous. I just didn't expect you to be such a person." Lin Fei did not give up and said, "What about me? Have you seen such a good person like me? That is a high-quality Dominator weapon. Of course, if you are willing, you can come too. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed. Don't be serious. I won't fall for your trick. Save it." Lu Ziyue did not want to continue talking with Lin Fei. She doesn't know what kind of embarrassing things Lin Fei will say. "My clan's old ancestor invites you over." Lu Ziyue turned around and left. Lin Fei shook his head and thought, "It can't be. Is Ziyu really jealous?" The 4 old ancestors of the Lu clan did not have a good night's rest. The matter of the city lord's mansion is a big matter in their eyes. Especially now that a storm is brewing, it is definitely a good thing for the Lu clan to increase their strength. Early in the morning, they asked Lu Ziyue to invite Lin Fei over. "Dao friend Ditun, did you rest well last night?" Lu Yijing smiled and said when Lin Fei entered. Just now, he found out that 2 of his clansmen obtained 2 high-quality Dominator weapons. He was a little shocked. At least, they could not be so generous. "Very good, I am very satisfied," Lu Ziyue said in a low voice. "With 2 beauties accompanying him, how can I not be satisfied?" Lu Yijing's face turned serious. "Ziyue, what are you underestimating?" "Nothing," Lu Ziyue hurriedly explained. She did not dare to look at the old ancestor's face. Lu Yijing could see that Ziyue was not in the right state today. He did not care much. Right now, understanding Lin Fei's real purpose is the most important thing. Everything else is trivial. "Dao friend Di Tian, I heard that you gave 2 of our Lu clan's clansmen 2 high-quality Dominator weapons. These things are too important. Please take them back," Lu Bufan said with a serious face. The real show is coming. When he came, Lin Fei was still thinking about how the Lu clan would ask him. "This is a good reason." "Oh, you are talking about this. Actually, there is no need." Lin Fei said disapprovingly, "I never take back the things that I give out. In your eyes, high-quality Dominator weapons are very important. In my eyes, they are just ordinary weapons." The 4 old ancestors of the Lu clan had an unnatural expression. High-quality Dominator weapons are ordinary things. What kind of things are high-quality? Could it be that Dao friend has a lot of these Dominator weapons? Lu Yiren asked. If they were willing to ask, Lin Fei could pretend. You are interested in this? Keep pretending, keep pretending. Lu Ziyue thought to herself. She knew that Lin Fei did not ask her to keep it a secret. He must have said it for the old ancestor to hear. Lu Yijing knew that he had to say it himself. The Lu clan has Tianyun Tower. They have a lot of resources. They do not have many of these top-quality resources. If they can get a batch from Lin Fei, it will undoubtedly increase the influence of Tianyun Tower. Dao friend, you do not know. Our Tianyun Tower is a merchant group. We have branches in many territories. Dominator weapons and Dominator battle armor are high-quality treasures. Chapter 1709. Lin Fei didn't hide anything. A top-quality ruler weapon and a low-quality god weapon were really nothing. His subordinates were all armed, not to mention his 18 clones, all of them were armed to the teeth. If he really said it, the 4 old ancestors of the Lu family would be so scared that they wouldn't be able to say anything. Lu Yijing was quite shocked. To be able to say it so confidently, it showed that he really didn't care much about this thing. Lin Fei went straight to the point. Soon it was the turn of the 4 old ancestors. They didn't know what to say. Normally, people would drag things out and only speak after getting the benefits. But now, he didn't care at all. We can buy it at a high price. Lu Bufan said immediately. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. This was the same as saying nothing. He was very unhappy about it. Lu Yiren was smarter and added, we can give you what you want. As long as our Lu family has it, we won't be careless and will satisfy your request. The Tianyun Tower was quite famous in the territory. Although it couldn't be compared to those top merchant associations, it was more influential than normal merchant associations. It wasn't hard to get some rare treasures and resources. They believed that Lin Fei would definitely be interested. Lin Fei leaned back. You can give me whatever I want? Lu Yijing suddenly became a bit restless. How could he be weak? He braced himself and said, yes, what my little brother says is the same as what we say. Lu Ziyue sighed in her heart. Old ancestors, you all underestimate Lin Fei. He has a ruler weapon and a low-quality god weapon. Ordinary things really aren't good for him. At this moment, Lu Ziyue also knew that she couldn't say anything. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, it wouldn't be easy to meet the old ancestors. I heard that the Tianyun Tower has a lot of rare resources. I wonder if there are any divine deities in their hands. I don't want anything else, just divine deities. Lin Fei no longer paid attention to their expressions as he spoke of a very ordinary matter. God sparks? The 4 old ancestors of the Lu family jumped up and doubted what they heard. This guy actually wanted God sparks. God sparks. That was not an ordinary item. It was a good item that could allow one to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. They didn't expect Lin Fei's appetite to be so big, asking for godhood right off the bat. How is that possible? Godheads are extremely rare even in our world. Their numbers can be counted on one hand. Lu Bufan said solemnly. Even if we sell the Tianyun Tower, we can't take out the divine spark. Before Lin Fei opened his mouth, they had thought it through. They were not afraid that Lin Fei would say something valuable. Apart from those few things, the Lu family could do anything. How could they have imagined that it would be something like godhood? Lin Fei was very disappointed. How could there not be? I had thought that your Tianyun Tower would at least have a few divine deity to guard the building. Hearing this, Lu Ziyue burst into laughter. Do you really think that our Tianyun Lu is a top merchant association? Every time a divine spark appears, it will bring about a reign of terror. Sai, who knows? Right now, Lin Fei was not interested in anything but godhood. Who asked his doppelgangers to need godhood? Otherwise, they could only stay at the half-step heavenly god realm. This was not what he wanted to see. Once his 18 doppelgangers become heavenly gods, whether that guy came out or not, they would have the capital to protect themselves. Lin Fei was not disappointed that the Tianyun Lu did not have godhood. It was reasonable. The system is really something. If there is such a thing as bloodline, why is there no godhood to exchange? Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Master, you are already very happy. It is just godhood. You can just kill a few more heavenly gods. Why do you have to stare at the system? Little Fiend said with dissatisfaction. Easy for you to say. In the territory, how many heavenly gods are there? Lin Fei retorted. Master, congratulations. The heavenly god you talked about is here. Suddenly Little Fiend said excitedly, I just detected a powerful aura entering the ancient kingdom. It is determined that this aura belongs to a heavenly god. F*CK, it can't be. A heavenly god really came? Boom. The giant red bed entered the ancient kingdom. A powerful aura spread out. The entire primal chaos ancient kingdom felt this aura. The half-step heavenly gods in the ancient kingdom were shocked. They immediately realized that this was a heavenly god who had reached the heavenly god realm. The 9 stars sovereigns below trembled in the depths of their souls. Big Brother Yen, is this the ancient kingdom? There doesn't seem to be any powerful beings. At most, there are some half-step heavenly gods. Heavenly Beauty Goddess hugged the peerless beauty and said with a smile, don't underestimate the ancient kingdom. It is not a small place. Its true power is beyond your imagination. After becoming a heavenly god, Heavenly Beauty Goddess regained her memories. She naturally knew how powerful the ancient kingdom was. It was not as simple as others thought. That person had come. That was enough. Fortunately, this time, Heavenly Beauty Goddess did not come to provoke the ancient kingdom. She had her own matters to attend to. Let's go to the Lu family. They must be ready to welcome me. Just as the Lu family patriarch was shocked by the godhood, the Lu family patriarch stood up when he saw the aura of a heavenly god. It's the aura of a heavenly god. Who's here? It can't be Heavenly Beauty Goddess, right? The Lu family patriarch thought of a possibility. He released his spiritual sense, and in the blink of an eye, his body trembled, and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. It really was Heavenly Beauty Goddess. What should they do now? Lin Fei was not powerful, they would not care at all. The Lu family would benefit greatly from being able to establish a relationship with the Bliss Palace. As long as the Bliss Palace did not fall in the future, the Lu family would not fall, especially when the future was uncertain. However, after facing Lin Fei, they did not know what to do. Lu Ziyue also shook. The scene that she did not want to see the most had happened. That Heavenly Beauty Goddess had come. Lu Ziyue did not expect Heavenly Beauty Goddess to come so quickly. The Lu family patriarch was the same. They did not know how to deal with this situation. Boom! A powerful aura appeared in the sky above the City of Chaos. The commander of the City Lord's mansion was immediately aware of the appearance of such a powerful aura. He also appeared in the sky above the City of Chaos. What are you doing in the City of Chaos, Heavenly Beauty? Don't you know that you are not welcome here? The commander in black armor said as soon as he appeared. A powerful aura locked onto her. Commander, why do you have to do this? I don't have any ill intentions towards Primal Chaos City. I'm just here to marry my woman. Red Beauty said lazily. She was very wary of the black-armored commander in front of her. Chapter 1710. The black-armored Great Commander appeared. Only now did everyone realize just how terrifying the Great Commander's power was. Another heavenly god expert. Who would have thought that our Great Commander would be a heavenly god? No wonder all the major forces are convinced. This young Master Red Beauty was only a young master back then, but she's already a heavenly god now. Her cultivation speed is really fast. I heard that the Heavenly Beauty Goddess is here for Lu Ziyue. Hee, the Lu family is going to rise to the heavens in a single step. Whichever family the heavenly god is interested in, that family will rise to the heavens. No one will dare to offend the Lu family anymore. The powerful beings in the City of Chaotic Chaos discussed among themselves. Many of them wished that the Heavenly Beauty Goddess was interested in their daughter so that they could befriend her. The black-armored Great Commander soon left, as if he had come to warn the Heavenly Beauty Goddess. Within the City Lord's mansion, the Heavenly Beauty Goddess appeared and sat down on the throne. Her expression darkened as if she was thinking about something. This Heavenly Beauty is quite bold. She knows that the Palace of Bliss is going to war with the chaotic ancient kingdom, but she still dares to come here alone. If it weren't for Master's orders, I would really like to spar with this Heavenly Beauty Goddess to see who is more powerful. The black-armored Great Commander was wary, but his superiors had ordered him to do so. I can't do anything, but I can use the Heavenly Beauty Goddess to test D. Tion's true power and see just how powerful he is. Within the main hall of the Lu family. This Great Commander is quite powerful. He's a heavenly god, and he's hiding his strength so well. Lin Fei was also quite surprised. He hadn't realized that the heavenly god was only a heavenly god. Lin Fei quickly focused his attention on the Heavenly Beauty Goddess. This is much earlier than I thought. I wonder if someone else intervened. She shouldn't have become a heavenly god so early. He had robbed them on the Divine Mountain last time and plundered a large amount of divine power. Almost 90% of their divine power had been plundered, leaving only a handful for the 10 young princes. That's good too. I thought they would come looking for me. Since they're here, I might as well kill them. It's a godhead after all. Lin Fei could not suppress this thought the moment it appeared. Who asked Lin Fei to be lacking something like a godhead? The Heavenly Beauty Goddess stowed away her red bed. He came down and appeared at the gate of the Lu family. This was also because the Heavenly Goddess Red Beauty didn't want to antagonize the commander. The commander was also a heavenly god, and his true form was that of a chaotic beast. His power was unfathomable, and it wouldn't be worth it to fight him. The Great Commander spoke. He had to give this face even if they would be opponents in the future. The Heavenly Beauty Goddess appeared in front of the Lu family's gate, and she was surrounded by 30 to 40 exquisite beauties. The street in front of the Lu family's house was already empty. Spectate? If he had the guts, he would say it again. facing a heavenly deity who dared to go and watch. The other party could instantly kill you with a single gaze. It was quiet in front of the Lu family's house. While the gate of the Lu family opened, the 4 great ancestors of the Lu family came out to welcome him. After all, this was a heavenly deity. The Lu clan's old ancestor didn't even dare to have any thoughts of destroying the Lu clan, because he was a heavenly god. It was such a simple principle. I pay my respects to the heavenly beauty goddess. Lu Yijing and the others greeted respectfully. Even if the other party was younger or stronger than them, they had to lower their heads. The heavenly beauty goddess smiled. Seniors, you're too polite. You should know why I'm here today. May I know where young Mistress Ziyu is? It was very rare for a heavenly god to speak politely to them. Under normal circumstances, the Lu clan's old ancestor might be very happy. Being able to form a relationship with a heavenly god would make him the envy of everyone. But now, the Lu clan's old ancestor seemed to be stuck between 2 fires. Lu Yijing didn't know what to say. My big brother Yan is asking you a question. Don't dilly-dally. An exquisite beauty shouted, not giving the Lu clan's old ancestor any face. The 4 Lu clan's old ancestors were being scolded by a ruler, but they didn't dare to get angry, because there was a heavenly god behind them. This was someone they couldn't afford to offend. My Ziyu is meeting a guest at home. Lu Yijing braced himself and said. He really didn't know how to resolve this matter. After all, Di Tian wasn't someone to be offended. He might even be a heavenly god himself. He didn't want to offend both of them. Meeting a guest? The heavenly beauty goddess didn't seem angry. I'm actually interested in meeting this guest. Maybe I know him. You have to help me resolve this matter. Lu Ziyu stomped her foot and said as soon as the Lu clan's old ancestor left. Lin Fei was stunned. F***ck, even your old ancestor agreed to marry the heavenly beauty goddess. That's like reaching the heavens in a single step. Do you know how many people are envious of her? Lu Ziyue's expression was frosty. The asterisk starred, how dare you say that? The heavenly beauty goddess is indeed a heavenly god, but I don't like her. Didn't you see that she brought so many exquisite beauties with her? I don't want to become one of them. The heavenly beauty goddess had swaggered over. She clearly didn't give the Lu clan any face. It was as if she had directly come to take someone away. Lin Fei smirked. I wonder what I'll get out of helping you? She's a heavenly god, and she's very powerful. I might not be able to defeat her. Lu Ziyue cursed Lin Fei in her heart for being so shameless. Then what do you want? Lu Ziyue said shyly. Lin Fei rarely saw Lu Ziyue being so shy. He felt that it was more interesting to tease her. Well, I really don't know. You have to let me think about it. Does this bad guy even need to think about it at this time? Lu Ziyue had known Lin Fei for a long time. She naturally knew that Lin Fei was doing this on purpose. He was waiting for her to speak. When she thought about what he had said, the domineering Lu Ziyue blushed all the way to her neck. She was like a ripe red apple, extremely tempting. Patter. Lu Ziyue did something unexpected. She quickly went to Lin Fei's side and kissed him on his left cheek. Oh, it smells so good. After hearing this, Lu Ziyue didn't even dare to look at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was simply too shameless. How could he say something like that? Lin Fei liked to see Lu Ziyue being shy. That's right. I'll treat it as interest. Lin Fei chuckled. Don't go back on your word when the time comes. As long as you solve this problem, I'll be yours, Lin Fei boasted. Holy F***ck. Do you have to be so direct? Lu Ziyue wanted nothing more than to strangle Lin Fei. My old acquaintance is here. Come stand beside me. Lin Fei suddenly waved his hand. The smile on his face disappeared as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Young Mistress Ziyue, I heard the heavenly beauty goddess's voice sounded from outside. Chapter 1711. The heavenly beauty goddess was in a good mood. Ever since she had awakened her memories and became a heavenly god, her status had also improved. She had the right to speak for herself, so she no longer cared about ordinary forces. Marrying Lu Ziyue from the Lu family was something she had to do in the future. She wanted to rope in all the forces that she could. Now that she had awakened her memories, she knew her mission very well. She had to take over the forces that she had to before the people of the 8 sects could react and strengthen the Bliss Palace's forces in the lower realm. The Lu family was a force that she could rope in. Marrying Lu Ziyue would be the same as having a connection. She wouldn't have to worry about other people thinking of her. No one would overlook her identity as a heavenly god of the Bliss Palace. The better she performed her mission, the better she would leave a good impression on her superiors. The heavenly beauty goddess came uninvited. She didn't care who Lu Ziyue wanted to meet, as long as she was married. It sounded nice on the surface, but she was actually taking away a woman from the Lu family. This isn't Lu Ziyue's voice. Why does it sound so familiar? Is she really my old friend? The heavenly beauty goddess was shocked. She didn't seem to have any old acquaintances here. Everyone knew that the chaotic ancient kingdom was that person's territory. She was trying to establish a relationship with the Lu family before that person returned. If that person had designs on the Lu family, it would be even better. She would be able to easily recruit 4 half-step heavenly gods. Who are you? Why are you acting all mysterious here? The heavenly beauty goddess snorted coldly and strode in. Big brother, what should we do? It's obvious. Di Tian and the heavenly beauty goddess are at odds. The 4 Lu family ancestral patriarchs who followed behind her all had cold sweat on their foreheads. They hadn't met yet. The 2 of them were already at loggerheads. A fight might break out soon. Let's just stand aside and watch. Don't get involved in their business. Lu Yijing said with a solemn expression. The heavenly beauty goddess strode in. A terrifying aura swept toward a certain someone. Heavenly god aura. Old friend, we finally met. Do you really have to use the heavenly god aura against me? Or are you showing off that you've become a heavenly god? Lin Fei chuckled and shattered the heavenly god aura. It's you! The heavenly red beauty goddess was initially going to teach Lin Fei a lesson, but after seeing him, the memories in the depths of her mind were torn apart again, and her terrifying killing intent materialized as she thrust a spear toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei, the heavenly beauty goddess, would never forget this guy. It was this unsightly fellow. He had ruined his plan to become a deity and forcefully delayed it for a period of time. If it weren't for the fact that the higher-ups had acted again, he would have had to delay his plan to become a heavenly deity. The heavenly beauty goddess had never forgotten this grudge. Originally, he thought that Lin Fei would die in the hands of that big shot. He didn't expect that not only was this guy not dead, but he even dared to show off in front of him. The heavenly beauty goddess immediately unleashed her weapon in an attempt to kill Lin Fei. As soon as the spear appeared, a terrifying aura enveloped Lin Fei. This attack was too fast. This was a clear indication of just how much the heavenly beauty goddess hated him. The 10 heavenly princes, the 10 heavenly gods now. You don't have to be so friendly to an old friend. Lin Fei drew his heavenly god saber. He struck the spear with his saber. Clang, a deafening sound reverberated through the air. Rumble. The main hall of the Lu family collapsed with a loud boom, sending dust flying into the air. It had been reduced to rubble. Why did they attack so quickly? The patriarch of the Lu family didn't know what to say. They had only been in there for a few seconds. Without any hesitation, they withdrew the Lu family members into their own space. They didn't want to be swept away by the shockwaves. In the rubble, Lin Fei stood still with the heavenly god saber in his hand. Lu Ziyue stood behind him with a hint of shock on her face. After all, she had just witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of a heavenly god. 13 soul annihilation stab. The heavenly beauty goddess grabbed her black spear, and a suit of black armor appeared on her body. She slashed her spear through the air, and 13 streaks of light swept toward Lin Fei. I would have let you go if you didn't want to come out, but now that you dare to come out, I'll show you the combat prowess of a heavenly god. That's a level you'll never be able to reach in your lifetime. I'm going to devour the power of your clone. The heavenly beauty goddess laughed heartily. Her chance to avenge herself was here. Ever since she started cultivating, she had never wanted to kill someone so much. The 13 terrifying auras shocked everyone in the City of Chaos. The conflict between Lin Fei and the 8 great sects and the 7 overlords is indeed very deep. In the sky above the city lord's mansion, the black-armored commander smiled. He attacked the area near the Lu family a dozen times in a row, sealing that area so that the heavenly god's power wouldn't harm others. The more intense the battle between the two of them became, the happier the commander was. The Bliss Palace was also an enemy of the City of Chaos. They would have to fight sooner or later. Go, Big Brother Yen. Big Brother Yen is the best. In the rubble of the Lu family, a group of peerless beauties were cheering. The heavenly beauty goddess's attacks were very fierce. The inferior-grade divine artifact spear in her hand was like a divine weapon, and she kept attacking Lin Fei's vital points. Heavenly beauty goddess, is this all you've got? Looks like this heavenly god is only SOS. Lin Fei used a divine power attack to knock the black spear away. His figure disappeared and appeared to the left of the heavenly beauty goddess. A divine saber projection followed closely behind and struck the heavenly beauty goddess. Boom! Half of the heavenly beauty goddess's body went numb, and she was sent flying. Her inferior-grade divine armor was riddled with cracks. How is this possible? You've also become a heavenly god. The heavenly beauty goddess's mind was filled with hatred when she saw Lin Fei. She never thought that Lin Fei would be a match for her. After all, she was now a heavenly god, a true heavenly god who had perfect control over her divine power. Are heavenly gods that bad asteriskes? You're still getting beaten up by me. Lin Fei appeared beside the heavenly beauty goddess again and struck her with another terrifying saber strike, causing her to throw up a mouthful of blood. Impossible! I'm a heavenly god. How can you avoid my divine sense? A hint of fear appeared on the heavenly beauty goddess's calm face. She was unable to defend herself against Lin Fei's attack. What awaited the heavenly beauty goddess was another saber strike. Crack, crack, crack. The heavenly beauty goddess was knocked flying, and the inferior-grade divine armor she was wearing also shattered, sending shards flying through the air. After mastering the mystic technique he had obtained from Chaotic Red Robe, Lin Fei's spatial and time bloodlines had become even more fearsome. Even if the heavenly beauty goddess was a one-star heavenly god, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Lin Fei, let alone a mere one-star heavenly god. My inferior-grade divine armor. Her inferior-grade divine armor had been shattered, and her heavenly beauty goddess heart was dripping blood. That was a reward given to her by the higher-ups. How was she supposed to survive in the future? You dared to destroy my inferior-grade divine armor, but do you really think you've won? You're sorely mistaken. You'll never know how powerful a heavenly god is unless you become a heavenly god. Boom! The heavenly beauty goddess's aura erupted like a long sword. Single origin palm of heaven and earth. Chapter 1712. Boom boom boom. With the appearance of the giant hand, there was an indescribable pressure between heaven and earth. The immortals and ferocious beasts of the city of chaotic chaos were not within the attack range, but the pressure of heaven and earth almost suffocated them. What a terrifying aura! Is this the power of a heavenly god? No wonder a half-step heavenly god is no match for it. It looks like a heavenly god can borrow the power of heaven and earth. All of the immortals looked at one another. Even though they knew that heavenly gods were very powerful and could easily crush half-step heavenly gods, only now did they realize that heavenly gods could borrow the power of heaven and earth. The four patriarchs of the Lu family also left the battlefield. The pressure of heaven and earth was too terrifying. Even after they left the Lu family, their bodies were still trembling, unable to withstand the terrifying aura of heaven and earth. This heavenly beauty goddess is too terrifying. I had thought that there wasn't much of a difference between her and a heavenly god, but it looks like the difference is even greater than I had imagined. I wonder if Lin Fei will be able to withstand it. The patriarchs of the Lu family were uneasy. If Lin Fei lost, the heavenly beauty goddess would be furious, and the Lu family would definitely be finished. In the air above the city lord's manor, the black-armored general looked on silently. The heavenly beauty goddess has mastered the power of heaven and earth so quickly. I really want to see how Di Tian is going to defend himself against this attack. The black-armored general knew how powerful the power of heaven and earth was. Why were heavenly gods so powerful? Not only could they transform their power into divine power, but they could also borrow the power of heaven and earth. No matter how powerful a person was, they couldn't oppose the power of heaven and earth. The heavenly beauty goddess had unleashed this attack. The general knew that Di Tian was in trouble, but not in such a short time. He was able to force the heavenly beauty goddess to unleash her most powerful attack and destroy her inferior-grade divine armor. This Di Tian was quite a formidable opponent. Lin Fei, let's see how you block this power of heaven and earth. A smug smile appeared on the heavenly beauty goddess's face. Atop the ruins of the Lu family, Lin Fei was locked onto by the terrifying aura of heaven and earth, and he waved a hand to send Lu Ziyue to a safe place outside. The power of a heavenly god. I didn't expect him to use this attack. This attack was far more powerful than the heavenly beauty goddess's previous attack. You can use the power of the heaven and earth. Who's afraid of you? It just so happens that I can also put my space and time powers to practice. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. What he had was a fighting spirit. Isn't it just a mere manipulation of the power of heaven and earth? If you can do it, so can I. Lin Fei laughed and disappeared in an instant. Having broken free from the lock of the world, the giant hand lost its target and its might instantly dissipated. Sky Slash! Lin Fei suddenly appeared in the distance. A burst of gentle, invisible power instantly locked onto the heavenly beauty goddess. This was a force that could not be seen clearly. The heavenly beauty goddess was indeed able to sense just how terrifying this was. Single heaven and earth palm. The sky-propping giant hand appeared again. She unleashed a vicious palm strike toward Lin Fei, but the heavenly beauty goddess was unable to relax in the slightest. The terrifying aura was still locked onto him. What the hell is this power? The heavenly beauty goddess had never seen such a power before. The terrifying aura grew closer and closer. He took out a supreme-grade ruler's battle robe and put it on. At the same time, he hurriedly retreated. The terrifying aura crashed toward the heavenly beauty goddess. The heavenly beauty goddess also stopped in her tracks. Her aura suddenly dimmed. Her eyes widened as her body was instantly sliced in half, and she plummeted from the sky. A dark red crystal hovered in the sky, exuding a faint divine might. Ding! Congratulations to player for killing a 1-star heavenly god. Ding! Killed a 1-star heavenly god. Obtained 1-star godhead. Ding! As player has killed the first 1-star heavenly god, the system will reward you 1 God King fragment. *CK. The Sky Slash is so powerful. It killed a heavenly god just like that. Lin Fei was a little taken aback. The power of the Sky Slash was far more powerful than he had imagined. Master, hurry up and put away the godhead. The little demon reminded him. Lin Fei came to his senses and grabbed the godhead. Immediately afterward, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure was clearly slower than Lin Fei, and it was none other than the Great Commander. Great Commander, what are you doing? Lin Fei put away the godhead. He was inwardly glad that he had acted in advance. Otherwise, the godhead would have fallen into someone else's hands. Lin Fei hadn't expected it to be so powerful when he used Sky Slash. He had killed the heavenly beauty goddess with a single strike. In reality, Lin Fei did not know how powerful the spatial technique that the red-clothed chaos goddess had spoken of was. It was a top-tier technique that had been created by a master of space and a master of time. Needless to say, it was powerful enough to kill the heavenly beauty goddess with ease. The heavenly beauty goddess has gone too far. I came here to dissuade him, but who would have thought that you would be able to kill her so easily? What a young and promising man, the Great Commander said angrily. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Lin Fei knew very well that the Great Commander was here for the godhead. A godhead could create a heavenly god. Anyone would be envious of such a thing. Actually, I don't like him either. We were talking nicely, but he just had to make a move. Isn't he courting death? Lin Fei said with a smile. Does he really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Fellow Taoist, don't you agree? The Great Commander never thought that the heavenly beauty goddess would die at the hands of Lin Fei. She was a heavenly god. The great commander knew that he might not have been able to kill her even if he had attacked, but Lin Fei had done it. The great commander could tell that Yi Futian was warning him not to act recklessly. People like him deserve to die. The chief commander was very wary of Lin Fei at the moment, especially when he was able to sense how terrifying that last move was. However, he was unable to tell. Fellow Taoist, you should be wary of the Bliss Palace. They've lost a heavenly god, and there's no way they'll give up so easily. Seeing that there was no chance to snatch the godhead from Lin Fei, the great commander left after chatting for a while. That guy is very cunning. I wanted to kill him as well so I could get another godhead. Lin Fei licked his lips as he watched the great commander leave. It's good that he doesn't come and mess with me. The people of the City of Chaos had seen how terrifying Di Tian was. Even though it was a blur, everyone knew that Di Tian had killed a heavenly god, and even the great commander had to treat him with respect. The 4 great ancestors of the Lu family were now completely convinced. This guy was very, very strong. Fortunately, they did not offend him before. Otherwise, the Lu family would have been destroyed. The 4 great ancestors of the Lu family did not dare to get close for now. They could still call him a friend before, but now, they had to call him a senior. They could not bring themselves to say it. After the great commander left, Lin Fei let Lu Ziyue out. Lu Ziyue asked as soon as she came out, "You killed the heavenly beauty goddess? Why would you say that?" Lin Fei asked with a smile. Chapter 17:13. Lin Fei was not surprised that he had killed a heavenly god. The only surprise was that the top-level spatial technique was more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Fei was laughing to himself. He wondered what the spatial technique he left behind outside the mountain of corpses would bring to the red-robed chaos. It must be very interesting. He might even be able to imagine the expression on the red-robed chaos face. This was a great deal. Lin Fei did not plan to stay in the Lu clan any longer after obtaining a godhood. He found a random reason and left the City of Chaos. Lin Fei had more pressing matters to attend to at the moment. He had to create a heavenly god. The huge senfu of the Lu clan was almost destroyed. It was now a pile of rubble. The 4 great ancestors of the Lu clan were not paying attention to the rubble. Instead, they were digesting the shocking news that they had just received. "Big brother, this..." Lu Yiren was still in a daze. Lu Yijing was the same. As a half-step heavenly god, he was only half a step away from that step, but it was as far as the sky. It would not be easy for the Lu clan to produce a heavenly god without any fortuitous encounters. The fact that Lin Fei had killed a heavenly god at such a young age shocked them greatly. Their cultivation had been wasted on a dog. The Empyrean deity of beauty died in our hands. No matter how the Bliss Palace sees it, we, the Lu clan, have thoroughly offended them. They won't listen to our explanation. The only way out for us now is to work with Lin Fei. The 4 great ancestors looked at Lu Ziyue as well. "Master, you're so lucky. Just when you want a godhood, someone delivers one to you." The little demon was beaming with joy. Lin Fei's trip to the City of Chaos was actually to cooperate with the Bliss Palace. He wanted to get a godhood. He did not expect that. Lin Fei was very concerned about the importance of a godhood. When he obtained the technique from the red-robed chaos, he wanted nothing more than to increase the cultivation level of his 18 primordial clones. In the eyes of others, a godhood might be troublesome, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing. At most, it would just be a waste of time. The godhood came faster than expected. "It's all your fault for being in such a hurry to reincarnate, Empyrean goddess of beauty. She was so eager to give me a divine spark. But then again, I've killed a heavenly deity of the Bliss Palace. The Bliss Palace will definitely be enraged, and a great battle is unavoidable. I'll have to upgrade my 18 clones right now. This time, how many heavenly gods will send themselves to our doorstep?" Without stopping, Lin Fei returned to the great metropolis heaven. Fortunately, he didn't come. Lin Fei still had time. After returning, Lin Fei summoned his battle fort and entered it. Because there were a few questions that he had to clarify first. "What's going on with this God King fragment?" Lin Fei asked the little devil as soon as he entered the secret room. This matter had been on his mind for a long time, and he had to get to the bottom of it no matter what. Master, now that you can kill heavenly god powerhouses, the system will naturally give you some benefits. The godly monarch fragment is one of the benefits. Lin Fei listened attentively. The little devil continued, the godly monarch fragment is a good thing. Only heavenly gods will have it. Killing a heavenly god powerhouse will give you a chance to obtain a godly monarch fragment. As long as you gather 100 godly monarch fragments, Master, you can reassemble the fragments and summon a godly monarch powerhouse. Isn't that exciting? Lin Fei's eyes instantly lit up. It's a good thing, but it drops randomly. Will it be hard to collect the fragments? I can't keep killing heavenly god powerhouses, right? Lin Fei's current combat strength was equivalent to a heavenly god powerhouse with several stars. Especially when using spatial techniques and time techniques, he had the support of powerful god energy. His combat strength was exceptionally strong. Godly monarch powerhouses were definitely stronger than heavenly gods. If he summoned a godly monarch powerhouse, in this world, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? That will depend on how many heavenly gods you kill. The little devil whetted Lin Fei's appetite. I believe that day will come very soon. Master, do your best. By the way, I want to know if the godly monarch powerhouse that I summon will leave. For example, if it stays for a while, how much stronger is it than a heavenly god? The godly monarch that you summon is a permanent existence. However, you will need to consume divinity points every day. As long as the godly monarch isn't killed and you have enough divinity points, the godly monarch will always exist. As for the strength of the godly monarch, it's one level higher than a heavenly god. There are also 9 stars godly monarch powerhouses. Whether you can summon a godly monarch of that level will depend on your luck, Master. Lin Fei blinked. Godly monarch? Just the name alone was enough to tell how powerful it was. Lin Fei was relieved after learning about the function of the godly monarch fragment. He stopped worrying about it and took out the heavenly beauty goddess's godhead. It was a complete godhead. It was still perfect even after being attacked by spatial techniques. Lin Fei, if you dare kill me, the Bliss Palace will not let you get away with it. The big shots of the upper realm will also kill you. The heavenly beauty goddess's furious roar came from the godhead as soon as it was taken out. F***ck, you're not dead. The heavenly beauty goddess's face was revealed on the surface of the godhead. She glared at Lin Fei furiously. How would an ant like you know about the wonders of the godhead? You may have destroyed my physical body, but you can't destroy the godhead. As long as the godhead exists, I can still be resurrected. The heavenly beauty goddess grinned viciously. She felt extremely frustrated as she thought to herself, UD*MB* starred. I'm going to destroy your great metropolis heaven once I get out of here. Oh, so the godhead has such an effect. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. The heavenly beauty goddess wanted Lin Fei to know just how powerful a heavenly god was. Even if his physical body was destroyed, he would not be able to kill her. If it weren't for the fact that he was unable to react in time, the godhead would not have fallen into his hands. You'd better get ready and let me go right now. Otherwise, you'll have to face the wrath of the Bliss Palace. No matter how special your cultivation method is, you won't stand a chance against the big shots. The heavenly beauty goddess wanted Lin Fei to feel fear. Lin Fei was rather curious. A heavenly god is indeed a heavenly god. You're so confident in your threats. I'm very curious. What's the purpose of a guy who came down from the upper realm like you? Can you tell me, a man who's about to die? The heavenly beauty goddess smirked. So you're afraid now. You might be able to kill me, but you're nothing but an ant in the eyes of the big shots. Even the people of this realm are ants, and they're all under the control of the big shots. Now you know how insignificant you are. As long as you're willing to become my follower and hand over the method you used to kill me, I can guarantee that you'll live. Even your family won't have to die. Think about it. The heavenly beauty goddess was confident that no one would be able to turn down such tempting conditions. In the eyes of the heavenly beauty goddess, Lin Fei was a powerful fighter. After all, a half-step heavenly god was able to unleash the combat prowess of a heavenly god, or even a one-star heavenly god. It was very common in the upper realm and extremely rare in the lower realm. Chapter 17:14. The heavenly beauty goddess had awakened all of her memories. No one knew how powerful this technique was more than he did. An invisible attack was the most terrifying. The heavenly beauty goddess did not even know how to block it. This technique was too terrifying. The heavenly beauty goddess threatened Lin Fei with her backer. As long as Lin Fei yielded and let her go, she would have a chance to obtain his powerful technique. As long as she cultivated this technique, she would be able to rapidly improve her strength. She might even be able to become a divine king in the future. She had to obtain this technique. While the heavenly goddess of red beauty's killing intent toward Lin Fei was very strong, she still had to suppress Lin Fei at the moment. It would be best if she could cause him to have a mental breakdown. Once Lin Fei became wary of the Bliss Palace, she would regain her freedom and obtain the cultivation method that she had always dreamed of. There was no way she would allow such a powerful cultivation method to fall into the hands of a nobody like her, not someone of noble blood. Unfortunately, the heavenly beauty goddess did not know that Lin Fei was not afraid of threats. Looks like the heavenly beauty goddess was also a powerful figure in the past. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in what you have to say. As for what's in your mind, I can't be bothered. Lin Fei was not an idiot. There was no way he would believe the heavenly beauty goddess. Powerful figure? Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent your pawns down to the lower realms. The heavenly beauty goddess threatened, "Aren't you afraid that the great metropolis heaven will be destroyed? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by the 8 sects? As long as you're alive, the 10 young princes will be very interested. They'll come here in person soon. As long as you submit to me, I can take care of this matter and ensure that you won't be threatened in the future." Lin Fei shook his head. "I robbed the 10 young princes and prevented them from becoming heavenly gods. Even powerful figures can't do anything to me. Why should I care about mere heavenly gods?" 10,000 years in a glance. Lin Fei performed a series of hand seals, and a mysterious power enveloped the godhead. The heavenly beauty goddess' face twisted with rage. "What are you doing? Stop right now." Lin Fei did not care. He chuckled. "Didn't you say that I won't die? I'm just testing it out. Why are you worried?" "No, my energy." This was a top-notch time manipulation technique that Lin Fei had learned. A large amount of divine power in Lin Fei's body was consumed. The heavenly beauty goddess's appearance rapidly aged, and in less than 3 breaths' time, she had become a white-haired old woman. Then, her aura completely disappeared, and there was no longer any aura within the heavenly beauty goddess's body. "Like I said, it's not like you won't die even if you hide in a godhead." Lin Fei pursed his lips in astonishment. "Thank God I managed to extort the spatial and temporal techniques from Chaos Red. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to kill the heavenly beauty goddess within the godhead." Lin Fei wasn't interested in learning about the heavenly beauty goddess's thoughts. What the big shots were planning down there had nothing to do with him. At most, he would just kill a few more celestial gods to provide him with God King fragments. Lin Fei immediately sat down cross-legged. A doppelganger stood beside Lin Fei and cupped his hands towards Lin Fei. "Greetings to the main body." Lin Fei also cupped his hands and couldn't help but smile. "Let the upgrade begin." At the moment when the heavenly beauty goddess perished, a furious roar came from a celestial realm mountain in a faraway territory. "Who is it?" The voice, which was imbued with boundless killing intent, shot into the starry sky beyond the Godhead realm, shattering many uninhabited stars. The entire Godhead realm was in a state of panic. All eyes fell upon the divine realm that was shrouded. One of the patriarchs there was enraged. The Bliss Palace was one of the 8 major sections. Another celestial god had recently emerged, causing the Bliss Palace's influence to expand once again. Many immortals joined the Bliss Palace. Even though they were only outer disciples, with a celestial god backing them, they were able to do whatever they wanted. The Bliss Palace's strength expanded very quickly. Beauty has been killed. There was a small space deep within the Bliss Palace. There were 8 mighty ones sitting together at the moment, and they were all projections. All of them had different expressions on their faces, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all enraged. None of those important figures could sit still after learning that the heavenly beauty goddess had perished. Those who were able to sit there were all the decision-makers of the Bliss Palace, the truly important figures. Old Palace Lord, has beauty really perished? The one who asked the question was an old man in gray robes. There was a fire mark on his forehead, and terrifying waves of air surged around him, rippling out in waves. That person was none other than the heavenly beauty goddess's teacher, heavenly god Crimson Flame. Indeed, everyone present was a heavenly god, and there were 8 of them. The heavenly beauty goddess was only known to the public. If word were to spread, everyone would have been shocked to see how powerful the Bliss Palace was. Heavenly god Crimson Flame refused to believe that his own disciple had perished. Heavenly god Crimson Flame was more excited than anyone else to have taken in a reincarnated disciple. It was also something that he enjoyed talking about the most. Because of his disciple, his authority in the core group had increased. Heavenly god Crimson Flame, who had a fiery temper to begin with, was unable to control his rage once he heard that his disciple had perished. That was basically cutting off any hope of ascending. She has indeed perished. The three-eyed heavenly god in the middle took out a broken piece of jade. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. They all had something like that, and it was known as the spiritual pearl. It contained a wisp of a mighty one's spiritual soul. As long as the spiritual soul was not destroyed, the person would not die. Now that the spiritual soul was shattered, it meant that the person had met with misfortune. That's impossible. Beauty's powers have reached the level of a one-star heavenly god, and she has a low-tier divine weapon. She even learned the single origin of heaven and earth hand, which allows her to control the power of heaven and earth. Could it have been someone from the 8 major sects? Heavenly god Crimson Flame's expression was grim. If they were the ones who broke the rules, we would have killed their heavenly god as well. That's right. If they dared to break the rules, we would have dared to make a move and teach them a lesson. We, the Bliss Palace, are not pushovers. As one of the 8 major sects, the Bliss Palace was already a top-notch force in the domain. It was only natural that they had their own rules. At their level, they would rarely make a move on the younger generation. It was a matter between disciples, and it was normal for them to kill one another. However, if the older generation were to make a move, it would be breaking the rules. That rule had always been in place. No matter how much of a ruckus there was between the 8 major sects, the older generation would never make a move. As soon as Beauty Goddess died, they suspected that it was the older generation who did it. The 10 young masters, which were the current 10 heavenly gods, were about the same in terms of powers. It would have been difficult for them to kill one another. Furthermore, they had yet to develop to such a degree. It was just a small skirmish at most. Chapter 1715. It's done. Great Metropolis World Battle Fortress. A terrifying heavenly god aura spread out. Lin Fei leaped up, a satisfied look on his tired face. The red-clothed chaos really didn't lie to me. Using the godheads can really increase the fighting power of my clones, allowing them to ascend to the heavenly god realm. The clone's aura beside him turned into a true heavenly god aura. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check and found nothing wrong. The only downside was that the heavenly god clones needed energy. Without energy, their fighting power would plummet. If all 18 clones ascend to the heavenly god realm, I will need to prepare a large amount of god stones. Otherwise, I won't be able to raise so many clones. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Luckily, he didn't have to worry now. After ascending to the heavenly god realm, my equipment will be able to unleash 100% of its power. 1 clone ascended to the heavenly god realm. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. What he lacked now was the godheads. This can't be rushed. Coming out of the battle fortress, Lin Fei realized that not much time had passed outside. Thinking about it, in order to refine the godheads, Lin Fei used the time technique and consumed a large amount of god power. It seemed like it was worth it. Young master, the Liu family is here. They want to see you. I told them that you are in seclusion and arranged for them to stay in the courtyard. After Lin Fei came out, Dragon King came to report the situation. Ever since they returned, the dragon race settled down in Great Metropolis World. Dragon King also stayed in Invincible Palace. Because of his ability, Lin Fei arranged for Dragon King to be the head butler of Invincible Palace. After all, 9 Dragon King was experienced and arranged things well. The most important thing was still the half-step heavenly god. Dragon King didn't let down his responsibilities. He arranged things well. No one in Invincible Palace dared to say anything bad about it. Bring them to the main hall. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the Lu family would come personally. Oh, and over at Primal Chaos City, the commander sent 2 old acquaintances. They said that it's about the low-grade god weapon. I've arranged for them to stay. After I meet with the Lu family, arrange for them to come here. Lin Fei said. He had just taken a few steps when he turned back and said, Dragon King, I'll leave the matters in the palace to you. I'll go back with you in person in a few days. Dragon King said gratefully. Thank you, young master. This was not Lu Ziyue's first time in the great metropolis heaven. But this time, his mood was obviously different. This bad guy still knows how to come out. Lu Ziyue muttered to herself in the palace. Her feelings for Lin Fei were very complicated. Right now, Lin Fei had grown to a very high level. The 4 patriarchs of the clan had no choice but to lower their heads. This time, the Lu family sent 2 patriarchs, Lu Yijing and Lu Bufan. The other 2 stayed behind to guard the Lu family. They did not have to worry about revenge from the Bliss Palace while they were in the City of Chaos. It was not a good idea, after all. After some hesitation, they decided to contact Lin Fei to see how they could increase the Lu family's power. It was a pity that they came at the wrong time. They learned that Lin Fei had gone to train in isolation, so they had no choice but to stay and wait for Lin Fei to come out. The 2 patriarchs of the Lu family looked worried. How did the Lu family end up in such a situation? But they could not say anything, so they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Lin Fei's terror made them very afraid. They could not afford to offend the Bliss Palace, and neither could they afford to offend Lin Fei. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Fei walked in with big strides. We haven't been here for long either. Lu Yijing and Lu Bufan said. They did not dare to say anything. They did not dare to put on airs when facing a guy who could kill gods. When Lin Fei walked past Lu Ziyue, he said in a low voice, My great beauty, it's not good to talk behind someone's back. Stingy man. Lu Ziyue bit her lip. Can't I even say it? Lu Bufan and Lu Yijing looked at each other. They were secretly glad that they brought Lu Ziyue along. They were not fools. They knew very well that there was something fishy going on. Lin Fei clearly had a good impression of Ziyue, and Ziyue was about the same. If they could get together, it would be of great benefit to the Lu family. Lin Fei had never seen Lu Ziyue with such an expression. It was very enchanting. It was said that a strong woman would be very enchanting when she posed. Now, it seemed that they were right. Young Master Lin, the Lu family has decided after some research. We are willing to cooperate with you on a deeper level, Lu Yijing said. This was the decision that the 4 patriarchs had come to. We can cooperate. I know that the Lu family can't offer that many things. I have a good suggestion. If the Tianyun Tower sells rulers' armaments and the like for me, I can give the Lu family 10% of the profits. Lin Fei said straightforwardly, giving them a choice. 10% is too little. Lu Ziyue immediately said. Lin Fei chuckled. 10% is not a small amount. The Tianyun Tower is just using your connections, and I am providing rulers' treasures. This kind of good thing is not something that anyone can get. However, I can give you 20% of the profits. Lu Ziyue didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Ziyue was very clear about the meaning behind Lin Fei giving her Lu family 10% of the profits. The Lu family was indeed benefiting. With rulers' armaments, the Lu family could rapidly expand their influence in the weaves. This kind of good thing was not easy to find. Any merchant association would be like a shark that smelled blood. Ziyue, thank you, young Master Lin. Lu Yijing hurriedly gave Ziyue a look. He was afraid that Ziyue would say something wrong, and the 20% would become 10% again. Thank you, young Master Lin. Lu Ziyue could only helplessly say. This guy was too cunning. He made her speechless. This kind of person was the worst. No need to thank me. We're all partners. Lin Fei said casually. I will arrange for safety. I hope to hold the first auction in the great metropolis sky. Your task is to publicize it. I want everyone in the Weaves to know about it. Lu Yijing and Lu Bufan became excited. This was a big matter. The first auction was held in the great metropolis sky. Actually, it didn't matter much. They would just send out some people. Lin Fei would probably be responsible for safety. Overall, the Lu family wouldn't be affected. I wonder how many weapons young Master Lin is planning to bring out for the first auction. We can also publicize it. Since it's the first auction, we have to make it big. I want everyone in the Weaves to know that I'm planning to bring out 100 perfect high-grade rulers' armaments, 50 supreme-grade rulers' armaments, 50 supreme-grade battle robes, and 10 low-grade divine artifacts. The two people from the Lu family sucked in a breath of cold air. How generous! Chapter 1716. Big deal? This was only the beginning. The 8 sects had connections with the higher-ups, and so did the 10 princes. Lin Fei even learned from the goddess of beauty that someone was playing a big game of chess. There was a lot of turbulence in the territory now. Putting aside the 8 great sects, Lin Fei understood that things were heading in an unknown direction just by the fact that the primal chaos had broken free. What Lin Fei needed was to improve his strength. Lin Fei had his reasons for releasing such a huge gimmick. After negotiating with the Lu family patriarch left. Lu Ziyue stayed behind. In Lu Yijing's words, she was in charge of the location of the great metropolis world. Are you plotting something? Lu Ziyue asked after the Lu family patriarch left. Lin Fei shrugged. Plot? What plot? I'm just a moneymaker. You think I don't know you? Lu Ziyue didn't believe Lin Fei at all. Maybe a lot of people will be at a disadvantage this time. Lu Ziyue left just like that. Only her back could be seen. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. A strong woman really has a keen sense of discovery. She can even see this. Lin Fei did have a plan. Dragon King, you can bring them in. Not long after, 2 familiar people arrived. Why are you 2 here? Lin Fei was quite surprised. The commander of the City of Chaos was really thoughtful to arrange for them to come here. We are indebted to the Grand Commander for thinking so highly of us and arranging for us to become the liaison. We still have to thank fellow Taoist D. Tian for this. Xianxia had a complacent look on his face. It was the Xianxia brothers. These 2 brothers were lucky. They were rewarded by Lin Fei, got a ruler's weapon, and were valued by the commander. Their status in the city lord's mansion had improved a lot. Actually, I like to talk to familiar people. The Xianxia brothers didn't dare to look down on Lin Fei anymore. They were much more careful with their words. This was someone who killed the goddess of beauty. He could kill them easily. The 2 of them didn't dare to put on airs and immediately turned to business. Lin Fei didn't mind. This was the first time they traded in Primal Chaos City, and they didn't use top-quality saint stones to trade, but something else. This is Grand Mist energy. The Great Commander said that you will understand its significance once you see it. Vicious took out a white bottle. Thank you. No one knew better than Lin Fei how valuable Grand Mist energy was. We can use this to trade as well. That was because primordial chaos could also be transformed into divinity points. It was much better than the supreme-grade saint stone vein. It was Lin Fei's first transaction, so he was very casual. Wasn't it just a low-grade divine artifact? He had plenty of them. However, it was different in Xianxia's eyes. When they saw a group of inferior-grade god artifacts, the divine might they gave off scared them. They had never seen so many inferior-grade god artifacts in their lives. The aura of each inferior-grade god artifact was enough to make them feel fear. It was an extremely terrifying low-grade divine artifact. After the transaction was completed, the 2 of them used the celestial talisman to leave. Great Commander, after the first transaction, I don't know if you can resist a second transaction. At that time, what you want won't be up to you. Lin Fei revealed a proud smile. After the Lu family ancestor left, he immediately arranged for a group of people to come over. Lu Ziyue chose a location in Great Metropolis World to build a Tianyun Tower. With the resources provided by Lin Fei, It didn't take long for a magnificent building to appear in Great Metropolis World. Lin Fei came a few times, and then disappeared without a trace. The Liu family ancestor also fulfilled his promise and used the influence of the Liu family's Tianyun Tower to start spreading the news. Although the Tianyun Tower's influence wasn't as great as a top merchant association, it still had some influence in the endless territories. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Auctioning inferior-grade god artifacts? What a joke! This thing had always been in the hands of a top merchant association. What right did a second-rate merchant association like the Tianyun Tower have to auction it? Moreover, it wasn't as simple as just one or two. The Tianyun Tower instantly became lively. Regardless of whether people believed it or not, the news spread very quickly in the endless territories. Everyone knew that there was a merchant association called the Tianyun Tower that wanted to auction high-grade ruler weapons, top-grade ruler weapons, battle armor, inferior-grade god artifacts, and that they were going to sell perfect-grade god artifacts. The news spread like wildfire. The Tianyun Tower was immediately pushed into the limelight. It was impossible for people to not know about it, especially something like inferior-grade god artifacts. It was better to believe that they existed than not. Who knew if they really did exist? If they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Many factions started to inquire about the authenticity of the Tianyun Tower's news. Even the top merchant association didn't care. A second-rate merchant association like the Tianyun Tower could only come up with such a boring excuse to deceive people. Even they didn't dare to open such a big mouth. The former was easy. Inferior-grade god artifacts weren't cabbages on the street. They could get as many as they wanted. Even their top merchant association auctioned them one by one. The quality was quite average. The Tianyun Tower dared to sell perfect-grade god artifacts. Wasn't this a slap in the face to their top merchant association? The Tianyun Tower's news only spread the treasures being auctioned and the rest of the days. They didn't mention where the auction would be held. This caused many people to curse, and they also remembered it in their hearts. The old ancestor of the Liu family was excited and troubled at the same time. In a secret room of the Liu family, the four old ancestors sat together. Outrageous! The World Merchant Association is robbing us by force. Liu Bufan read the contents of the Jade Scroll and couldn't help but be furious. The World Merchant Association is really too much. They actually dared to buy all our ruler weapons at such a low price. Isn't this clearly bullying our Liu family? Liu Yiren said angrily. After the news of the auction spread, the reputation of the Liu family skyrocketed. Almost everyone knew about them. The reason was simple. It was because of this luxurious auction. Not long after the news spread, they ran into trouble. The World Merchant Association, one of the top merchant associations, actually sent people to the Liu family to buy their ruler weapons. The price they offered was cabbages and they didn't want to refuse. This angered the four old ancestors of the Liu family quite a bit. The World Merchant Association was indeed bullying them. Liu Yijing's expression wasn't good either. The World Merchant Association was threatening their Liu family. Even though the Tianyun Tower was influential, they were still too weak to go against the World Merchant Association. Because the World Merchant Association was too powerful. Chapter 1717. Why are they outside? How are we supposed to reply? We can't just agree to them. Furthermore, we don't have anything on hand. Liu Bufan punched the air in anger. Liu family's Tianyun building was one of the big merchant associations. Being forced by Tianyun merchants, he couldn't take it lying down. Let's just tell them directly. Liu Yijing's furrowed brows relaxed. Someone will deal with this. There's no need for us to rush. You think Di Tian will make a move? Primal Chaos City, Liu family. Liu family's living room. At this moment, there was a person sitting with a huge blade and a golden horse. Behind him stood 6 dominators with sharp auras. Lord Deacon, do you think Liu family will agree? They have been in there for so long. There should be a result by now. A middle-aged man standing at the side said. Liu family will definitely agree. In front of Tianyun Merchant Association, Liu family is nothing. Although we can't reach Primal Chaos City, the branches in other territories can't withstand our attacks. We can destroy Tianyun building in an instant. Lu Yijing is a smart person. He will definitely make a choice. The person called Deacon said confidently. Lord Deacon is right. Lu family is indeed not our Tianyun Merchant Association's match. Lu Yijing is here. Lu Yijing walked in alone. Deacon Chiu, sorry for making you wait. Deacon Chiu said indifferently, these are small matters. I wonder what President Lu has thought about it. As long as you sell the things on hand to us, we will have a long-term cooperation in the future. Tianyun building will also benefit greatly. Benefit? Only you can say that. Lu Yijing cursed Tianyun Merchant Association's shamelessness in his heart. How could they say such words? Did they really think he was a 3-year-old child? Now wasn't the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. Lu Yijing could only bear with it for now. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint Deacon Chiu. Lu Yijing said. Deacon Chiu was expressionless. His tone sunk. President Lu, did you not come to a conclusion? It's not like you don't know the influence of Tianyun Merchant Association. Lu Yijing smiled. Deacon Chiu, you don't know about this matter. Don't think that our Lu family is auctioning a low-grade god artifact. In reality, we don't have any low-grade god artifact. Lu family is just helping others run errands. If the things are really ours, Lu family will hand them over. Deacon Chiu didn't expect this to happen. There was someone else behind this. Who are you working for? This information was too important, and Deacon Chiu believed that Lu Yijing definitely wouldn't dare to lie to him. With the World Merchant Association's strength, they would be able to find out sooner or later. Lu Yijing gritted his teeth. Great Metropolis Celestial World, Invincible Palace, Tion. Tion? Where did he come from? Deacon Chiu was at a loss. My lord, isn't Tion just that guy who caused trouble on the Divine Mountain? He's just a small fry who has achieved success. Deacon Chiu felt that this name sounded familiar. So it was this guy. Isn't he dead? Xianxia Chamber of Commerce had a huge influence. The secrets of the upper echelons were not a secret to the Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, they knew some things about the Sacred Mountain. Moreover, Xianxia Chamber of Commerce also had people participating. He isn't dead. After he came back, he came to our Lu family. Our Lu family is a big chamber of commerce, and we weren't willing to agree at first. However, under the threat of the other party, our Tianyun Pavilion agreed to advertise. 1 month later, Tion will hold his first auction in the Great Sky World. Deacon Chiu's mission was very simple. It would be best if he could get the item back. Even if he couldn't, he had to find out what happened. This situation had to be suppressed. Is what you said true? I can guarantee it with my head. Big brother, what do we need to do now? After Deacon Chiu left, the 3 old ancestors appeared in the living room. Bufan, inform Ziyue that Xianxia Chamber of Commerce has set their eyes on us. Maybe the other 2 chambers of commerce will also set their eyes on us. Then ask her if we can start the next step. I'll do it right away. Deacon Chiu left Primal Chaos Ancient Nation with his men. On an uninhabited star, he tore open an immortal talisman and opened a space-time door. He brought his men in. When he reappeared, he was already in a territory Senfu. Deacon Chiu arrived at the main hall of the Senfu. Young master, I'm back. Deacon Chiu said respectfully. He didn't have any of the arrogance he had in the Lu family. How's the investigation? There are some clues. Deacon Chiu reported the matter in detail and added some of his own conclusions. Tion? Interesting. No wonder the people from the 8 sects went to Great Heaven Realm. So Tion didn't die. The people present were very young. Their eyes were sharp and unruly. Deacon Chiu didn't dare to look at the young master's eyes. Young master, what should we do next? Deacon Chiu said in a low voice. Should we inform the people in the Chamber of Commerce and arrange for experts to attack Great Heaven Realm? No rush. I have my own plans. However, you need to arrange people to watch the other 2 chambers of commerce. I want to know their every move. The Tianyun Pavilion's auction of the low-grade divine artifact was still fermenting. As long as one was in the territory, they all knew about this. The Tianyun Pavilion came aggressively and had more influence than the 3 chambers of commerce. While everyone was doubting and guessing, the Tianyun Pavilion released another shocking piece of news. It was like throwing a heavy bomb on the calm water. The Tianyun Pavilion wasn't the real organizer. They were just running errands. The real auction was in Great Heaven Realm. A few simple words caused a commotion. In the beginning, no one knew where Great Heaven Realm was. They had never heard of this name. However, in the eyes of the upper echelons, they knew this place. Wasn't it that little guy's place? Could it be that this was also caused by that little guy? Following that, more and more news spread. It also involved D. Tion. It was rumored that the low-grade divine artifact came from D. Tion, and there were quite a few of them. Then, it was revealed that D. Tion had a battle fort. Once again, it was shocking. In the auction a month later, everyone was ready to make a move. Regardless of whether they were intentional or not at this moment, they all knew about the Great Heaven Realm, as well as the somewhat mysterious D. Tion. After all, the matters on the Divine Mountain were sealed, and only the upper echelons knew about them. The lower echelons didn't know about this at all. Regardless of whether it was true or not, many people ran to join in the fun. For a time, a large number of people swarmed to Great Heaven Realm. Most of the people they met were on their way to Great Heaven Realm. Everyone was paying attention. Chapter 1718. A month later, Great Metropolis World, low-grade god artifact was auctioned. This news caused the entire region to explode. Whether it was true or not, they had to go take a look first. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could tell that this wasn't a small matter but a huge matter. There were also a bunch of people who went to take advantage of the situation. A random Great Metropolis World appeared out of nowhere and even dared to auction a low-grade god artifact. This was equivalent to provoking the 3 top merchant associations, and they definitely wouldn't let the auction succeed. This would have a huge impact on their status. Conflict was inevitable. These people were all there to reap benefits. A small unknown place, a person they weren't familiar with, in the end, they would still suffer. Many Celestials headed to Great Metropolis World. These bandits were overjoyed. They would go out to rob every 2 to 3 days, and each time they would reap huge rewards. This had never happened in the past. These places were secluded and normally no one would pass by. The good days of the bandits didn't last for a few days. They met a steel plate and were cleaned up in just a few moves. Some died, some were injured, and there were no more of them. Stop! Under another empty starry sky, a bunch of bandits blocked a group of people. There were dozens of immortals blocking the people in front. They were arrogant and despotic. Hand over all your belongings or we will kill you all. The leader was a 5-star ruler. He held a long blade and a bloody aura surged into the sky. Who knew how many people he had killed to have such a bloody aura? A bunch of small bandits actually dare to come out to rob. You are just asking to die. A terrifying aura surged into the sky. With a wave of his finger, more than 50 people were immobilized. With a wave of his finger, all of them exploded. Not a single one of them survived. Damn it, why are there so many bandits popping out recently? Black Saint frowned. Although they couldn't even take a single blow, it still made him unhappy. After leaving the sect, Black Saint had been on his way to Great Metropolis World for some time. The two of them had a long journey and even a heavenly god needed time. If he had a battle fort, he would be much faster. Unfortunately, it was limited. Empyrean god Blacksage flicked his finger, causing everything in front of him to dissipate. Even the things that had fallen down were disdainfully ignored. Lin Fei, I'm coming soon. I wonder if your strength has improved. Don't be easily defeated by me. Black Sage sneered. He had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers just to kill Lin Fei. Empyrean god Blacksage didn't feel that this was a loss of face. This hateful fellow must be eliminated. News from the sect? Did something happen? Heavenly god Black Sacred suddenly frowned and took out a jade talisman. A voice sounded out from within. Black Sacred, where are you? On the way. Empyrean god Blacksage said, we're almost at the Great Metropolis Heaven. That's good. There's a piece of news that I need to tell you. You can go and deal with it. Your opponent, D. Tion, also known as Lin Fei, is preparing to hold an auction in the near future. It will involve the auction of a low-rank god artifact. It's best if you can investigate it and find out the origin of the low-rank god artifact. Auctioning a low-rank god artifact? Could it be a rumor? Empyrean god Blacksage didn't quite believe it. Even he only had 2 low-rank god artifacts, and both of them were bestowed to him by the higher-ups. What did Lin Fei do to deserve a low-rank god artifact? Was he just messing with everyone? I will investigate this. Empyrean god Blacksage didn't take it to heart. He was an Empyrean god, and Lin Fei could still turn things around. By the way, the people from the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords are all there. Even the 3 top merchant groups will be involved. You have to be careful. One more thing, our spies in the Bliss Palace reported that the heavenly beauty goddess, who ascended a little later than you, was killed, and her godhead was taken. Empyrean god Blacksage's eyes gleamed. Dead. That guy is dead. I have to defeat him myself. Who killed the heavenly beauty goddess? The heavenly beauty goddess died in the City of Chaos. As for who killed her, we don't know yet. It might be the great commander of the City Lord's mansion. The Jade Talisman hesitated for a moment before a voice sounded. You have to be careful. Don't fail miserably. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Empyrean god Blacksage put away the Jade Talisman. Thinking back to what was said, he understood why there were so many bandits recently. Taoist Blacksage, how have you been? Just as Empyrean god Blacksage was thinking, a figure appeared not far away. The figure cupped his hands and greeted him. Taoist Lishan, it's you. The 2 of them chatted for a while. Soon they went their separate ways. This also made the 2 of them realize that the people from the other sects were about to arrive at the great metropolis world. If they were to interfere, things would get troublesome. Similarly, on the way to the great metropolis world, 3 huge warships sped past them, charging forward without any scruples. Anyone who was a step too slow was basically smashed into pieces. Those who survived were covered in cold sweat and could only watch as the warships left. Who are those people? Don't they have eyes? Someone was unhappy. Soon, someone said something. They are from the Wind and Cloud Merchant Group. Fight them if you have the guts. With just one sentence, everyone dared not speak anymore. They looked at each other and then ran away. How much longer until we reach the great metropolis world? In the middle of the warship, the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table was expressionless, and he gave off an indescribably terrifying pressure. This person was the vice president of the Wind and Cloud Merchant Group, Tianyang. We will arrive in 10 days. Someone replied carefully. Too slow. Give the order, I want the fastest speed, the faster the better. Understood. The person retreated. Tianyang wasn't satisfied with this time, but he knew that this was the fastest the warship could go. If there was a mobile battle fortress, it could be shortened. It's good that Tion isn't dead. No matter what, we have to get the battle fortress. Also, we can't let go of the low-grade god artifact he has. If he knows what's good for him, we can keep him alive. Tianyang's status was very high, and he had the right to say this. The Wind and Cloud Merchant Group was one of the 3 largest merchant groups, and as the vice president, he had immense power. This time, Tianyang's mission was very important. He had to take down Tion before everyone else. For this, he brought a group of elites to take down Tion as soon as possible. President, the people from the World Merchant Group and the Hell Heaven Merchant Group are on their way. They are only a day or 2 behind us, and will catch up soon. Another person reported. Should we get rid of the tail? Chapter 1719. The previously unknown great metropolis world became famous. Less than 10 days before the grand auction, people from all walks of life arrived. Whether they were famous or not, or powerful, they all came to join in the fun. Fortunately, great metropolis world had merged with a small world and a mid-level world, causing its territory to expand imperceptibly. When the outsiders came in, they immediately felt the dense immortal chi and were instantly shocked. At first, they thought that great metropolis world was remote and there was nothing to attract people. Once they arrived, they realized that this place was not ordinary. Many people immediately found grotto heavens and blessed lands to cultivate. If they missed this village, there would not be another one. The others all gathered in the area where the Tianyun Tower was. The huge area belonged to the Tianyun Tower. At this moment, outside the Tianyun Tower, there were many Senfa buildings surrounding the Tianyun Tower. These Senfa buildings were all from Invincible Palace. The Senfa buildings were big and small. As outsiders came in, the Senfa buildings were all turned into places to stay. The price was not cheap. One night needed 100,000 saint stones. People without saint stones? Sorry, they could only stay outside. Some people had ideas about the Tianyun Tower, but just as they were about to act on the idea, they were wiped out by the dragon race. The guards of the dragon clan shocked everyone. Each and every one of the dragons armed to the teeth gave everyone a good scare. Since when did the dragon race come to Great Metropolis World and become the guards of the Tianyun Tower? The dragon race kept coming and going, all armed together. The dragon race had become nouveau riche? Originally, their strength was about the same, but compared to the dragon race armed to the teeth, there was a huge difference in strength. In 3 days they killed more than 1,000 troublemakers, and they were all killed in a short period of time. For a moment, the surroundings of the Tianyun Tower calmed down, and everyone became well-behaved. Even 7- and 8-star sovereigns became well-behaved, let alone those who were not strong enough. The Tianyun Tower rarely had peaceful days. This is the Great Metropolis World. Heavenly God Black Sage, who had rushed all the way, finally arrived at the Great Metropolis World. Looking at this remote world, he laughed coldly and plunged into the Great Metropolis World. Ever since he met Heavenly God Li Shan, Heavenly God Black Sage sprinted all the way, his handsome face showing a trace of fatigue, afraid of falling behind. It seemed that Heavenly God Li Shan was right behind him. Upon entering the Great Metropolis Celestial World, a dense immortal energy wafted about. Heavenly God Blacksage was slightly startled. How much money had been invested to create such a dense immortal energy? Lin Fei, get out here. Rumble. Empyrean God Blacksage's voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the entire Great Metropolis heaven. Everyone's faces changed. The aura of a heavenly god was too powerful. In the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei was lying down lazily. This was one of the few leisurely days he had since his return. They're finally here. They're slower than I thought. Lin Fei opened his eyes, and in a flash he disappeared from the Invincible Palace. My defeated opponent, you still have the nerve to come after losing to me last time. Don't you know how embarrassing it is? Empyrean God Blacksage didn't hold this tiny world in any regard. If Lin Fei didn't come out, Empyrean God Blacksage was prepared to destroy the entire Great Metropolis heaven. Given his power, he could easily accomplish this. By then, he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Fei not appearing. His mocking voice reverberated throughout the entire Great Metropolis heaven. Empyrean God Blacksage's exhausted face flashed with anger. This shameless fellow actually dared to say it in front of everyone. Being robbed and defeated on the God Mountain was something that Empyrean God Blacksage would never forget. Now that it was said out loud, how could Empyrean God Blacksage take it? Empyrean God Blacksage's anger wasn't small. After being provoked by Lin Fei, he couldn't control his anger. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. A terrifying fist blasted towards the source of the voice. The entire world trembled. After all, the strength of a heavenly god was too strong. A world wouldn't be able to withstand such energy waves. Not good, the strength of a heavenly god is too strong. Great Metropolis heaven can't withstand such power. I can't fight here, or the entire world will be destroyed. This fist blasted over, causing the entire world to tremble. Lin Fei sensed that something was wrong. He realized that he had neglected a problem. His world wasn't a territory, but a remote world. What maintained the stability of the world was the nucleus of the planet. He took out the heavenly deity battle blade and casually slashed. Come and kill me if you have the ability. Lin Fei used his saber to shatter the attack and rushed out. If you have the guts, don't leave. Empyrean God Blacksage chased after him, thinking that Lin Fei was afraid of him and was preparing to flee. Outside the world, under a starry sky, Lin Fei stood there with his head held high. After this matter is over, I'm going to set up a grand formation that can stop heavenly gods from destroying this world. Lin Fei silently mused. Lin Fei truly hadn't paid attention to this before. If it wasn't for that punch earlier, Lin Fei really wouldn't have noticed the changes in the world. Why aren't you running anymore, Lin Fei? Weren't you very arrogant the last time? Empyrean god Blacksage chased after him. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. After discovering that there were no ambushes nearby, he became even less concerned. This was especially so when he used his divine sense to scan and discovered that Lin Fei hadn't entered the heavenly god realm yet. As long as Lin Fei didn't enter the heavenly god realm, Empyrean god Blacksage had nothing to worry about. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Why should I leave? Do you really think that you're awesome just because you entered the heavenly god realm? From the way I see it, it's still the same as before. On the other hand, what good stuff did you bring this time? This is the money you earned by risking your life. Empyrean god Blacksage had truly never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Fei. He didn't get angry but laughed instead. You speak so boldly and confidently. Just don't kneel down and beg for mercy later. Black Mystic Hand. Empyrean god Blacksage raised his hand and sent out a pure black palm imprint. He casually took out a low-grade god artifact, a jade-green longsword. The longsword slashed out and a sword light pierced toward Lin Fei's forehead. Aren't you very powerful? Let's see how you block this. After becoming a heavenly god, Empyrean god Blacksage's strength had increased more than tenfold. For example, this sword strike of his had drawn upon the energy of heaven and earth. Its might was terrifying and could kill a half-step heavenly god expert with a single sword strike. Empyrean god Blacksage wanted to heavily injure Lin Fei with a single sword strike. In his eyes, Lin Fei was extremely valuable. He would first heavily injure Lin Fei, then capture him and interrogate him for a low-grade god artifact. In addition, he would devour Lin Fei's 18 clones and use them to push his strength to the next level. Perhaps, he might even be able to push his strength to the 2-star heavenly god realm. This sort of temptation was something that Empyrean god Blacksage couldn't resist. Empyrean god Blacksage had already treated Lin Fei as his prey. Boom! Just as the sword was about to pierce through Lin Fei's forehead, from the darkness, an attack shot toward Empyrean god Blacksage's back, forcing him to give up on his attack. He turned around and sent out a palm strike. Who is it? Scram out here. Taoist Blacksage, your reaction speed is excellent. Beneath the starry sky, a young master waving a fan walked out and swaggered out. Chapter 1721. P.S. I woke up early in the morning and realized that I made a mistake. I'm really sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to repeat it. The VIP chapter has been changed. Everyone can read it again. There shouldn't be any need to pay. If you think it's too troublesome, you can read it in the works-related section. It's also free. The 5 heavenly gods fought. Their divine auras sealed off a large area of the starry sky, making it seem like a forbidden area. The immortals of the great celestial realm were terrified from the depths of their souls. Spectate? Forget it. Once they went out, they would be pressed down by the divine aura. And this was in the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that they would be killed by the aftershocks. The 9 stars sovereign was not weak. He did not go out, but he released his divine sense and vomited blood. His divine sense was damaged, and it would take a long time for him to recover. Golden Feather and the others were fighting 3 against 2. They were locked in a fierce battle. They knew how important Lin Fei was. He was equivalent to a rare treasure. When they heard that he was not dead, they wanted to capture Lin Fei and take his clone to increase their own strength. Heavenly God Black Saint and Heavenly God Li Shan decisively gave up on their differences and chose to work together. If they did not work together, they would lose their chance. They might even have to return in a sorry state. In the end, Golden Feather and the others would benefit. If they captured Lin Fei, the gap in strength between them would increase, and it would be harder to catch up in the future. The 2 of them did not hold back. They released their ultimate moves right from the start. Terrifying auras came one after another, and the power of heaven and earth was incessantly stirred. This was peak combat strength. Are you guys that interesting? Have you asked for my permission? Do you really think I'm a product in your hands? You can have whoever you want. A sudden voice interrupted their battle. Both sides retreated. You actually came out. Empyrean god Golden Feather's eyes turned cold. How is that possible? Aren't you bound and trapped inside the cage? The 10th young master and heavenly god Li Sheng were also shocked. Just now, they had taken out 2 treasures and were confident that they could trap Lin Fei. But what was going on? Just as they were fighting to the death, Lin Fei, who had been trapped like a turtle in a jar, actually came out. He looked completely fine, as if he was mocking them for overestimating themselves. Heavenly God Black Saint laughed mockingly. Hee, it's great now. You haven't caught him yet. Let's see what else you can do. Lin Fei is very cunning. Let's see who's more capable. Heavenly God Li Shan chuckled. Empyrean God Goldfeather and the other 2 Empyrean gods all had uneasy looks on their faces. Previously, Empyrean God Goldfeather and the others had relied on the fact that they had trapped Lin Fei to gain the upper hand. They didn't have to worry about any accidents. As long as they could defeat Empyrean God Black Saint, everything would be fine. Now that Lin Fei had appeared, it would be strange if Empyrean God Goldfeather and the others could remain at ease. Fellow Taoist Li Shan, you're right. I'm a very slippery person. You've been fighting both openly and covertly, but in the end, you still end up with nothing. What a waste of effort, Lin Fei said casually, not showing the slightest bit of concern on his face. 10th young master, Kong Xing, Lin Fei is a cunning man. He might be up to no good again. Let's take him down immediately. Golden Feather's face was full of hostility. All right. The 10th young master was the fastest. Icebound 10,000 miles. Its power was even greater than before, and white ice swept out continuously. Barrier. Empyrean God Kong Xing retracted his black barrier and once again enveloped Lin Fei, turning it into a world of its own. Empyrean God Black Saint and Empyrean God Li Shan didn't make a move. They planned to sit back and watch the show. With them here, Empyrean God Goldfeather and the others could forget about taking down Lin Fei. As long as they made a move, Empyrean God Goldfeather and the others would be distracted. 3 Empyrean gods against 1 me. You guys really think highly of me, Lin Fei? Lin Fei suddenly laughed loudly. Since that's the case, how can I disappoint you guys? Whoosh, whoosh. The attacks of the 3 Empyrean gods directly entered the black hole. Lin Fei was completely unscathed. Although the distance between them seemed to be very close, their attacks were unable to land on Lin Fei's body. Damn it, this guy has a rare spatial treasure on him. He can move around in the 10,000 layered space and weaken our attacks, Empyrean God Goldfeather said hoarsely. This kind of treasure was hard to come by. There were layers of space. As long as a person kept moving through space, their attacks would be unable to lock onto their target. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to hit their target. What are you afraid of? The 10th young master summoned a large amount of ice and charged toward the black hole. Empyrean God Black Saint and Empyrean God Li Shan's expressions also darkened slightly. Based on their memories after awakening, they recognized that Lin Fei's move was extraordinary. Even they couldn't locate his position for a moment. They couldn't use this kind of technique. It wasn't difficult to activate hundreds of layers of space around them. However, they couldn't do something like Lin Fei's endless layers of space. The 3 of you really disappoint me. Lin Fei just stood there and shook his head in disappointment. Empyrean God Goldfeather charged into the black hole and shattered the layers of space. However, he still couldn't catch up to Lin Fei. He seemed to be right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it. This kind of pain was the most unbearable. Lin Fei, you coward. Come out and fight me if you can. Empyrean God Goldfeather roared. They didn't expect Lin Fei to use this move. Lin Fei chuckled. Continue. Didn't you guys plan this for a long time? Throw whatever treasures you have at me. Stop blabbering. You're Empyrean God after all. Don't you have any shame? At this time, only Lin Fei dared to belittle the Empyrean gods. Lin Fei was just bullying them. Actually, this was something that Lin Fei had comprehended from cultivating the reversal of time and space. He could change space at will. It consumed a lot of divine power, but it was a first-class technique. Empyrean God Goldfeather and the others naturally couldn't see the secret behind it. They mistakenly thought that he was using spatial treasures. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks were still ongoing. The power of heaven and earth also became exceptionally violent. Lin Fei, who was standing there motionlessly, was not injured at all. Just by relying on this, he was in an invincible position. This caused the three heavenly deities to be extremely furious. The three of them attacked continuously for an hour, but they couldn't even touch a hair. A sense of helplessness welled up in their hearts. Last time, when they fought against Lin Fei, they still had a chance. Now, he was just standing there, and they couldn't do anything to him. Didn't that mean that they would never be able to defeat Lin Fei in this lifetime? You guys should be tired. I'm also tired. I just so happen to need divine cores. I'll take all 3 of your divine cores. Lin Fei said heroically. Time slow. Lin Fei charged out of the black hole and unleashed a terrifying technique. The 3 of them felt a burst of power envelop them. Their attacks instantly slowed down. Moreover, they slowed down infinitely. Their arms extended outward as if they hadn't moved at all. Not good. Lin Fei charged in with his Empyrean God Saber. The saber slashed down on Empyrean God Kong Sheng. Kakaka. Empyrean God Kong Sheng didn't have time to form a divine armor, and his flesh was instantly sliced apart. He could only watch as the terrifying low-grade divine weapon slashed down on his body. Don't you like to ambush me? 18 clones, come out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1722. The 18 clones attacked at the same time, and the sounds of battle rang out. Under the effect of time slowing down, the 18 low-grade god artifacts slashed their bodies with divine might. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 Empyrean gods could only watch as the attacks landed on their bodies. They couldn't block them at all. They didn't even launch their attacks just now, and they were extending at an extremely slow speed. Crack crack crack. Bang bang bang. The attacks of the 18 clones were extremely ferocious. The priceless low-grade god artifacts on their bodies couldn't withstand a few rounds of attacks, and they all exploded. In terms of defense, their low-grade god artifacts were only average. Moreover, under the effect of the time technique, one was slow, one was fast, and the other was slow. More importantly, the low-grade god artifacts of the 18 clones were perfect, and they could easily break through ordinary god artifacts. Impossible! How could Lin Fei have such a high-level technique? It's over! The 3 were extremely panic-stricken. Yet, under the effect of the power, they couldn't react in time. They still had the same disdainful look on their faces. But only they knew what kind of opponent they had encountered. He was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The 18 clones were all perfect low-grade god artifacts. Every time they attacked, they would shatter a part of their opponent's body. Even their powerful defenses couldn't withstand the attacks. Lin Fei turned to Empyrean God Blacksage and Empyrean God Li Shan. Since you've seen my secret, there's no need for you to leave. Time cage. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he used the time technique again. A large amount of divine power was used up. Not good. Empyrean God Blacksage and Empyrean God Li Shan originally wanted to watch the tigers fight and be the final victor. But the scene in front of them gave them quite a fright. The 18 ferocious clones had the aura of half-step Empyrean gods, but their attacks were truly terrifying. Low-grade god artifacts were destroyed. Low-grade god artifacts were destroyed. What was there left to play? Only now did they realize that Lin Fei was far more terrifying than they had imagined. This was a true ferocious tiger, and they even vainly tried to capture Lin Fei with the strength of a heavenly deity. Lin Fei's technique is definitely a top-notch technique. Let's let him exhaust his energy first, then we'll deal with him later. Heavenly God Black Sacred was still calm despite his fear. Heavenly God Li Shan was very smart and powerful. Naturally, he could see how terrifying Lin Fei was. 18 ferocious clones, all wearing divine armor and low-grade divine weapons. Apart from that, there were also low-grade divine weapons with additional attributes. Lin Fei was simply not alive. When Lin Fei looked over, their hearts trembled. He was going to deal with them. The two of them reacted quickly, fleeing to the left and right. The idea was quite good, but how could they know how powerful the time cage was? With a thought, Lin Fei formed a time cage. Bang bang! The two of them crashed into the time cage. Damn it, what is this? My time has slowed down. One of them was shocked, while the other attacked. Suddenly, they realized that everything they did was slowed down. A power enveloped their bodies, and they were unable to block it. Lin Fei, what are you playing at? Panic flashed in Heavenly God Black Sacred's eyes. The situation before him made him unable to understand why Lin Fei, who had not become a heavenly god, was so strong. These were 5 heavenly gods, and they were suppressed in the blink of an eye. What was going on? Or were they too weak and couldn't withstand a single blow from him? Nothing much, I just want to use your god sparks. Lin Fei smiled. What? Lin Fei shot forward and arrived in the time cage. He charged in front of Heavenly God Black Sacred and slapped his face. But Heavenly God Black Sacred wanted to block, but the slap sent him flying. He opened his mouth and spat out countless teeth. Originally, if you didn't come, I wouldn't have done anything to you. But since you are so vengeful, you can only blame yourself for seeking death. I will also use your god sparks. Just treat it as a mental loss. Lin Fei's fist smashed onto Heavenly God Dark Sage's face again. His face blossomed and turned bright red. You dare. Heavenly God Black Sacred's armor caved in. Why not? Lin Fei took out the Heavenly God Warblade. With a flash of blade light, Heavenly God Black Sacred was sent flying. A large hole appeared on his armor, and the blade intent shattered his flesh. Come out. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber once more. The long river of saber light coiled around Heavenly God Darksacred's body, and the open wound became the entry point. His flesh and divine body instantly crumbled apart, constantly being crushed by the saber light. Our demon mystic sect will not let you off so easily. This attack was very powerful. Lin Fei didn't give him a chance to break free. Under the effect of the time cage, he suppressed Heavenly God Black Sacred's mobility. Heavenly God Black Sacred roared in rage. Bang! Before his divine power could supply his flesh and blood, with a bang, Heavenly God Black Sacred's head exploded. His flesh and blood floated in the starry sky. Within his flesh and blood, a god spark floated. Lin Fei, you will die a horrible death. You better release me immediately. Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand, and the god spark landed in his hand. Heavenly God Black Sacred's malevolent face appeared, threatening Lin Fei. You better wait until your next life. Lin Fei ignored Heavenly God Black Sacred's words and kept the god spark. He was overjoyed. Another god spark was in his hands. Heavenly God Li Shan, you didn't expect such a day would come, right? Heavenly God Li Shan's divine power was still unable to shatter the power in his body. Seeing Heavenly God Black Sacred's body being destroyed, he cried out, You are actually a time controller, so you also know about time controllers. So the 18 clones flew back. 3 god sparks landed on his body. Unpleasant sounds kept coming from the god sparks. Heavenly God Goldfeather, you have lost. Lin Fei said and kept the 3 god sparks. The moment the 18 clones appeared, and with time slowing down, the 3 heavenly gods' fates were sealed. It was impossible for them to escape from his hands. Lin Fei did not care much about their threats. As long as he went back and destroyed the divine souls inside, he would obtain a large amount of experience points. If he was lucky, he might even obtain a God King fragment. Taoist Lin Fei, I have lost this time. I admit defeat. Heavenly God Li Shan no longer had the arrogance from before. As long as the god spark was not destroyed, the divine souls would not be destroyed. This was useless in front of a time controller like Lin Fei. If he had not seen a time controller in action before, Heavenly God Li Shan would not have thought that Lin Fei was a 1 in a million time controllers. With his control over time, it would be very easy for him to crush them. So you also know to admit defeat. I have no interest in people like you. Maybe if I let you go, you will spread my background. So, it's better for me to kill you. At least I can get a divine deity. He raised the heavenly god saber. Chapter 1723. Speaking of which, heavenly god Li Shan felt very sullen. He actually encountered such a thing. It wasn't easy for him to get a job, and he had finally advanced to the heavenly god realm. He was prepared to go all out and leave a good impression, but it was a pity that before the mission even started, he kicked an inconceivably huge iron plate. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. More importantly, he was going to die. If he had known that Lin Fei was so powerful, he wouldn't have dared to come even if he had 100 guts. He would rather hide at the side and watch. Time controllers were existences that controlled time. A top-notch time technique could kill an expert of the same level, and it would be extremely easy. Offending anyone was fine, but not the controllers. They were the most terrifying. Heavenly God Li Shan had not only seen this, but he had also heard all sorts of rumors. He knew what kind of existences the controllers were. But to become a time controller, it was extremely difficult. Heavenly God Li Shan couldn't understand how Lin Fei could become a time controller. There might not even be one out of billions of people, but Lin Fei just happened to appear. Seeing Heavenly God Black Sage and the other heavenly gods get their divine bodies shattered, Heavenly God Li Shan didn't want to end up like this. He didn't want to die. If he didn't know how powerful Lin Fei was, Heavenly God Li Shan wouldn't care at all. Divine sparks weren't that easy to destroy. If they didn't send any news back, the people of the sect would know. It wouldn't be difficult for them to recover their physical bodies. If Lin Fei was a time controller, no matter how strong his divine sparks were, he would have ways to deal with him. For example, if their divine souls weren't strong enough, if they were used up in a short time, they would only be left with a pure divine spark. Heavenly God Li Shan didn't want to experiment. If he really died, his life would be completely over. I still think it's better to kill you. Lin Fei shook his head. Heavenly God Li Shan's body trembled and he gave up on counterattacking. If you kill me, you will have one more powerful enemy, even an enemy of the sect. If you don't kill me, I can be of great help to you. I can even help you make arrangements in the lower worlds. Moreover, there isn't much hatred between us. Empyrean God Li Shan felt resentment towards Lin Fei. Behind the resentment was a form of greed. It was normal that his skills were inferior to others. Heavenly God Li Shan did not have a strong desire for revenge. He just wanted to capture Lin Fei so that he could refine Lin Fei's clone and use it to break through to the next realm. It was also a fast way for him to ascend. Heavenly God Li Shan didn't want to be killed at this moment. Although I don't know what use you have for godhoods, I can tell you that there is a place in this world that has a lot of godhoods that can completely satisfy your needs. It had to be said that Heavenly God Li Shan's words struck a chord in Lin Fei's heart. Godhood. Lin Fei needed godhood right now. It was just that he wasn't sure if the divine soul within the godhead existed or not. If it didn't exist, wouldn't it be useless? Heavenly God Li Shan continued, those godhoods were left behind from the war in the lower realms all those years ago. They were sealed by experts, and they will be completely open soon. With fellow Taoist strength, plundering those godhoods won't be a problem. Lin Fei contacted the little devil. How long can the divine soul within the godhood live? If I snatch it back, will it still be useful? Master, you don't have to worry about this. As long as it is a godhood, the divine soul within it will live for a very long time. It might even fall into a deep sleep to reduce the consumption of divine soul power. As long as Master snatches it back, you will gain something. Lin Fei understood. Yes, the divine soul within the godhood was very powerful. If it was killed for a short period of time, if one was lucky, the divine soul would survive. Master, you don't have to worry so much. After all, the godhood is a kind of energy crystal. Even if the divine soul is not present, it will still be very useful to Master. The little devil smiled. Very useful? What do you mean? Can you explain it more clearly? Lin Fei realized that the little devil was implying something and hurriedly asked. The little devil chuckled and said, I can't say it. If I say it, it won't be effective. Master, you only need to know that it will be very useful to you. Lin Fei thought, yes, the little devil won't lie to me. It's all for my own good. I just need to collect the godhood. With Heavenly God Li Shan's strength, he wouldn't dare to lie. There must be a place like this. There's no need for him to lie to me. According to Lin Fei's original intention, he should kill all of them. Another godhood was good too. Lin Fei's mind was spinning rapidly. Should he kill Heavenly God Li Shan or not? Heavenly God Li Shan's face was very bitter. He was a dignified heavenly god and a top-notch expert in this world. Now, he had to lower his head to a half-step heavenly god. It was a joke. Unfortunately, Heavenly God Li Shan couldn't laugh. The other party was much more powerful than him. Now, his life and death were in the other party's hands. The other party might be the controller of time. Even if the controller had reached the peak, he could still easily kill him. Heavenly God Li Shan could only hope that the other party would let him go on account of his usefulness. Apart from this, Heavenly God Li Shan didn't reject becoming a follower at all. Back in the upper realm, there were many experts who became followers. Their statuses kept rising, and their strength rose very quickly because someone was guiding them. For example, just now, Heavenly God Li Shan saw the 18 clones. They were all equipped with low-grade divine artifacts and other treasures. They were armed to the teeth and had all sorts of attributes. Even if he didn't have the time technique, if Heavenly God Li Shan had to face them, he would have to turn around and run. But there was no way to fight. The difference was too big. Heavenly God Li Shan was very clear about the strength of the 18 clones. If they swarmed over, even a 2-star heavenly god would feel numb. The quality of the low-grade divine artifacts was very good. In comparison, the items on his body were like scrap metal. They could easily break through his defense. Even Heavenly God Li Shan couldn't have such luxurious equipment when he was up there. All in all, Heavenly God Li Shan couldn't find any advantage. He could only obediently admit defeat. If he could really become a follower, it might not be a bad thing. The controller of time was a powerful figure that even top experts had to pay attention to. Li Shan, you are very smart. You talked about something that I like. Moreover, I am also very interested in the upper realm. I can let you become a follower. After some research, Lin Fei still needed such a heavenly god. There were too few heavenly gods around him. It could be said that he didn't have a single one. Having a heavenly god overseeing the upper realm was still very beneficial. I am willing to become a follower. Heavenly God Li Shan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, everything was fine. Under the witness of the Heavenly Tao's oath, Heavenly God Li Shan became Lin Fei's first heavenly god follower. If this spread out, everyone would probably be shocked and re-evaluate Lin Fei. Let's go back. Chapter 1724. Using the time technique and space technique, these two top-notch techniques consumed divine power like flowing water. The 10 heavenly gods could not withstand this consumption. Lin Fei relied on the large number of divinity points in the system to persist. After using it once, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the two top-notch bloodline techniques. The techniques were powerful, but they needed divine power to sustain them. Divinity points were still very important. Everything happened in the starry sky in a very short time. No one saw the whole process clearly, and the battle was already over. Whether it was the space technique or the time technique, they were both top-notch techniques. They were not things that ordinary immortals could peek at. The battle ended just like that. In Great Metropolis World, the pressure on everyone's heads disappeared. Many people were guessing the outcome of the battle. They wanted to go and see, but facing the terrifying pressure of the heavenly gods, they chose not to go, lest they got into trouble. Lin Fei returned to Invincible Palace. He sent Heavenly God Li Shan aside and went into seclusion himself. Killing 4 heavenly gods was equivalent to offending 4 top-notch sects at one go. Lin Fei really had to prepare for the upcoming battle. As for offending 4 top-notch sects at one go, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. With a top-notch technique in hand, Lin Fei also had a trump card. Lin Fei's return to seclusion shocked Dragon King and the others. When they saw Heavenly God Li Shan, they immediately realized something. Their young master killed a heavenly god expert. In other words, he killed a heavenly god. They were not surprised at this result at all, as if they had expected this result. Otherwise, their young master would not be young master. They could only say that their luck was too bad. Great Metropolis World also had all kinds of guesses. Before they saw Lin Fei, no one dared to have any ideas. Those who had shown any signs of trouble once again quieted down. During this period, Lu Ziyue came a few times to try to see Lin Fei. In the end, he went into seclusion, but she was relieved. If Lin Fei was so easily killed, then he would not be Lin Fei. Lu Ziyue left just like that, preparing for the auction that was about to begin. Lin Fei did not stay in seclusion for long. Under the acceleration of time, it took less than 5 days for the outside world to come out. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Fei's aura was the same as before. However, when Heavenly God Li Shan saw Lin Fei, he felt that Lin Fei's unfathomable strength was even more terrifying than before. Heavenly God Li Shan had every reason to believe that the reason Lin Fei's strength increased again after his seclusion might be related to the God Spark. I've been in seclusion for the past few days. You've worked hard on the matters outside. The reason why Lin Fei went into seclusion the moment he returned was because Heavenly God Li Shan was there. After all, the deterrence of a heavenly deity overseeing things was not as simple as it seemed. It was enough to deal with most matters. Not at all, not at all. Heavenly God Li Shan stopped thinking and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Lin Fei took out an inferior-grade divine artifact and threw it to Heavenly God Li Shan. This is an inferior-grade divine artifact. Its quality should be better than yours. Use it yourself. Heavenly God Li Shan really didn't know what to do after becoming his follower. The Dragon King and the others were resistant to him, and he wouldn't lower his status to communicate with them. What to do had been bothering Heavenly God Li Shan. However, he didn't expect that he would obtain an inferior-grade divine artifact before doing much. With Heavenly God Li Shan's foresight, he could tell at a glance that this inferior-grade divine artifact was several times better than his. This was too extravagant and generous. A perfect-grade inferior-grade divine artifact like this was simply a sparring match for ordinary one-star heavenly gods. It was no wonder that the 18 fully armed clones could kill heavenly gods as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. It seemed like it was not bad to follow such a master. A perfect-grade inferior-grade divine artifact was casually given to his subordinates. How many inferior-grade divine artifacts did Lin Fei have? Suddenly, Heavenly God Li Shan thought of something else. If the inferior-grade divine artifact being auctioned was also of this quality, Heavenly God Li Shan didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the inferior-grade divine artifact being auctioned by Lin Fei would be the king in the entire territory. He would completely monopolize the trade of divine armors and battle suits in the territory. Such a monopoly, Lin Fei knew what Heavenly God Li Shan was thinking about. This was also what Lin Fei needed. After becoming a heavenly god, if one wanted to be strong, they would need powerful weapons and powerful defensive battle suits. And Lin Fei had all of these. Lin Fei used these to tell Heavenly God Li Shan that as long as he followed him, he would definitely have a good life in the future. Any smart person would know what to choose. Thank you, Master. Heavenly God Li Shan didn't hesitate and accepted the inferior-grade divine artifact straightforwardly. I have very simple requirements for my subordinates. As long as they know how to do things, I won't mistreat them. In my eyes, talents are the most important. Inferior-grade divine artifacts and armors are very precious in everyone's eyes, but in my eyes, they are like cabbages. In the future, middle-grade divine artifacts and high-grade divine artifacts won't be a dream. Lin Fei said casually. Heavenly God Li Shan didn't doubt Lin Fei's words at all. Although the rewards from working for the ancestor were not bad, they were far inferior to what Lin Fei gave him. This was only an inferior-grade divine artifact. Just like what he said, middle-grade divine artifacts and high-grade divine artifacts wouldn't be a problem in the future. Heavenly God Li Shan didn't dare to think about it. It was something that was too far away from him. I know what to do. Heavenly God Li Shan nodded with force and a trace of ambition flashed in his eyes. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of his subordinates being ambitious. Those without ambition were useless. Lin Fei wasn't willing to see that. He didn't worry about those with ambition rebelling. When they grew stronger, Lin Fei's strength would have reached a height that they could only look up to. As long as they were stronger than them, they would be obedient. Alright, I want to know, Why did you come down from the higher realm? I am very interested in this. Tell me. Lin Fei was really curious about this. Heavenly God Li Shan had a new goal and didn't hide anything. We came down to strengthen the 8 great sections. We made the lower realm a cultivation ground for geniuses. We used it to transport geniuses to our sects. Heavenly God Li Shan explained. Lin Fei frowned and felt that something wasn't right. That's not right. No matter how talented the geniuses in the lower realm are, they can't be compared to the true gods in the higher realm. How can we talk about transporting geniuses? Lin Fei shook his head. Master, you might not know this. Those who can cultivate to the heavenly god realm are experts at the peak of the 9 stars ruler realm. They are all very talented. In the eyes of the sects, they are all worthy of being nurtured. Besides that, most importantly, the lower realm will give birth to 3,000 Son of God. They are our real goal this time. 3,000 Son of God? Born in the lower realm? Chapter 1725. Lin Fei really didn't expect there to be such a secret. It sounded like they had a great background. 3,000 divine princes. One would know that they were amazing super geniuses. Any sect would pay great attention to them, let alone when they were already known. How could there be 3,000 divine princes in a place like the lower world? Heavenly God Li Shan explained in detail. Actually, this matter has been spread among the higher-ups. Whether it's true or not, no one knows. Rumor has it that there was a great battle in the lower world. Master, you should know that Hun Dun was the instigator. The battle lasted for a long time and the lower world became a battlefield. Lin Fei quickly understood what was going on. At the end of the day, the primal chaos had opened up a battlefield in the lower realm. It had lasted for a very long time, and a large number of experts had perished in the lower realm. Powerful essence, qi, and spirit had filled the lower realm. As time passed, the heaven and earth had benefited. Under the calculations of the experts, the 3,000 divine children of the lower realm had appeared, and the experts of the sects wanted to recruit them. It was just that simple. Lin Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath. The 3,000 divine princes were born after the experts died. They indeed had a great background and were far superior to ordinary geniuses. The 3,000 divine princes obtained benefits. Once they were born, they had unimaginable talent. Their cultivation speed would be very terrifying. Moreover, they were born with the will of the heaven and earth. They were called the children of the heavenly Tao. The 8 god emperors all wanted to recruit them, Heavenly God Li Shan said. Lin Fei had a rough idea. The 3,000 divine princes had a great background and were the children of the heavenly Tao. They were indeed amazing. Who were the 8 god emperors? Right, what's the background of this Hun Dun? And the 8 sects, are they related to the 8 god emperors you mentioned? In the past, Lin Fei didn't bother to understand this. After finding out about the 3,000 divine children, Lin Fei really wanted to understand more about the upper realm, especially the identity of the yellow-robed man back then. At the very least, he had to get to the bottom of this so that he wouldn't be confused. Hun Dun was one of the 9 god emperors. He was suppressed and sealed in the lower world. Because he was too powerful, he couldn't be killed. Later on, he was suppressed separately. The one on the divine mountain was formed by one of them. God Emperor Expert? This realm should be very high. What about the yellow-robed man? Lin Fei asked again. Heavenly God Li Shan was curious. The person who controlled time should know these secrets, right? Since he was now a follower, he didn't ask. He continued, he is the sect master and also one of the god emperors. His Taoist title is Heaven-Defying Sect Master. Such a heaven-defying name. Lin Fei dared to call him Di Tian. Now, it seemed that there was someone even more awesome than him who dared to call himself the heaven-defying sect leader. Rumor has it that the heaven-defying sect leader was born immortal. He defied the heavens and ascended to his current position of God Emperor. In the upper worlds, there are only 9 god emperors in total. When he said that, Heavenly God Li Shan's face was filled with worship. This time, Lin Fei was really shocked. There were only 9 deity emperors, and one of them was a mortal who defied the heavens. Lin Fei had to admit that the other party was very powerful. It was extremely difficult for him to advance step by step. Out of 10 billion people, there might not even be one who could succeed. Those who could succeed were people with strong willpower. Above the God Emperors, could it be the God Emperors? The 9 God Emperors are the strongest? Lin Fei suddenly thought of what he said before. It seemed to be related to Hun Dun. How could it be related to the throne? Heavenly God Lishan nodded. The strongest are the God Emperors. There is only one God Emperor. Back then, Hun Dun was the one who inherited the throne. Unfortunately, the 8 God Emperors attacked and knocked Hun Dun down to the mortal world. Then, they started a war that lasted for hundreds of years. Finally, Hun Dun was suppressed. The 8 major sects in the territory were actually established by the people left behind by the 8 God Emperors. This time, Lin Fei really understood. The 8 major sects were supported by the 8 God Emperors. They were existences who could compete for the throne. Hun Dun was one of the God Emperors who failed. However, he wasn't killed. Instead, he was sealed and suppressed. So, the last time you became heavenly gods, it was agreed upon by the God Emperors? Apart from ascending to heavenly God, what else have you done? Lin Fei asked. Back then, in order to prevent the remaining forces of Hun Dun from entering the lower realm, the 8 major sects sealed the passageway. When the 3,000 godchildren were about to be born, they barely opened a part of it. The 8 major sects then communicated with the sects in the upper realm. The upper realm rewarded them with many low-grade divine weapons and promoted some half-step heavenly gods. On the other hand, we were used to attract people on the surface. We were also the spokespeople in the lower realm. Master, you killed 4 spokespeople of the sects in one go. Heavenly God Lishan smiled bitterly. Wrong. Not 4 but 5. The Bliss Palace's Empyrean goddess of beauty was also killed. Lin Fei knew that this involved a lot of things. One was Hun Dun, who had escaped, and the other was the 3,000 godchildren who were about to be born. It was inevitable that things would be chaotic. Heavenly God Lishan's eyes widened. He immediately understood. He could have killed all of the black sacred deities without a care in the world, let alone the Empyrean goddess of beauty. They were all unlucky people who deserved to die. Lin Fei knew what was going to happen next after learning about these things from Heavenly God Lishan. Not only would he offend a few sects, but he would also unknowingly offend a deity emperor. Lin Fei found it funny just thinking about it. He was really full of lice, so he didn't care about those few anymore. Lin Fei didn't ask too many questions. They were basically all important things. Heavenly God Lishan knew everything. It turned out that these secrets were not secrets at all up there. According to Heavenly God Lishan, the 8 great deity emperors controlled the upper realms, and they restricted each other. No one sat on the throne. Unless one of them broke through to the God Emperor realm, this situation would always be maintained. The fight for the 3,000 godchildren would be unusually intense. Not only would there be 8 great deity emperors, but there would also be a chaotic deity emperor. I have to find a godhead as soon as possible. It would be best if I could gather 100 divine king shards and summon a divine king expert. Above heavenly gods were divine kings, followed by godly venerables, and then deity emperors. A divine king expert would be very powerful for the time being, and it would be very useful to Lin Fei. In the following days, you will stay outside and pretend that nothing has happened. If there are any disturbances, just send me a message. Lin Fei didn't plan to bring Heavenly God Lishan with him for the time being. In that case, he wouldn't be very useful, and this wasn't what Lin Fei wanted to see. Is the battlefield that year sealed, and only the people of the 8 great sects can enter now? Lin Fei asked. The important thing was that this was related to the divine king shards. Chapter 1726. It was rare for Great Metropolis Heaven to be calm. As the auction entered its countdown, experts from various dominions came to Great Metropolis Heaven. News of the 8 great sects and Great Metropolis Heaven's realm Lord Detion's enmity had spread like wildfire. It was even rumored that the 8 great sects would send people to flatten Great Metropolis Heaven. The rumors spread like wildfire. Everyone came to Great Metropolis Heaven and didn't see anyone from the 8 great sections. In addition to what had happened before, everyone carefully kept their temper. Great metropolis heaven was here, and they couldn't do anything to it. The area outside Tianyun Tower was rented out one senfu after another. In a short time, it became a bustling place. Everyone was watching. On the 5th day from the start of the auction, the 3 great merchant guilds finally came to Great Metropolis Heaven. Black warships were parked outside. To be able to rush to Great Metropolis Heaven before the auction, one could see how important they were to this auction. The first to arrive was Fengyun Merchant Association. They had 5 top-grade warships, and their black auras put great pressure on the immortals entering Great Metropolis Heaven. The war flags on the warships had 2 ancient characters on them, scaring everyone away from them and choosing to enter Great Metropolis Heaven from elsewhere. Fengyun Merchant Association was one of the 3 top merchant guilds. Its power and influence were terrifying, and no one was willing to offend them. Didn't they say that the 8 great sects came? Why does it look like nothing happened in Great Metropolis Heaven? On the deck of the middle warship, a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes from Fengyun Merchant Association said calmly. This was the previous vice-chairman, Tian Yang. As the vice-chairman of Fengyun Merchant Association, Tian Yang had control of many channels. It wasn't difficult for him to gather information. He also knew that several of the 10 great gods had come. Along the way, Tian Yang had urged them to hurry, worried that they would be left behind. But now, it looked like nothing happened in Great Metropolis Heaven. Tian Yang couldn't understand. Did Tian have the ability to turn things around? Maybe they're still on the way, a subordinate said. Tian Yang sneered. That was impossible. None of the 10 great gods were negotiable. They had a grudge with Tian. If they came, there would definitely be a huge battle. There's no need to guess. We'll know once we go in. Tian Yang was clear. Chairman, more people are coming. Another subordinate came to report. The world commerce is not slow. I wonder who led the team this time. Tian Yang was not surprised at all. Let's wait for our old friend here. Not long after, 5 majestic warships soared through the sky. He stopped at a place not far from where he was. A young man in embroidered clothes walked onto the deck and shot a sharp gaze over. President Tin, long time no see. Tian Yang also looked over and lightly said, so it's 3rd young Master Feng. We haven't seen each other for over 100 years. Back then, you were still a child and now you've grown up. A trace of displeasure flashed across the young man's face. People will grow up, but President Tian doesn't look old at all. When I came out, my father told me to greet President Tian properly. Let's go in together. Tian Yang had long heard of 3rd young Master Feng's name. He was a very competitive person. At such a young age, with the resources of the Merchant Association, he had become a 1-star celestial god. As the vice guild leader, Tian Yang was good at socializing. He would not reveal a disgusted expression. Instead, he kept a smile on his face. This old fox is indeed not simple. I have to be careful when dealing with him in the future. 3rd young Master Feng thought to himself. He was also afraid of President Tian Yang. Let's go in. 10 warships rushed towards the great metropolis world. As for the warships stopping outside in the starry sky, they did not care about it at all. It was just a small world. Their warships were qualified to enter. Rumbled, their warships went in. With a wave, a strange thing happened. The warships appeared outside the starry sky again, much farther than before. Outside the starry sky, there was suddenly an additional figure. This is the great metropolis world. To ensure that the world is not affected, everyone's warships can only stay outside temporarily. A light voice echoed in the starry sky. Tian Yang stood on the deck and smiled. You must be Tian. I am Tian. Since you know me, all the more reason to leave your warships outside, Lin Fei said expressionlessly. Please abide by the rules. Tian Yang had Tian's information. Now that he saw him in person, he found something unexpected. It did not match the information. Tian was already a heavenly god. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to sense the divine might that flowed from his body. Moreover, Tian Yang was also a 1-star heavenly god. I have to congratulate Taoist Tian. Another heavenly god has appeared in our territory. Tianyang said respectfully. Since Taoist D. Tian has spoken, our Wind Cloud Trade Association will definitely abide by the rules. Tianyang was a flexible person. D. Tian was a heavenly god the moment he appeared, so Tianyang took him seriously. As a businessman, profits were the most important. It was not worth offending him. The Wind Cloud Trade Association had always represented itself as a businessman. If D. Tian had not revealed that he was a heavenly god, Tianyang would not have cared about his words. Rules had to be measured by strength. Tianyang was straightforward. He arranged for people to stay on the warships while he led his men off. He gave D. Tian enough face. What about this Taoist? Lin Fei turned to Third Young Master Feng's warships. Third Young Master Feng was young and arrogant. He had always looked down on country bumpkins. No matter what their realm was, they were just country bumpkins in his eyes. So what if they had advanced to the heavenly god realm? In the great metropolis world, D. Tian was probably the only heavenly god. What was there to scare? You are just a country bumpkin. Don't you know who I am representing? I am representing the World Trade Association. Our warships can go anywhere we want. You are just a small realm lord. What right do you have to ask us to disembark? Third Young Master Feng sneered. This young master wants to bring the warships in. That is already showing respect to your great metropolis world. Enter. Third Young Master Feng ordered the warships to enter. Actually, Third Young Master Feng had his own thoughts. In his opinion, everything was done with force. How strong could a small heavenly god be? If he wanted to enter, who would dare to stop him? If D. Tian dared to attack, Third Young Master Feng did not mind attacking. He would have an excuse to attack and take down the great metropolis world in one fell swoop. The 5 warships once again charged towards the great metropolis world. Still too inexperienced, Tianyang laughed from afar. He was happy to watch the two fight. Our great metropolis world does not welcome those who do not follow the rules. Lin Fei was expressionless. He struck out a technique towards everyone. The outer space trembled. Space-time reversal. A formless energy enveloped the 5 warships. Crash. A huge black hole appeared out of nowhere. The 5 warships all fell into it. The black hole closed. Don't you dare. When the black hole was about to close, a figure tried to rush out. Scram. Chapter 1727. Everything had happened so quickly. Tianyang hadn't paid much attention to D. Tian before. A heavenly god's power was astonishing. Unfortunately, D. Tian didn't have anyone backing him. He was already very lucky to be able to cultivate to the heavenly god realm. Tianyang chose to disembark because he knew Third Young Master Feng would attack. The young man was furious. Moreover, world commerce was one of the top 3 merchant guilds. No one dared to stop them from entering. This naturally fostered Third Young Master Feng's arrogance. Stopping Third Young Master Feng from entering a remote small world, based on his youthful nature, he would definitely force his way in. A fight would be unavoidable. Tianyang was happy to see this scene. He could also gauge D. Tian's true strength. When the two fought fiercely, he would step out to be the peacemaker. Tianyang's plan was good. He had calculated everything, except for one thing. D. Tian's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. What was that technique just now? How could it be so powerful? It sent Third Young Master Feng and his warship flying? That technique? It's simply unimaginable. Tianyang hadn't even been able to see the technique clearly. Is there a spatial formation under this starry sky? But what kind of formation could be so powerful? Tianyang fell into deep thought. He was glad that he didn't charge in blindly. Otherwise, he would have been banished and missed the auction opportunity. At this moment, Tianyang didn't dare to underestimate D. Tian. Boom, boom, boom. In a dark swamp, with rumbling sounds, a few black figures fell from the sky and smashed into the swamp, causing an earthquake. Third Young Master, it's bad. The warships are all damaged. Third Young Master, we've come to a dangerous place. Third Young Master, we've been surrounded by the savage beasts of the swamp. In the vast swamp, several priceless warships lay in disorder. More than half of their hulls were covered in mud. Nearby, pairs of eyes lit up. bastard Thun, I won't let you off. Third young Master Feng emerged from the mud, his entire body emitting a rancid smell. With a sweep of his ruthless divine power, many of the savage beasts around him were killed. The stench of blood filled the air. Roar! Then came the roars of many savage beasts. Tianyang brought his men into great metropolis world. As soon as he entered, he was shocked by the density of immortal energy in the air. Only the top-tier powers of a great weave would be able to set up such a setup. Dao friend Di Tian, the formation outside your world is quite unique. I wonder which Grandmaster did you find to set it up? Tianyang casually asked. Tianyang knew that third young Master Feng must have been teleported somewhere. If they were lucky, they would suffer less. If they were unlucky, it would be hard to tell when they would be able to return. My master helped me set this up. It's just a small formation. Sorry for making you laugh. Lin Fei said calmly. Tianyang did not continue asking. Di Tian had a master behind him? This news was very important. Lin Fei brought Tianyang to the vicinity of the Tianyun Tower and then arranged for a senfu to meet him. He gave him enough face and left an invitation to the auction before leaving the senfu. Not simple, Tianyang said softly after Di Tian left. Looks like we really have to put in a lot of money for this auction. In the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei ate an immortal fruit. The one who went out was one of his clones. He had refined a godhead to reach the heavenly god realm. Ignorant fellas need to suffer. Lin Fei did not intend to hide his strength. He arranged for a clone to go out. A heavenly god was enough to make many people restrain their thoughts and not dare to act recklessly. World commerce? Lin Fei really did not care. Those who did not abide by the rules were all banished. Wind Cloud Commerce's president Tianyang is an old fox. Third young Master Feng is an idiot. They deserve to be banished. Lin Fei ate another immortal fruit. On the second day after third young Master Feng was banished, Hell Heaven Commerce came. Perhaps they had received the news. Hell Heaven decisively left their battleship outside the galaxy. The leader brought his men into the great metropolis world and settled down in a senfu. Third young Master Feng of world commerce is really an idiot. That's good. With one less world commerce to compete with, we might really be able to buy a low-grade god artifact. In the senfu, the leader tapped the table with his fingers. This time, Hell Heaven Commerce sent a heavyweight vice president, Huang Chuan, who was also a heavenly god expert. It could be seen how important this auction was to Tianyun Tower. Continue to arrange for people to gather information. Also, restrain our people. Don't mess around in the great metropolis world. Huang Chuan felt that he could not see through Di Tian. Since he was here, Huang Chuan was not in a hurry. After all, without world commerce, there would be more opportunities to bid for things. It's time to meet that old fox Tianyang. Huang Chuan's expression flickered as if he had made a decision. As the countdown began, a few first-rate powers arrived. Some of the first-rate forces arrived one after another. With the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce in the lead, everyone entered obediently. The scene of great metropolis world being besieged did not appear. Those who wanted to take advantage of the situation were helpless. Moreover, the daily expenses were not small. It could be considered a huge loss. There were only 2 days left until the auction. Primal Chaos Ancient Country's chief commander, who had not come yet, came. The current Primal Chaos Ancient Country's influence was not small, especially when it came to one person. When the chief commander arrived and saw the warships outside, he smiled. Di Tian is really capable. Wind Cloud Commerce and Hell Heaven are not easy to negotiate with. I didn't expect them to really leave behind the warships. The chief commander thought to himself. After obtaining the benefits last time, the chief commander was shocked. No matter what, he had to come to this auction and bring enough good things. He had to win a low-grade god artifact. Those people might be here to watch the show. It seems that I can get a few more low-grade god artifacts this time. The chief commander was happy just thinking about it. As long as they did not care, his chances were higher. The chief commander came personally. Lin Fei also came out to welcome him. This was a business partner. Great commander, you've come personally. Your presence really brings light to my small place. The Grand Commander laughed. You don't need me here. You're making me feel embarrassed. All right, the people from the 8 great sects didn't cause trouble for you, right? If you need anything, you can just ask. They'll give me some face. Who didn't know that behind your primal chaos ancient country stood a primal chaos, one of the 9 god emperors back then? Who would dare not give him face? Thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it. Lin Fei politely refused. They would not care about a small character like me and would not come all the way here to cause trouble. Ditan, come out and die for this old man. Ditan, you killed my beloved disciple. I will destroy your world. Chapter 1728. An enraged voice reverberated across the starry sky. Anyone who was not an idiot would be able to sense the terror in the voice. The commander laughed. Looks like you're in trouble. They came to you with a murderous intent. I really don't know what you did, but it looks like they're all old monsters. There was a hint of mockery in the commander's words. In truth, the commander was very surprised as well. Lin Fei was too good at stirring up trouble. How long had it been? He killed the Bliss Palace's Empyrean beauty goddess last time. Could he have killed another Empyrean god this time? This was a naked slaying of a god. The Bliss Palace was also investigating the death of the Empyrean beauty goddess. It would not take long for them to follow the clues and find Lin Fei. The commander knew this better than anyone else. That was why the commander said what he did before. If he could leave a good impression, the chaotic ancient nation would really need to cooperate with Lin Fei. That was why he came personally this time to show respect to Lin Fei. After trying out the low-grade divine artifact he bought from Lin Fei, the commander realized the difference between the quality of low-grade divine artifacts. They were all low-grade divine artifacts, but the difference in quality could completely crush each other. The commander was currently using the low-grade divine artifact he bought from Lin Fei, and he loved it so much that he could not bear to part with it. The rest of the divine artifacts were also given to the core members of the City Lord's office, which improved their strength. Lin Fei laughed and shrugged. I can't help it. I'm already so low-key, but they still come looking for trouble. They're just not going to let me live a peaceful life. Loki? Slaying gods? Using the Tianyun Tower to auction low-grade divine artifacts? How was that low-key? The commander really wanted to say that, but he did not say it. Lin Fei contacted the little devil. Scan for me and see how many people came. Once we get rid of them, no one will come looking for trouble. But the little devil answered. A few seconds later, the little devil reported the situation. Master, there are 5 Empyrean gods, all at the pinnacle of 1-star Empyrean gods from 5 forces. They also brought tens of thousands of subordinates, all of whom are rulers. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know who had come to deal with him. Wasn't it just the backing of a few heavenly gods that he had destroyed? 5 heavenly gods? Another 5 divine sparks. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as well. Not far away, the commander was confused. Why was he so happy when the enemy was here? What kind of logic was this? Could it be that this guy wanted to kill a god? The sound was getting closer and closer. 5 heavenly deities appeared under the starry sky. Following them were tens of thousands of sect disciples. It was a dark mass, and their auras were connected as one. Great metropolis world's heavenly god powerhouses also sensed the changes outside. Wah! Several figures appeared outside the starry sky. Why are they here? They're still so aggressive. 10,000 elite subordinates. Are they going to bathe the great metropolis world in blood? Empyrean god Devil Cloud of the Mystic Demon Sect, Empyrean god Crimson Fire of the Bliss Palace, Empyrean god Xiangbao of the Myriad Demons Sect, Empyrean god Colds Now of the Godly Heaven Palace, and Empyrean god Illusory of the Holy Demon Hegemon Sect. All of these people are heavenly gods who have been famous for a long time. They rarely go out to deal with the same person. I didn't expect them to appear together this time. This Tian is amazing. The heavenly gods who appeared in the starry sky communicated with their divine senses. In reality, they were all quite shocked. Even though they knew Tian was strong, it was no small matter that he had suddenly attracted the attack of 5 great forces. If things went wrong, he might be removed from the territory today. Tian Yang of Wind and Cloud Commerce is here. Huang Chuan of Hell and Heaven is here too. A moment later, 2 more people appeared, standing quietly under the starry sky. These heavenly gods didn't dare to approach them. The difference in status was too great. How do you think Di Tian will solve this? Huang Chuan asked Tian Yang with a smile, as if he had given him a difficult answer. Tian Yang looked into the distance. Young people have a bad temper. In the end, it's all about fighting. Didn't we go through the same thing back then? Don't you think the difference in power is too great? The spies that Arakawa had arranged came back with news one after another, gaining a new understanding of Di Tian. 5 major forces, heavenly gods dispatched, and tens of thousands of elites under their command. Such a force can wipe out any force, much less a mid-sized small world. Tian Yang's expression was the same as before. Third young master Feng of world commerce was chased away. The 5 great forces have joined forces. They are indeed strong, but it depends on who they are dealing with. As for who wins or loses, does it matter to us? We are merchants. Haha, that's right. Huang Chuan and Tian Yang laughed together. Only they understood what they meant. Boom boom boom. 5 tyrannical auras crushed toward Lin Fei. Bang bang bang, the void under the starry sky exploded, especially where Lin Fei was. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The void around him shattered and was replaced by a huge black hole. Strong winds blew continuously, but Lin Fei was not affected at all. This ability was already enough to make people look at him in a new light. Those were 5 heavenly god powerhouses. Di Tian, were you the one who killed my disciple? An elder with a dancing fire mark between his brows shot out raging flames, not giving anyone a chance to resist. Lin Fei was in the black hole. The burning flames disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Senior, who are you? What does the death of your disciple have to do with me? I've killed many people, so many that I can't even remember their names. How would I know what you're talking about? Lin Fei smiled mischievously. The one who shouted was Heavenly God Scarlet Flame from Bliss Palace. He came here as soon as he came to a conclusion. He happened to run into a few other heavenly gods along the way. He was sure that Di Tian was the murderer after learning their purpose. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame had always been high and mighty. He had never met anyone who dared to talk to him like that. He was so angry that he glared at Di Tian. Di Tian, you killed my beloved disciple Hong Yan. How dare you deny it? Lin Fei dug his ear and said nonchalantly, Oh, so Hong Yan was your disciple. Why did you come out after killing the little one? Is this the trend nowadays? Heavenly God Scarlet Flame was stunned. He thought that Di Tian would not dare to admit to killing Hong Yan. Why would he admit it so easily? Was he not afraid of Bliss Palace's revenge? Heavenly God Black Saint, did you kill him? Another black-cloaked heavenly god shouted angrily. Lin Fei flicked his fingers. You mean that arrogant guy? If so, I should be the one who killed him. Did you kill the 10th young master? Did you kill heavenly god Kongsheng? Where's heavenly god Goldfeather? Chapter 1729. How dare he be so arrogant after killing someone? They hadn't thought of that. The heavenly gods of the 5 forces almost wondered if there was something wrong with Di Tian's head. Was he going to fight 5 pinnacle 1-star heavenly gods alone? The thought flashed through their minds and was tossed to the back of their minds. Di Tian didn't have the ability to fight them at all. The only thing they were unhappy about was that Di Tian admitted it too quickly. Before they came, they were still thinking about how to force Di Tian to admit it. After a while, they decided to use force to force him to admit it. Who wouldn't say anything if they had a reason? In the end, Di Tian admitted it on the spot. His tone and expression were hard to accept. It was as if he had just killed a passerby. That was a heavenly god, not a chicken, duck, cat, or dog. The heavenly gods in the distance were stunned as well. Is Di Tian crazy? How dare he admit it? They're obviously looking for trouble. If it were me, I wouldn't admit it even if I was beaten to death. Hee hee, I like Di Tian's personality. Why do you have to hide when you kill someone? If you kill someone, you kill someone. That's how we should be. The 8 major sects and 7 overlords have been expanding their forces recently. Tian killed a few of their heavenly gods, so the pressure on us will be much less. These heavenly gods were either from powerful families or sections. In terms of power and influence, they were far from the 8 major sects and 7 overlords. Recently, there had been undercurrents everywhere in the territory. They were all under a lot of pressure. Now that someone had fought against the 8 major sects and 7 overlords, they were very happy to see it. Their impression of Tian skyrocketed. They hoped that Tian would make these people come in full force and return in disappointment, dealing a heavy blow to their pride. Some heavenly gods even planned to maintain a good relationship with Tian as long as he didn't die today. This kind of person was just too much to their liking. Tian, you killed Hong Yan. It's good that you dare to admit it. Heavenly God Crimson Flame was furious. Now, you better come back to Bliss Palace with us and tell us who ordered you to kill our heavenly god. Crimson Flame, what do you mean by this? Tian killed our sacred black god. We have to bring him back. The dark demon sect's Empyrean god Demonic Cloud was displeased. You're bringing this person back? Is our dark demon sect going to waste this trip? Apart from bringing Tian back, they also had to interrogate the mastermind behind this. A few heavenly deities were killed. They didn't believe that Tian had the ability to do so. There must be someone directing this from the shadows. As long as they brought Tian back, they would have plenty of methods to interrogate him. Tian killed an Empyrean god of our godly heaven palace as well. What right do you have to take him back? Empyrean god Colds now of godly heaven palace disagreed. His goal was the same as theirs. No, absolutely not. We, the Thousand Goblins sect, must bring Tian back. The 5 heavenly deities began to quarrel. Tian was very important, no one could give in. Should we fire a few shots? Lin Fei wasn't a good person. In a place like the Weave, good people basically didn't survive. They would either die at the hands of immortal beasts or immortals. There was no third outcome. He took out the battle fortress. A black giant appeared in front of everyone, emitting a terrifying aura. Battle number 1, fire the cannons. Don't stop. Since they dare to be arrogant in the great metropolis heavens, they should know how powerful I am. Give you face? Lin Fei was not a fool. He would not do such a thing. Understood. Battle number 1 was born to control the battle. As soon as the battle fortress appeared, its terrifying aura caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. It was as though they were being stared at by a terrifying demon king. They felt very uncomfortable. Before they could react, one destructive aura after another shot out. Swish, swish, swish. Black beams of light swept through the air, piercing through the army of rulers. Hundreds of them died on the spot. They didn't even make a sound. Ruler battle armor? It broke through. Shield? It broke through. Over 100 beams of light shot out, creating a huge hole in the previously orderly army of rulers. The rulers clearly began to panic. The beams of light were simply too fast. They were rulers, and although they weren't slow, they couldn't block the terrifying power of the beams of light. This was the first wave. Not even a second later, the second wave of attacks was launched. This time, there were over 1,000 beams of light. Multiple cannons appeared in front of the battle fortress, and they shot out in rapid succession. Not good, that's a battle fortress. Why did this thing appear? It's coming again. It's my battle armor. The second wave of attacks came, and the rulers collapsed. The beams of light became terrifying existences that reaped their lives. In front of this, they became extremely weak. Because they saw with their own eyes that no matter what they were wearing, it would be pierced through. This was because there was more than one beam of light that landed on them. In addition, they were almost all gathered together. The concentrated attacks of the beams were simply a one-sided massacre. After the second wave of attacks, less than 20,000 of the 50,000 elite rulers were left. All of them were scared out of their wits, and they all ran away, crying for their parents. They wished they had more legs. Against the infamous battle fortress, 2 legs were really not enough. The rulers who were lucky enough to survive were all left with inner demons. They didn't dare to think back to that terrifying scene. According to what they said, even if they were wearing battle armor, the beams were densely packed. No matter how good the defense of the battle armor was, they wouldn't be able to dissipate the power in time. It would be strange if they didn't die one after another. This was a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Dedan, you bastard! Too shameless! I'm going to kill you! The 5 heavenly gods didn't even have time to react before the battle fortress's attacks came. After 2 waves of attacks, the elite rulers they brought were basically left with around 4,000 to 5,000. In the blink of an eye, they lost 5,000 subordinates. Most importantly, facing the dense and terrifying attacks, their subordinates were scared out of their wits. They lost the ability to fight and were left with inner demons. They were completely crippled. How could they accept this? It was fine if 1 ruler died, but now 4 to 5,000 were dead, and they were elite rulers. Their equipment was also destroyed, turning into scrap metal. This was a huge loss. The 5 heavenly gods went crazy and cursed each other. If they didn't quarrel, they wouldn't have fallen for this. The battle fortress came out too quickly. When the surrounding heavenly gods reacted, they all jumped in fright. As expected of a lethal weapon, it lives up to its reputation. If I had such a lethal weapon, any faction would have to be polite to me. Killing to my heart's content. If it were me, it wouldn't be easy to block it. While the heavenly gods were shocked, they inwardly rejoiced that they didn't do anything to Tion. Everyone knew about the battle fortress, but those who had actually seen it were few and far between. Moreover, there weren't many who had attacked it face to face. This also became the capital for them to brag about later on. Lin Fei sat on top of the battle fortress. Shameless? Who's shameless? Your people weren't as skilled as me and were killed by me. Who's to blame? And you still want me to go with you? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei took out an immortal fruit and ate it. The juice flowed and it tasted pretty good. Xiao xiao xiao, the light beam attacks continued. The 5 heavenly gods were furious. They wanted to immediately kill Tion and skin him alive. However, the concentrated attacks forced them to take out low-grade god artifacts to block. If they didn't block, the people behind them would all die. The battle fortress's attacks were known as long-range attacks. No matter how fast the rulers were, they couldn't compare to the battle fortress's attacks.